Okay, at 2:43 p.m. PST, this is the live stream that's rolling on the Lenovo ThinkPad. Currently, per the FBI's instructions, I'm to be logged into both devices so that they can acquire as much evidence as the Bureau would like for their fugitive task force and for them to make the final determination as to who is adding attempted murder, conspiracy to commit murder, threatening an FBI informant with the threat of murder to their indictments before they are detained and arraigned, which I believe will be happening next week. But it could happen tomorrow. I'm hoping it happens tomorrow. I'm hungry and sick of instances like today and yesterday where I had to deal with 4 different stalking/threats to murder me every time that they successfully cyber hacked and attacked upstairs. 13 minutes. That's the turnaround time. That was the average. We got the YouTube video to stop. Go to her door. Go, go, go. To themselves, as well as to those who've been involved in their aggravated criminal conspiracy/domestic terrorist organizations, such as the Owens, Garcia et al., Andy, Kelly, Anne-Marie Bauer. So many individuals that in September of last year, 27 people were facing prison time. And then the FBI whittled it down to single digits. And then after March, it was at over 16. Happy Tuesday. If this live stream ends for any reason without me orally and explicitly telling you the end time, you know who ended it, the Everett Police Department, and they may very well be en route to being detained. And I say that because they're using a series of hacks and devices to make sure the live streams don't go anywhere that they don't approve of, but instead go through all of their devices. And the FBI has stated previously that their plans for a blitz sweep were supposed to coincide with every single device that has Wi-Fi functionality in their condo suddenly not working for roughly 90 seconds before their doors were broken down and they were pulled out one by one. we're reconnected. The Everett Police Department wanted to try and slide some more criminal cookies and ways to obstruct justice and tamper with evidence. Ergo, we were disconnected. Okay. I'm going to disable the screen share with you here on the HP Chromebook. Do a couple other things. I am going to re-enable the screen sharing feature here with you momentarily. But first, I need to take care of some things. Let me click here and see if this is even visible to you right now. It's the visual on the HP Chromebook. Doesn't look like it. Looks like a black box with a spinning circle on my end. Now, I believe this might be the problem right here. Let's see. Is there visual now? Test. Okay, is there visual now? Still don't see a visual on the control room. But I do see a visual on the recording itself. Let's try refreshing this page. No, it says we have an excellent connection, but My view is a black square with a circle that's spinning. And to the guy upstairs, will someone please explain to him he's not being offered an opportunity? He's being cajoled by a woman that's going to prison, and that's why so many of you are also going to prison. Feel bad for the guy in the living room, dude. Don't listen to her. Don't listen to her, dude. She's not offering you an opportunity. She's offering you a prison sentence. I'm fully aware that because of the programs you're running, you believe that the live streams have stopped on one or both devices. I'm going to finish this and then I'll get on that. And then we're going to listen to some music and podcasts. But I'm going to eat some very old yogurt. Don't worry about the live streams. In case you've forgotten, little whistleblowers, the live streams serve one purpose and one purpose only. All right. Now I can listen to some podcasts, baby. And it's Tuesday. Did Rick Glassman put something up? Did Rick Glassman put a new episode up? Because that's what I'm in the mood for. I'm in the mood for some Rick Glassman. This is some bullshit. Why are you guys not letting Rick Glassman load? Or any YouTube videos that I'm going to watch? Oh, are you guys showing off for Anne Marie going to prison, Bauer? Is that what's going on? Thought I heard her hovenly footsteps upstairs. county jail on August 6th. Does she look good for being born in 61? Let me play my fucking podcast, y'all. What is this shit? I can open up the YouTube app. I'll let you guys know something. Anne Marie fucking Bauer was supposed to have a good day today and tomorrow, but not any of the days that follow that. So I hope she gives you all accolades before she goes to prison. And I hope she pays before she goes to prison too, because the FBI did confirm she is indeed the one whose insurance will be canceling her and whose insurance will be paying me the maximum. Wow, Rick Glassman didn't post a new episode today, huh?
Living with opioid addiction can be a struggle. Supplicate with Counseling is for adults with moderate to severe opioid addiction who have started treatment with a dose of oral buprenorphine or are being treated with buprenorphine. Supplicate may help you keep moving towards recovery. Supplicate continuously releases the medicine buprenorphine.
And like, well, here's one thing that I just couldn't talk to him about. Was when I was selling crack, my father was on crack. So I used to sell crack to my father.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. So like,
Would
that's
you charge
one
him
of the
full price?
things. Yeah, nah.
You give him a little family discount?
Yeah, I used to hook him up. You know what I'm saying? But here's what happened, right?
Did you ever feel guilty selling crack to your old man?
After he died. But at first, no.
When he was alive,
No,
he
because
died
he would smoke his whole chicken. Right?
Right. You
So
Bobby
you never
Lee
did
and
someone-
yeah, so when he
Andrew
was back for me,
Santino.
it was like,
child support.
yeah, not even child support. It was more like kids would be like, hey, where you get the new shoes from? I would be like, yeah, my daddy bought me. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have to tell him that he bought crack. It's like my father.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So like,
How much have you talked about that on stage?
I may have talked about it once.
Nothing you do is going to prevent me from live streaming your detainment. Nothing you do, because the FBI wants me to live stream your detainment.
It's so fucking laugh about it.
Yeah, why is it so funny? I don't know.
What did he do?
How
Well,
did
he
he
hung
kill
himself. I found him in the basement. And then when I was
You
17,
found him?
Yeah, I thought you knew this.
I didn't know. I didn't know you found him.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
You found him.
Yeah.
Did he shoot
Yeah,
himself?
my mother.
No, he
my
hung
mother.
himself.
He hung
He
himself.
hung himself.
And so
Don't.
what?
Don't.
What? I wasn't gonna do anything.
Don't.
I'm not. I'm just asking.
Go ahead.
Oh, go
All
ahead.
right.
Don't.
What?
Okay.
I don't even know. I wish I knew what you thought I was gonna do because I want to do it,
I know.
but I don't. I don't think you. I
Go
don't.
ahead. What were
I'm
you
not
gonna
locked into what you're. You know.
Was your dad as tall as you, or taller?
Yeah, he's talking.
He was tall. He was tall.
Yeah. I just got the bad end of the stick. I mean, that's, my mama was taller than me. She was about Bobby.
How high were the
was taller.
ceilings in the basement?
Regular, you know.
And
Regular.
remember,
Yeah.
I was told by the
Sure.
Bureau,
You were thinking it. You were
this
thinking
laptop
it.
is supposed to be the one that everyone
son of a
surprises to
bitch.
like.
I wasn't even thinking about my thing.
You know how hard it would have been for him to get him down? He's got to go to the garage and get the biggest fucking ladder in his got.
That's fucking funny, bro.
Yeah.
His mom's like, come on, Doc, hurry up.
That's
So
So
fucking
you was so
awful.
let's
That's
get
fucking funny.
You for real, you need to talk about that shit. That's so real.
so you walked in. You walked in. You saw him. You know,
dangling.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you.
Fucking the ornament.
Yeah, like it's not a fucking.
Tell us how it happened.
Yeah.
Chicago. What year?
Detroit.
Detroit, I mean.
Detroit. 1991.
1991.
Right. So y'all gonna edit this out, right?
Hell no.
No.
But anyway, he was supposed to bring my mother because they had separated.
Yeah.
Right? Because she moved me out so that I can get myself together, and then she moved. And then so he could try to get himself together, but he did.
Mm-hmm.
So he was supposed to take her some clothes, the rest of her things, and he never showed up. She called me. He had actually called me before her, and he tells me that he's going to kill himself. And he tells me,
told you?
Yeah, he went through the whole thing,
Oh,
and we talked
shit.
about it. He told me, and I said, well, you don't have to do it. Blah, blah, blah. And I said, you can fight this. He's like, no, I can't. And he told me, he left me some instructions to take care of my mother and my grandmother. And he was like, so then when my mother called me, she was like, he's supposed to bring these clothes. He never came. Can you go and get the clothes? And I go, oh, shit. So I forgot that I actually talked to him, like completely forgot.
So he said, I'm going to kill myself. And you're like, yeah, I got stuff to do.
Well, no. Let me. He was supposed to break. It was 4 days later.
Oh, I was like the same fucking day.
No. It was 4 days later. That's
Okay.
what it was.
But did you really believe did he meant it when he said that or no?
Yeah, because he tried to kill himself before that.
Shit.
Oh my God.
And me and my mother found him on the ground.
Did you, what, same thing? Try to hang himself?
Nah, this time he had drunk a bottle of iodine.
Iodine.
Yeah, almost, but he did.
So wait a minute. So hold on 1 second. So then he told you that day.
Yeah.
Did you go call anybody or talk to anybody, or did you not say a word? Like did
I
you
didn't say anything because
you told nobody?
Yeah, because I didn't even it didn't even register after I got off the phone with him that he was going to actually go and try to attempt it. I'm 17.
You thought it wasn't that. You thought it was.
I'm thinking he'll be all right. He's just having a bad day. You know what I'm saying?
So then 4 days later.
4 days later, she called me. He's supposed to bring the clothes. Can you go get the clothes?
Yeah.
I get in the car. I go over there.
Do you have a feeling on the way there that something's wrong or no?
Yeah, 100%.
You knew.
Yeah.
You were like,
So when I got there, I was like, oh shit. Because I didn't tell her we had talked. No, because she asked me.
What kind of car? Smart car?
She asked me, she said, did you talk to him?
it was a wind up. You had to pull it all the way. You had to pull it all the way back before he got in.
Yeah.
Okay, that goes.
Fucking
So dick.
So
You know?
yeah.
All right, so,
What? He's like, hold it down.
Yeah.
All right.
now are you there?
Okay, I'm done. All right, so you go.
So we go. What happened? Oh, so when she told me that, she asked me, "Did you talk to him?" I go, "Yeah, I talked to him Friday, but that's it." So she's like, "We're going back to the house." So I go over there, like I said. And when I got to the front door, and I got ready to open the door, one of my friends from one of the street dudes ran up to me. He's like, "Hey man," he said, "Hey, your pop's been in this house, man." He said, "We haven't seen him since Friday." He said, "You know your pop just let the dog out. Something wrong. Let's kick the door in." And I said, "Nah, man. No, wait." I was about to open the door. I said, "Damn, I forgot my goddamn key." And then he was like, "Kick the door in, man. I'm telling you, man, he ain't been on. He in there. Something wrong."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Nah, man, chill out. Let me go get my key, and I'll be back."
You went back home.
Yeah, went back home and get my
He
key.
went and got a sandwich.
So
Yeah.
Man, I'm home.
Yeah. I would break the door down. I mean, it's
No, because I still didn't think nothing really at that point
didn't
too
think?
much. No, I felt it, but I'm saying I
Oh.
was more like, man, nah, chill. Don't.
I think you were
go
probably
there.
you're probably fighting your feelings.
Yeah. So I was like,
Damn.
I said, okay,
How far is your house?
now you talking
30 minutes.
Yeah, like I'm on the east. That's on the west side of Detroit. I was on the east side
Oh,
with my aunt, so it's a pretty good distance. So I go home, get the key, and then it kicks in. And I'm like, holy shit, let me go get my mom. So I drive up to the job, and I was like, hey, you got to come with me. She's like, what? And I'm like, you got to come with me. I said, there's something wrong like that. And she goes, are you okay? And then she goes in, tell her boss, whatever. And then we leave. So we get there, and as soon as we open the door and we walk in, before we open the door, the dog runs into the window. He's got foam all on his mouth and he's barking like hella aggressive. He's never looked like that. And I go, what the fuck?
I hasn't eaten and drank anything.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, fuck. And I'm like, calm down. And when he sees me, he starts going crazy. He starts getting happy. His name is Lee. I'll be what a moment. Anyway, so then I go in. That's his real name too, Lee.
I believe you.
L-E-E. So we go in, and she says, you go upstairs and see if he's up there, and then I'm going to check down here.
You said
In
that.
the living room. She said to me. So I go upstairs, and this guy has all the doors to the rooms closed upstairs. Bathroom door, every door closed. And I'm like, fuck. So I'm like, all right, fuck it. Even one of these rooms, I guess I'm going to find it. Kick open my old bedroom door. It's not in there. I kick open the bathroom door. There was another door down the hallway. I kicked that door open. Then the day master bedroom, I was like, shit. So I waited, and then I pushed the door. I kicked it open. Not kicked it, pushed it open.
Yeah.
And then I looked in, and all the sheets were pulled off the bed. And in the middle of the bed, there was a life insurance. So I looked up and I said, what the fuck is this? Because he worked for Ford too. So I looked at the life insurance. And what is it? And I said, okay, whatever. And I go down the stairs.
You didn't put that together?
Whatever you
didn't.
If the sheets are pulled off the bed, there's a life insurance thing on the bed.
You think nothing about it, bro. And I'm telling you, just like that, just fucking just willy-nilly.
Doc, there was this note saying goodbye, and I was like, what is this? Is he going on vacation? Oh, this dude's leaving so many fucking breadcrumbs, and Doc is like, where is he outside?
So then you go, what, to the basement?
Yeah.
So no. So then I go down to the living room. And my mother's in the living room, and she's like, he's not in here. And I said, okay. She said, he's not in the kitchen, he's not nowhere around here.
At
So
any
I said,
point, are you yelling out, Pop, Dad, are you guys yelling through the house? Like,
no, we never call for him.
No.
Yeah.
And then so I say, what? The hell no, because for me, I told you I was already feeling eerie and shit. I was like, man, oh fuck. And I'm like, I'm already just like, damn, like this might be. So she says to me something about the dog in the basement. And the dog kept grabbing my pants and pulling me toward the basement. It ran back, grabbed my pants, and I kept stopping. I'm like, stop playing. Lee was running there, Lee. I said, Lee, stop playing.
You knew.
It's like, yeah, you know, it's good. Listen,
Yeah.
my friend. Anyway, so she says, well, the dog, she said, well, the dog is probably hungry. Go downstairs and get his pellets in the basement. And I go, oh shit. I said, you didn't go in the basement? And she goes, huh? I go, you didn't go in the fucking basement? And I said, listen, call the police right now. And then she goes, what? You're what's wrong with you? And I said, no, call the police. She said, boy, come here and go in this basement with me. And I was like, nah, you need to, so.
You knew.
Of course you knew.
I knew then.
Life insurance.
Because I said,
sheets, doors closed, 4 days.
Yeah. The dog going, it's in here.
Yeah.
Whenever he smoked crack,
He always
he always smoked in the basement. Right? So that was like the first place she should have checked. I was like, he fucking probably was in the basement because he smoked crack in the basement.
You would ever smoke crack upstairs?
I don't know. I just only came home. We surprised me before.
This is an interesting
Happy
podcast.
birthday. Oh no!
Hey, the real shit though. Like this was just a couple times where he didn't hear us come in or whatever and go to bed. Like, God, man, they're smoking crack.
Get back to the day.
Okay, man. So there's this door. We open the door, and there's a sink.
Oh my
and I
God.
grabbed
What does
it.
that smell like? Crap.
It's
dead body.
For me, yeah.
And
For me.
crack.
And it's the summer too. So it's been out there for about 4 days.
Oh, yeah.
Summertime crap.
Yeah. So, man.
Damn, dude.
So you walk down the stairs.
So I'm behind her. I stopped like 5 stairs before her. I'm
Good
like,
on
I'm
your
not
little
going down
domestic
the
terrorist
stairs.
organization sending one of
She's
your
like, "Get
fellow
down
soon-to-be
here. Come
detained
down here.
co-conspirators to
What are
bring
you
me some
talking about like that?"
food.
She's not thinking nothing. I said, all right. So I start coming down, and she gets down to the bottom. I'm coming down, I'm like a couple stairs behind her.
Yeah.
And she goes,
Oh, did you do that because you thought you weren't going to get arrested next week?
And then I look down and I say, oh, I guess you're right. And then she looks up and she says, what are you, like she's about to ask.
It's a pattern of criminal conduct.
And then I
Starve her
turn
from
around and
November
look at
till
her,
January.
and she
Let her get
screamed.
one order of groceries
and
in.
then she pushed
Starve
me.
her
It
again
was like, so for me, right now, to this day, I
for a
still
couple
don't have
months
that
until we make
image of
actionable
what's over
that
here. The only
kidnapping.
image I have now is just their face. So when I
That
was
assault,
over here,
And we acquire the
She was
ability to
screaming
illegally
and pushing.
enter her house
So it
and
was like
plant
12 and
criminal
bump. So it
evidence.
wasn't enough for me to grasp
Yeah.
100%. And just, well, I grasped it, but not enough to where it fucked with me, but it wasn't as bad. But I feel
So you never looked at the body.
not at all. She went back in the house and everything. Touched it and everything.
God damn.
I was like, shit.
So you never, after that, you never saw it again
No, I'm going, no.
until you went to the funeral.
Yep.
Yeah, the open.
Well,
open casket?
he was so swollen you couldn't have a open casket.
Oh my God.
So we didn't even get to have it open.
Wow, this is a comedy podcast, bud.
You asked.
Man, how do we-
The story, yeah.
How do we,
We can make some jokes.
Right.
We can make some jokes.
go ahead.
Well, we did throw a couple in there.
Yeah.
He was swollen, and you couldn't have a funeral.
And I don't know why. It just makes me laugh. And don't be offended by it.
Wow.
Don't be offended by it.
Wow.
It makes me laugh, and I giggled the first time you told me because I visualized it, and it just made me giggle. Okay,
Mm.
his dog used to be a gay.
Just tickle your face,
So I don't know why that just makes joy in my heart.
What gang was it?
The mashed potato gang.
No, it was back to Detroit with the Gucci.
The Gucci Boys.
Yeah. Was he? Were you the runner? I mean, what happened? Give me a lollipop.
Well, the bit that you hear me talk about me being a coat holder the first time we fought, that was actually
Oh, the cold holder.
yeah, it was coat holder in the beginning.
Yeah.
Then after a while, of course.
Did you have to kill someone? Did you have to
Hey man, it's a podcast. No,
Yeah.
I am not even.
So
Never.
God,
I've never-
right, was a coat holder.
Yeah, coat holder.
What does that mean?
Coat hanger. He would put his arms up like this, and they put their coats
No,
on.
they just started throwing their coats at me when they got ready to fight.
When they're ready to
the
fight,
other day.
you hold
They just
my
threw the
shit.
coats, and then they just started fighting. I was holding everybody's jacket.
It would be funny though if you just stood there like this.
Yeah.
Caught coats.
Yeah. So when did you move up? Like you have jackets on your face.
So it's coat holder. Then what's the next
What's the
rank?
next level?
It wasn't even like I don't think it wasn't like I was a designated coat holder. It was just automatically they just threw
Because
the
you were
shit to me.
small.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Okay.
But then it was like there was other small guys, but they just for some reason just hold my jacket. It was just out of nowhere. I was like, what the fuck? I thought I was gonna be fighting. What the
Because
fuck?
I think they sense a nerdy quality to you.
No,
Fucking Bobby.
You know.
no, I think
It's
at
what
that
it says.
time.
They might not have seen him. They might have just thrown their jacket. He was down there, and the coach just fell.
Yeah.
So dick.
Yeah.
Doc, you know what I really want to know about the gang shit?
Yeah.
And you don't have to expose your personal
To let
shit.
you guys know something,
But
the
do
Bureau
people get
had
beat in?
slipped through a cipher
Yeah.
yesterday. You know
Okay.
what they said?
You didn't get beat in? Did
They
you
said,
walk-
"Go
did
get
you-
your
Did you beat
food."
someone in?
No.
It was
But you
left
walked
so
there
they
to
could
beat it,
try
yeah.
and create
Is
a
that the worst shit to
defense,
see or the most
and for
fun?
no other
It's
reason.
it's
Via
hard
the
because it's-
Everett
it's-
Police
it's
Department, Anne Marie
within, so they're
Bauer,
not really trying to
Garcia,
kill you.
Andy
Right, they
Cullen.
just want to-
Yeah,
Police
you
as
see how
well.
tough they can
Could
handle
you
it?
imagine getting
They
fucking
told me
getting
not
shit
to
beat
get
out of
it
you by your
until
rep?
today when
Like,
I was
like,
back
like,
online
your
running
ass.
the
And
live
for like 2 minutes
stream.
straight, 3 minutes straight, and then they're cool with you.
Did you?
But our
Surprise!
Detroit games are a little bit different.
What do you mean?
It's more about money and crack, especially back then.
Yeah.
So jumping you in was just like I only seen it like maybe once happen.
Did you sell rock?
Yeah, crack, heroin, weed. I was out
I
there.
thought you used to sell weed. I didn't know you sold rock.
No, I sold everything.
God
bro.
damn. Did you make good money?
Yeah.
What was the most money you made a day selling rock?
I'll tell you the fastest I made. It's on the corner.
It's
And this is
never
the
a
corner where about
compassionate or
10 to
courteous
15 of us.
gesture
Mhm.
when you're the
I made
reason why
500
I'm
an hour.
starving, you dumb
500 an
fucks.
hour selling crack?
Yeah.
What the fuck are we doing in Hollywood?
That was the 80s. The 80s was great.
Man, comedy's
For some reason, I feel like it was the corner where the Toys R Us.
And the personal hygiene products are a joke. You all know I'm not out of any of that shit. I got toilet paper. I got body wash. I got
Was your
menstrual
voice this
cup.
deep when you were a child?
But the FBI plans on using this shit against
Who was the
you.
biggest asshole to you?
It's not
in
the
lot?
first time. You're going to prison.
I made it.
Oh my god! It's like I can't even. It's like it's a given. It's a given.
And then what happened?
And for those of you that think I'm a
So what happened
bitch,
with him was,
you gotta look at the
you know how
300
fucking
plus
cars,
days
and this is back when it
before
was
this
crazy.
and the
Right,
11
right.
months
Yeah,
that
okay,
preceded
Just to let
that.
people
And then you'll
Parking
know
lot
that the
probably
FBI
fits
fucking
7
hates you.
Yeah, 6 or 7 cars.
They
Man.
fit 20 to 30 cars. I'm
Right.
not
I'm not talking to the
exaggerating.
whistleblowers. I'm talking
Hyatt
into
next door
those who
and
are going to
then-
be spending
right.
their birthday
A
in
hotel,
King
and
County
there's a
Jail.
gigantic driveway that goes up.
Yeah.
They made some sort of deal where we could park our car along that railing,
Just on the rim.
Right.
all the way up, right?
To the house.
Yeah, and I've seen Chris Rock's car be towed. I mean,
Mhm.
crazy shit,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So it's a clusterfuck to say the least. I've
Insane.
done it before, and I did it one night, and I don't know if it was an Asian or whatever. They just said you can't do it again.
You do. Yeah. It's your sheer disregard for your own
You know, you know how I drive.
Oh yeah, I don't think they're gonna do it. Hey,
So-
bad drive.
I you know.
So tell me, what do you do?
So he says, Doc, get my car. Then I get his car and I pull it out, I move all the cars. You know how you gotta do this.
It's fucking
Goddamn
it's Tetris.
in the
Yeah.
back.
Yeah.
I move it, get it, and then he's not ready to go. So I
Right.
fucking had to get other people out. I had to maneuver again and move people back and put his shit back. And then he came out again 30 minutes later and was like,
Hey, but I'm not going to lie
and I
though.
go, fuck. And I do it again.
This bread and butter is
And then
going to
he
be
leaves again.
delicioso.
And then
Yeah.
he comes back out. I move all the
I'm
cars.
cooking the
Then I
broccoli and
move all the cars on the
asparagus,
ramp. This time it's
instant
like
potatoes,
11:30.
bread
It's
and butter.
jam-packed. This is when everybody's there.
Yeah, that's like
So I moved all the cars on the ramp, and I had to put 3 cars on Sunset. So I had to block the driveway of the Hyatt for people to go in and coming out.
Oh my god.
So in the car I was in, I had to come out to the second lane on the other side of that and block that whole lane. Our man pulls up
Oh my god.
and he starts talking to Chris D'Elia from the truck for like 5 minutes.
This motherfucker.
Then the police come and they honk the siren at me. Hey, move your car, you're blocking. I go, man, this guy. So I put it, fuck, right?
Yeah.
So I pull back in. He's still talking.
Yeah.
Then he's like, okay, Doc, I want to go. I go, you want to fucking go now? I said, okay. So I pull back out and block the traffic again. Now, mind you, the cars are still blocking the driveway of all the cars trying to get out.
right.
Like, they're stopped now.
Yeah.
Now I got a line there. Everybody's looking at me. And they're like, who's this little black Gary Cole? You know what I'm saying? He's fucking dope.
Yeah.
Right? So I pull back out. He pulls up and then he stops and starts talking to Neil Brennan. Now, by this time,
Yeah.
the cops see what's going on.
Yeah.
They yell from the siren to him, hey. No. Actually, I get out the car and I start yelling at him.
Yeah.
Oh, man, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Why did you look at this?
Yeah.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
And then he pulls up
Yeah.
and he says, hey, Doc, you should have a little bit more zen about this. I said, Zen, are you fuck? Hey, do you see this shit?
Yeah,
Like, man, he was like, that's a little bit too much. And then the cop yells from the speakerphone, hey, move your car. You have all the traffic back up. He's like, oh, okay, officer. All right. I'm like, oh, you want to listen to the officer?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
want to listen to
Yeah.
Man, shit. That was like,
God.
and then the next day he came in, we got into an argument about it.
Oh, you got to fight about it.
And then like it was something I had to do later on, and I wanted to contact him about something and he fucking blocked me on Facebook and deleted me.
Oh my God.
Fuck. So I was just like,
That was it for you.
man, I was like, fuck. But after that, I think we had made up. But it was just like that was
All right.
the worst.
Dear Godzilla,
I've
thank you
ever
so much for the bread,
Most
butter,
bullshit you dealt
cheese,
with.
broccoli,
Yeah.
and asparagus. That you
Oh,
have
man,
those
that
that are
just triggered
damned
me.
to the rest of their lives in prison leave outside of my door.
Pass.
Amen.
It brings up a lot. It triggered me.
Bobby is so maniacal.
Remember,
He plans
whistleblowers,
someone's demise, and when they
the
watch
Bureau
them
does
fall,
not
he
want
sits
you
in his
outside
underwear,
of
his
my
little
door
room.
and windows anymore.
With his little fingers. Yes.
Don't make a repeat of yesterday.
Got charged with a crime.
Or to put it a different way, the Bureau said, don't get your food until tomorrow once you're running live streams on both devices. They only brought it so they could use it in their non-existent defense because some of them still believe they're not going to prison for the rest of their lives. So you can thank the Bureau for that. And also your criminal conduct yesterday. just want to remind you all, you're not going to get away with anything. And everything that you do that is manipulative, maligning, and everything you've already done that fits that criteria, and every instance where you pretend to be good people having reactionary actions when you were perpetrating premeditated felonies, every little tiny thing, such as starving me and then having one of your co-conspirators deliver food, is going to be used in your prosecution. You're not smooth at all. The Bureau is smooth. The Bureau is smooth. You are going to prison, where you chose to go if you didn't blow the whistle. The Bureau also said that part of the reason it was put out there is because you guys were so confident you'd be cutting off the live streams. I would like to remind you that the Bureau has stated repeatedly, the plan is for your dumbasses to think the live stream got cut off. It wasn't still recording right before you're thrown on the ground and handcuffed and your doors are broken down, and everyone who's not even on the premises finds that they are suddenly approached by a series of officers that cuff them. And then you're supposed to say, oh, it was still recording. Num, 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 num. So how about it? Continue with your hacking spree, your hacking spree. Whistleblowers, don't do your job. Don't fuck up your chance of being paid and not going to prison now. Too late in the game. Now we're dealing with who's getting charged with conspiracy to attempt to perpetrate murder. And every time your superior is mad at you, that means a bump in pay. Codename Timmy didn't get in trouble. Codename Timmy's getting the big bucks.
Happy birthday. Let them be hostile. That's my advice.
Bread, butter, and cheese. Not as good as the broccoli and asparagus, but that takes a long time to cook. No longer than bread, butter, and cheese. What's this one? Voyage to the planet of prehistoric women. I relate, dude. Is this about cave women?
The future of mankind is being guided behind closed doors.
Oh yeah, it's from 1967.
All over the world, scientists are working on projects designed to.
That's what you're listening to. You can watch it yourself on Internet Archive. Voyage to the planet of prehistoric women.
Now being developed by agencies of the United States government. This is an Apollo spacecraft designed for the elliptical orbit of the moon. Its lunar landing vehicle can transport 3 men safely to and from the moon's surface. These are other types of manned and remote control mechanisms, each designed for a specific function, many already in operation as satellites of this Earth, some in readiness for the moonshot, others designed for space, a few to serve as space stations, and the most complex of all, prototypes of craft capable of putting a man on the surface of another planet. Wheel was one of man's first inventions and has been with him all of his civilized life. But now it, like so many other of his creations, must be modified to fit his new demands. These are 3 types of variable radius wheels, designed to transport a vehicle over a rocky. New concepts are being created almost daily. Some will never get beyond the drawing board, but others, or their descendants, will become part of man's greatest adventure, the exploration and colonization of space. All over the world, men and women are working to make that dream a reality. Every aspect of the journey is being analyzed, from the tiniest control devices to the mightiest rocket engines. But it's not enough to just get there. Just as the great explorers sailed from Spain and England and France to discover the Americas, so that the colonizers might come later, so will our exploration spacecraft precede the colonizers of the planets. Already plans are being made for the colonies. Sources of food and power must be found. Artificial atmosphere is created. Everything done to build an Earth away from the Earth. No man living today can predict exactly what the future holds. But this much we do know. All through man's march across this Earth, the wildest dreams and fantasies of one age have become the commonplaces of the next. The motion picture you are about to see can be called today a fantasy of the future. But one day, maybe not too far distant, audiences will be able to look back on it in the same spirit with which we view pictures about the first covered wagons crossing the plains.
Oh, and I think now's a good time to remind everybody, astrology-wise, mood and landscape for some of the individuals that we know are going to prison, Anne-Marie Bauer, Erica Owens, Richard Garcia, Andy, astrologically, mood and landscape-wise, they should be super duper happy today, tomorrow, the day after that. But the Bureau says I'm wrong. The Bureau says those people are not super duper happy today, tomorrow, or the day after that. And we all know what the Bureau said about the 2 weeks that follow that. That everybody who's going to prison fucking hates me. So I'm curious to find out who's right, me or the Bureau. bread was good. I wish I could have eaten the asparagus and broccoli and potatoes first, though. That's what I really, really want. The bread is just like really filling after not having bread. It's like shoving a person in your stomach. I feel like I just inhaled a baby. But I am going to inhale all of the asparagus and broccoli and potatoes literally in one giant bowl. I'm going to eat until I feel like I'm sick with that. And then I'm done.
Venus. Venus. The planet named after the goddess of love. This is where I left her.
This movie's weird. Where's the prehistoric women?
Miles away. Because I know she exists. I know she does. I know it. The whole time we were there, I heard her. Her and that sweet, haunting sound she makes, like the sirens that tempted Ulysses.
Anyway, it's your guys' turn to come on downstairs and take a shot. You already cajoled my mom and my stepdad into shooting me, utilizing their greed. And how'd it go for them?
You're back there.
How'd that work out for them? It's your turn. It's your turn to take that final shot so we can be done with this.
All of it. From the beginning. And see what you think. You be the judge.
And for those of you watching
It was
that,
2 years ago, in 1998, that the first manned spaceship left Earth for the planet Venus.
Look at the tort claim. It was premeditated for over 11 months before it was made actionable how to use Erica and John Owens.
Everything's lost.
Does that reduce their liability? No. But I know them both well enough to know that they'll testify against any of you
And
motherfuckers to
so,
avoid
it was only
prison.
6 months later that the second attempt was made. The code name for Earth Control was Marcia.
The thing about it is, you got to remember, you're going to be taking that shot while I'm running a live stream. And I'm under the impression it'll be the live stream that captures your faces as you're handcuffed by the Fugitive Task Force, the Bureau, and the sheriffs.
Loading elevators are now being withdrawn. Countdown continues at 20. All stations prepare for zero red. Countdown continues at 10. Zero red, -5.
Project Red Planet. All units clear. Switch over to standby.
I should not have eaten that bread first. I repeat, should not have gone for the bread first.
There were only 2 men on the new mission. Astronaut Howard Sherman and Captain Alfred Kern. But there was another being with them. Kern's invention, Robot John.
Awaken, John. Awaken. Slow, John. Monitor, John.
I hear you.
Everything went smoothly the first part of the voyage. They traveled over halfway, 17 million miles, without mishap. Radio contact was maintained with Marcia at Earth Control, and they stopped on schedule at the United States Space Station, Texas, for refueling.
Attention, all landing personnel, report on flight 6. Stand by to receive flight number 87 from Earth.
Oh, and in case any of you are wondering,
More concerned than anyone else.
Refueling A-OK, over and out.
I'll forgive. But the relatives in my life that I cut out of my life a decade ago and 3 years ago will remain forever severed from my life.
Lockhart, astronaut Hans Walters, and me.
So for any of you who are thinking, oh, well, it was a nice gesture, your mom brought you some food.
I
No,
remember how worried
you
we
know
were
her
as we
better
figured
than
out
that. You used
so
her
many miles
because
away.
like you,
Kurt's calling Marcia. Kurt's calling
she
Marcia.
lacks what I do not lack.
Ready for blast off.
What the whistleblowers do not lack, and that is a soul. And for anyone upstairs who didn't blow the whistle that thinks that they're superior to my mother, you are far worse. What you've done, way worse than my mother, who was led astray by greed. You did what you did because you wanted to.
They were on the last leg of their journey. And then they saw it. The
Powerful emissions, 30% ash content.
and they prepared to land.
A planet of fire below us. Is it a new world, or will it consume us all?
At any moment now.
And then, suddenly, things started going wrong.
Black clouds. Light. I don't like the looks of this. I'm turning control over to Robot John.
Ahead, C.
Proceed. Loud said, I am going up.
Wow, close call. We're watching on the location finder. The area is strange. This is truly a prehistoric planet. Landing location is square 73.
We're now landing 300 meters southwest of square 73. Oh, there's water beneath us. We're drifting.
Sherman. Kern. Answer. Kern. Sherman. Kern. Are you there? It's hopeless.
Well, very soon after that, it became clear there was only one thing to do. Blast off from Venus ourselves. Complete the mission, explore the planet, and attempt to rescue Kearns and Sherman. If they were still alive.
Keep coming.
Oh, I lied. I thought I'd be able to eat all this broccoli and asparagus and mashed potatoes. It was a bigger portion than I
Look out! There comes another
And I literally feel like I just ate a fucking baby with that bread. But I'm going to try. Dear Godzilla, thank you for broccoli and potatoes and asparagus and butter. Thank you. Dear Godzilla, why do you surround me by such unscrupulous human beings like you do to everybody else that's got a biblical book written about them? I can give thanks that I'm not Joseph dealing with a bunch of murderous brothers, but I'm not very much better off at this point. Amen.
Plus 110. Secure yourself to that folder, John. Proceed. Proceed.
See, the thing about it is you have to remind yourself that Godzilla signs off on it. Every monster is Godzilla's puppet. From your mom to Anne Marie Bauer to Jared Irving and back again.
He's better equipped to fight this place than we are. I'm wondering if we should be here at all. Why don't you catch a bus and go home?
Don't think I wouldn't if I could find one.
There he is. He's up. Hold it tight. He can hold it.
You better go first, and I'll come along after you.
Within 2 hours, we were ready to go. Venus lay ahead, but our thoughts were with Kern and Sherman. If they were alive, would we be able to find them? We got to Space Station Texas ahead of schedule.
Stand by to receive unassisted landing.
Refueling was accomplished in record time. There was no time to lose.
Broccoli is the best, man. It is the best. It's like pineapple. It's the pineapple of the vegetable world.
Considering the way things turned out.
It's
What I was
probably
thinking
Italian.
about is we sped
Jalapenos
through
and
the
broccoli.
dark universe on our way to an
Pineapples and
unexplored
produce.
planet. I was wondering if maybe there wasn't some reason that Venus had been named after the goddess of love. If maybe there wasn't some wise old astronomer way back in the dawn of time who knew something. Something he kept to himself. But before I could come to any conclusions about it, we were preparing for our touchdown on Venus, where maybe I'd find all the answers. And then, almost before I knew it, we were there. We were landing.
If you're wondering how much food I got, you're joking. You already know exactly what I got. I got more food than I've had to eat for the last 2 months. And I got it because people that are going to prison for the rest of their lives thought they were going to kidnap me again or shoot me in the head. One of the two.
We're landed.
Depends on who we're looking at.
Wow.
Depends on if we're looking at someone that's getting charged with attempted murder, i.e. an Everett Police Department officer, or if we're looking at a whistleblower who didn't know what the fuck was going on and got sent up to that fucking awful unit after it already became a domestic terrorist organization. I mean, it really depends on the person.
Boy, it sure feels strange
Either way.
to have weight.
It's good to have bread and butter and broccoli and asparagus.
Yes, it does seem strange. That's sure. But it's nice and solid.
I would have rather
Well, I
had
don't know
whole
about
potatoes,
you,
but
pal,
I'll take
but I'd
one
like to
bag of
see
each
Venus.
mashed potatoes. That's
Open
fine.
number 3 and hit the beam.
Would have rather gotten a 5-pound bag of potatoes, a baguette, some butter, and all veggies. But I got some
Try
other
the
shit,
port viewer.
and I appreciate it all.
Call screen gets it okay.
But I appreciate Godzilla,
We'll pan port.
not the federal felons that finally
Formations
decided
of
to bring some
weird
to my
rock.
door.
Something's there. I'll switch on the outside sound pickup.
It tastes so much better too after you've been starving, malnourished. I've eaten pretty well the last couple of weeks because of that old yogurt and that mushroom noodle stuff that Russ had. That shit was the shit. Mushroom chicken flavored pasta or whatever. I want a huge case of that for my stockade when I refill it.
It's finished. Transfer it to playback.
But the broccoli
Meanwhile, you might check
and the
upon the
asparagus, it's
atmosphere.
so good. I gotta have more.
It better be good.
I'm not even hungry
Anybody
now.
get
That
your
bread
space
fills me
suit?
up. But
We'll move
I
on.
want more.
Andre, I want you to attempt a contact with Sherman by radio. If you raise them, tell them to report their position. Then get yourself into a spacesuit. We're going to walk about. I'll be right behind you. That'll be handy if I slip. Get popping now.
It's 4.7 on oxygen.
That's pretty close. I'm going to take a look around. Keep on the rope. Don't get unofficial contact.
It was a weird, desolate place, but it fascinated me. And I forgot all about Kearns and Sherman and what we were there for.
My cat is so happy too. He's excited to have a different variety.
You can't be sure, but it looks like two objects, one metallic and moving in the area we expected to search. Probably.
Oh, it's a good day. Vegetables and cat food. And if you're wondering if I was being sarcastic, no, I am not being sarcastic. If you're ever in my position, you too will be like, damn, this is a good day. Broccoli, asparagus, butter. Oh, and multiple live streams. Thank you, Bureau and whistleblowers. Do I think it'll last? No. Remember, it's supposed to be a surprise. It's supposed to be a surprise that it's still recording. Unless the FBI is doing it now this way because of the delays and because they want to see, well, what happens if there is a live stream since there was no backup plan for that. Which is what they said previously, but I thought it applied to April or May. Not June fucking 24th.
Can you imagine that? He's bashful. Why don't we take one of those things home for the zoo?
You've got to be more careful, Andre. If we hadn't heard you call me.
I didn't call. You called out to us. We heard you. But I didn't call you. It sounded like Lockhart.
Let's be getting back.
All we knew was that Marcia at Earth Control had spotted what was probably Kearns and Sherman and approximately where they might be. So we started out in our space car, heading in that general direction, not stopping to investigate the many prehistoric sites we passed. But we were still unable, no matter how hard we tried, to make radio contact with Kearns or Sherman. So we had no way of knowing what they were going through on that distant part of the planet.
I'm hoping I can eat all of this, go to sleep for a few more hours, maybe be able to shower and sleep some more before you guys start with this shit.
Through this heat, they may not be able to.
It's so ridiculous too, man. It's like 1 versus 200 because of all your fucking programs that do the shit for you. I'm over here manually entering. Enter my bracket, asterisk. No, I do not want workspace.google.com/cunt. I fucking told you that weeks ago.
The infection is getting through. Maybe we ought to take some quinsulin now. Wait out to rest after. Must. Keep.
No, I do not want Google Tag Manager leaving cookies and partitions on my device. I told you that months ago. So let me have my broccoli and my asparagus and my cat food and my butter. Not gonna hop in the shower just like I haven't been because I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you guys to come in here and try and shoot me in the head. The one and only remaining felony that hasn't been made actionable. But I've wanted to take a shower. And I really do right now. I feel sticky.
Don't stop. We have to go on. Come on up. That's it. They can't stay here. We'll be washed away. John, bring him this way. There is no water. Come on. Just a little bit further. There's a cave right over there. Come on. That's it. Just a few steps further. There. There. I don't think I can go on much further. John, stay with us. Make sure they find us. As you know, must continue to work the laws of mathematics. There's always a precise probability. Mathematics might prove. Mathematics might. Marcia. Here is Marcia. You must help us. It's closing in.
I await your order. I await your order.
Help them find us, John.
The shoreline's the best. If we do, my friend, we'll never make it to them. Best chance there is of finding them. That voice again. Hold up.
Almost sounds like a girl.
A girl? Perhaps. Or a monster.
Same thing. I can't do it. I'm gonna puke if I eat anymore. I want to eat more just because I'm like, oh yes, yum, yum, yum. But I'm gonna puke if I eat anymore. Damn. Oh, I should not have done bread and cheese. Oh, my tummy. One thing I love about these old movies from the 60s and 70s, anytime there's like monster chicks or it's in the future, space babes are so cute, dude. I love their costumes. Always, and all of them. From like the Attack of the 50-Foot Woman to Barbarilla to this shit. Like, look how adorable they are. I just love that aesthetic of the 50s and 60s.
Pick up Marama. Our sisters are calling. Wake up, Nana. Our sisters are awake. They're hungry. You have slept enough. It's time to go into the sea. That is not well, little sister.
It's a human. Well, there are sure no humans here. Well, we're humans. Well, no one else is naked. You better believe it.
Dude,
But
these
it
guys just
sounds
stumbled on the
subhuman.
jackpot.
Subhuman, you mean like that 40-arm plant that just grabbed you? I still say it's a
Beach
girl.
Space
A girl
Babes?
with blue scales.
They should have named it that.
With
Voyage
these-
to the Planet of Beach
these
Space
arms are
Babes,
something.
not prehistoric women. I was expecting like
It's possible that
caveman
before us,
chicks.
other men grabbed
Big
you.
tits, big hair, little
Especially
leather
in this age.
lollipops.
You ought to know that, Hans. To a man of science, anything is possible until proven
Instead,
otherwise.
it's big tits, big hair, seashell bra. Seashell bra. Also, the book. Again, you can watch this on Internet Archive. Voyage to the Planet of Prehistoric Women. I've been talking a lot, but it's good. Every time I tune into it, I'm like, this is a good movie. It's a good story.
Well, I can't imagine any people in their right mind exploring planet Venus.
Come on, Hans. We're here, and we're in our right minds, aren't we?
Fine, let's go.
It's our beloved God, Terror. He's angry. We must leave this place. Follow me.
Lord save him.
What?
No response from Kern or Sherman.
Well, we should soon be there.
Keep trying. Maybe we can bring them in on the helmet mic. Kern has an auxiliary. I am. I'm getting. Woman. Must be Martian. Stud, you really awful. You're
Move it up. Point to point on the dial. We'll find it.
I'll try it. Hello. John, hello. John, listen. This is a command ship. Are you there? Come in.
Up one more point.
Come in.
Better go to solar battery. Much bigger reach.
I'm on it now. Hello. 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 You must hear me, John. Please open your mic and answer me. You must obey me, John.
No response. Try another point.
1, 2, 5. You have to readjust your frequency for transmitting. If you hear me.
I hear you. I have adjusted.
Can you report your position and plot number? Over.
Square 40 in shelter.
Tell me what's outside.
Water above, falling on large rock.
That's square 40. Not far. Ask them about the men. Hello. We would like to know about Kern and also about Sherman.
They do not move.
How much time before we get there?
Who knows?
Commander, maybe the robot can help.
Try. Keep an eye on the compass. Grab onto them. Hello. You will listen, John. First, you will obey me and do precisely what I say. You will listen. Listen, John. Obey my every command. Remove container 2 from Kern's first aid kit. Repeat, container 2. Remove one tap. One tap. Then open this helmet. I have one tablet. Place the tablet in his mouth. You must do this quickly. Revive him with water. Pour it over his face. Quickly. Then close his helmet.
He looks like he wants a drink, dude. I don't know about robot medics. I'm all for robot
At
surgeons.
least we know they're alive.
Let's hope they stay that way.
I don't know about robot EMTs.
Commander, look there. I'm ready with the astrophone.
Some kind of flying reptile. He may not see us.
He hit. He's turning around.
Maybe not.
We're in for it now. He knows we're here. Here you go. Here he comes.
Don't miss him.
Here he comes again.
Oh no. He'll submerge.
We were forced to submerge even though we had killed the flying reptile because of the damage the creature had caused when it hit us. And it was a good thing, too. For here, under the sea, we were to find the second clue to life on Venus.
Let's put it down for a minute. Take a rest.
It's not far to the beach, if our calculations are correct. I hope this will run again.
Don't worry, it will. Look, the cliffs are all in even rows, like streets. I'll look around. Just 5 minutes. Might find something interesting.
Just blame the Lenovo ThinkPad on the fact that workspace.google is hiding or something. I don't want to play this game anymore today. I'm clocked out. I require at least 10 hours before I'll participate anymore in this shit.
What makes Tyler wrong? Let us see.
What you should be doing upstairs is watching this movie. That's what you should be doing anyway. Getting paid to watch Space Beach Babes.
Oh dear. What evil demon has destroyed our goal? We must carry him
Who
to
worship
the
a pterodactyl that the astronauts from Earth just shot down and killed. Oh no, their pterodactyl god is dead.
Well, what do you know?
This movie is so cool, dude. I'd watch. They could redo this movie. They need to stop redoing Disney movies, and they need to start remaking movies from the 50s and 60s.
What's
That's
up?
what they need to do.
You just look here. That's only a petrified tree. Only when it's a bronze statue.
And much more, Hans. Rubies.
You say rubies? Show me.
Symbol. The eye of an idol.
An idol?
Yes, a reptile. A reptile resembling that flying monster that attacked us earlier. Up there.
You're right, Andre. I'm not laughing anymore. There was a civilization here. And I'll bet you there still is.
We cry for the flesh of your spirit that lies dead. I swear to you, O Terra, you will be avenged.
Oh,
The
no.
evil demons that did this will themselves be destroyed.
Now the men from Earth have it in for them, dude.
Something
Tan, big-haired, big-boobed, prehistoric women coming after them for killing their god.
I
Who
didn't
just
know.
swore they're going to avenge him. The men will be outnumbered. 10 girls to 1.
I felt something. I don't know. I felt as though I were being watched. But I didn't see anything except a harmless octopus. Yet, still feeling a strange presence, I went on. But then, as quickly as it came, that weird sensation vanished, and then there was nothing. Nothing but the sea. So I followed my original impulse, looking for a clue like the statue of the flying reptile. And I found nothing, except a rock that I liked for its shape, and that could serve as a specimen for the geologist.
One of the females upstairs is going to prison for the rest of her life, doesn't understand. How come we knocked out one live stream but not the other? We're smarter than the FBI. Do this, do that. Well, everyone's trying to watch the fucking movie, girl. Go home. Does she not have a home? I feel like she just lives above my head. She's always there. Always, man. Spoiler alert too, baby girl. You didn't knock out shit. This video is fully intact, even though you think that the internet connection's been cut off and that the live control room is showing you it's a black circle. Now, the bigger question is the Bureau gonna let you continue to believe this when the video ends until they arrest you? Or are they gonna let you see for yourself with your own little eyeballs ahead of time that this video is fully intact? Remember, on April 1st, what did the FBI say about the cameras? Even when you think that they are disabled, Even when you think these devices are not connected to the internet, as long as they are powered on and the light is on, they are recording and watching in real time. I'll put something in the chat. The chat doesn't function when it's disconnected. Test. Oh, look at that. 4:49 p.m. The chat went through. That does not happen when the YouTube is disconnected. She hears me. She doesn't believe me. She wants the Lenovo ThinkPad to be just like the HP Chromebook because she doesn't get it. Look, the chat says chat error when it's not actually recording. Also, friendly reminder, Unit 207 is bugged in some way that even when y'all think that no one can hear you whispering, they have eyes and ears on you. Maybe you should pay more attention to your own devices and the fact that you're getting your data from Verizon amongst other locations such as Sprint, who plan on suing everyone that gets an indictment, i.e. everyone that didn't blow the whistle. And maybe you should focus instead on what your cameras and microphones are doing. Also note, baby girl, the control room shows the black spinning circle, and you believe because it's on your Samsung TV and going through your encoder, and you set the stream key and you planted the cookies, that this video is not going anywhere unless you sign off on it. Wrong. But you using the encoder and attempting to do that is why you're likely one of the females that are going to be adding attempted murder and conspiracy to perpetrate murder to their indictments. So again, with or without software and an encoder, baby girl, when I type in the chat, if it were actually disconnected, it would say error disconnected. It wouldn't say on the live control room that it has a fucking excellent connection. So although you think you've knocked out the HP Chromebook, you haven't. You've stressed me the fuck out, though. Thank goodness I had that dream about flying around with pit bulls and going after you with Joe Rogan, riding in a monster truck and shit. My only reprieve. Now back to the movie.
Terror has spoken. He must return his flesh to the sea. Rama. Stay away. Weary. Carry him away. Farewell, Terra. Sleep well in the sea. Who is this? What's it to do these? Moana. What king? Glory. What is it? Invader. It seems strange invaders walking under the sea. Demon. Did you hear, sisters? Demon. They had big heads. They walked in our ancient holy place under the sea. But they killed Terra. They must die.
They're here. I couldn't have lasted much longer. You're not alone. Here we are, Skipper.
Good. We'll need more fire. Everything in the car is soaking wet.
Feels good to sit.
How are the batteries, Hans?
They stay dry.
The atom plant?
Still hot.
You've got that worried look again, Hans.
You're right. I've pulled and checked every wire and part in that darn radio. They won't operate. I've tried everything I know. I tell you, it's simply hopeless. How about a long string and an oatmeal box? Oatmeal box.
The radio will dry out. We know it's not a dead planet. Not completely. Our group is the statue. And Ruby.
And the woman.
She's probably somewhere. For his sake. But the main thing is, there could be a whole race of people out there watching us, hiding, afraid that we'll observe them.
Fight them?
We came from above. Drop. To them, we're probably some kind of monster.
What if they're human shaped?
They very well could look like them. But mind you, I'm only advancing a little hypothetical science fiction. Because nothing should be overlooked. Let's face it, they built a city that's now under the sea. Hans, it must be true. Many made it to shore from the sea.
Then why didn't they build themselves another?
We may find they did. When we explore the planet.
Before we leave, I'll meet her. Beautiful song and a beautiful girl. She must have heard you.
Where is it?
Everywhere. Suppose it be an omen? Maybe she's helping us. If I could just see what she looks like.
Can the car make it?
I'm sure.
A feeling of foreboding had come over me. A chilly, ominous sensation. I didn't know what it meant. And I kept staring at that rock I'd found, as though perhaps it might hold an answer.
Andre! Andre! Thanks for waiting. She take care of you.
Stop teasing him, Hans. He's in love.
So now you know what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, I feel so bad for the whistleblowers. Finally, we should all be chill. Those who want to go to prison kind of got what they want. They got one laptop that appears to not be recording, except for what they approve. And then those that are going to prison are still yapping at everybody else. More! 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 Go downstairs with the Google stick. More! And it's crazy because, like, I've been super sleep deprived. You see me lay down, I look like I'm sleeping all the fucking time. I'm not, I assure you. Like, maybe, and that's why I'm having such wacky dreams where I'm flying around with pipples and shit. Okay, I'm laying there trying to sleep and thinking at any moment some dumbass police officer is going to break down my door and shoot me in the head. That's what's going on. Is the live stream off? Is the live stream off? Do I need to stay up after my 4 hours of sleep to try and keep the live stream on? This is the sleep that I've had for weeks, but it's been especially awful the last 7 days. And every fucking time I'm up, I swear to God, that cunt is upstairs. It's like she doesn't sleep. She's a fucking robot or something. That's what it's like. She's just always there. Going, do it, do it, do it. And the other people are like that. And then Kishana's like the most rational fucking vagina that's ever up there. That's why I assume she's a whistleblower, but I don't fucking know. Because like when she talks, she actually has something to say. Usually it's stop. Don't do that. Or do this instead. You know what I mean? But the other ones, it's like, my God. What in the fuck?
Let your boiling, red-hot earth rain down upon the invading demon who dared bring death to terror. Hear us, O God of the fire mountain. Pour forth thy red-hot earth. Come in its fire.
The Space Beach Babes also have a special little geyser that blows molten lava, I guess, at dudes from Earth that kill pterodactyls. This movie just keeps getting better and better. I need one of those. I need a molten geyser.
It's gotten suddenly dark. It's no wonder. What makes you say that? There's an ash cloud above us. An ash cloud? A volcano, yes. It's spectacular. And beyond the volcano, it looks like the lights of a city. The red spot Andre saw. We must get a move on. Not right away. This might be our only chance to gather some samples. We'll have an ash to take away with us. All right? We'll go to a much better vantage point right now. Sherman, come, but look at the magnificence. No one on Earth has seen such a sight.
This would be a fun ride at Universal Studios. You're in a spaceship. Suddenly you're attacked by a pterodactyl. You shoot it down. Space Beach Babes try and kill you with a volcanic geyser. You go underwater in a little submarine.
That's enough. The lava is rising. We waited too long. They've covered our path. Perhaps we can run a rope. Oh,
we did it before. From John. There's no more time. Don? Yes, I hear you. Quiet across the level. Climb on quick.
Oh, it's amazing.
Audibility getting better. Why is he talking? It's simple. Giving radio distance according to your request.
And on that note, I do think I should make it clear to you guys right now, if you plan on doing a repeat of what you did in March, and the plan now is to drag your heels, and hope you don't get detained before I run out of internet or run out of money in the bank account that you locked me out of, that I have no idea how much money is in it. I've been getting $30 payments for money owed to me for over 2 years. You know, by my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser who's been bragging at Snohomish Superior Courthouse since 2019 how the Everett Police Department was going to help him to kidnap my sons and get a change of custody for no legal reason. And to make it appear that I was either a criminal or insane. It was always one or the other. Anyway, just to be clear, if at any point in time you cut off my internet again, I am pulling the fire alarm while holding the camera with the video footage. I don't think it will happen because from what the FBI has said, I have no doubt in my mind that before 4th of July, you will all be cuffed. I believe that it's still supposed to happen before Indy's birthday, but what I don't know is, are you being charged for an out-of-state kidnapping? If so, until that occurs. So if at any point in time the internet cuts off and that's what somebody's waiting for, just be aware. I will pull that fire alarm and I will get the sheriffs here.
Determining distance 2 miles. It's Lockhart.
My reticence in pulling it is Anne-Marie Bauer has had it go off once for a drill for a very short amount of time, like less than 5 minutes. But when children pulled it that used to reside here, not my own, it went off for over 4 hours, and it was so loud, the entire building was shaking. Maybe it's because I'm right next to it. So I'm reticent to pull it and to disturb all of my neighbors. And I also don't know if it's illegal to pull it when there's not a fire, because when I was a general manager at a movie theater, it was very much illegal for somebody to yell that there was a fire or to pull our fire alarm. That was in North Carolina. But that's what my plan is, to do instantaneously if the internet at any point in time shuts off from your man-in-the-middle networks.
I hope so, my friend. I'm sure. They'll be by here any minute yelling taxi. A remarkable invention you have here. Nice to hear you.
And just so you know, it is set up so that the fire department has to come and turn it off. And from what the Bureau said, with the March kidnapping, plenty of firemen and EMTs said shit that was in complete opposition to whatever the Everett Police Department said. The Bureau said that what the firemen and the EMT said was completely different than what the guy who blew the whistle, who you used with your fraudulent order, who got scared when he found out he was going to prison, and the police had to say. Which means to me, as usual, firemen who stay firemen are trustworthy.
Smash the panel! I've done everything.
And if you're wondering how that went down, it's my understanding the EMT guy that was hitting on me, the EMT guys were super sweet. One was hitting on me. He was adorable. Too young for me, though. Guy was probably like 30, 35, way too young. Anyway, who was hitting on me, I asked him to contact the Seattle FBI field office, pass on this message. And he did. And then according to the Bureau, they went and contacted the firemen that were here themselves. So the firemen had a visit from the Bureau. And the firemen were forthcoming. And some of them will be testifying against some of the individuals going to prison thanks to March 6th, who otherwise the FBI wouldn't have been able to put in prison. Remember, some officers are only going to prison for 2 to 5 years.
That's pretty. We must hold on. They'll be here. Wish me luck. For God's sakes, hurry.
Sherman, Leonard, Commander, Andre. Here, let me help you out, my friend.
I never thought I'd see your ugly face again.
We saving, and he insults us. So, we should have saved Kurt's robot instead.
Turn, you rascal.
You should make it. Is the robot finished?
Yes.
And then don't forget, the Bureau still has text messages from Richard Garcia to me, some 3 years old, talking about how my neighbors, the HOA and the Everett Police Department, were going to collaborate with him and say that I was crazy or a criminal so he could kidnap the kids. And also, later on, texts about how that would be beneficial for my stepdad so my stepdad could evict me and sell this condo. You chose to involve a man that has been arrested over 100 times in 8 different states. So again, the whistleblowers are getting paid for their hostile working environment. The rest of you should literally be concentrating every single day on enjoying everything that you have to enjoy before, like you've done to me, is done to you. You'll eat better, but it will probably be more insufferable than what you've put me through once it gets to a few years. So if you didn't blow the whistle, I would take all of my PTO, lickety split, and enjoy yourself.
It was just a mental month. And yet when his destruction was imminent, he called my name. Looks flaccid and calm. A frightening. Yes, I suppose it does.
You use imagination. We'll soon be home. That's right. But we'll leave a friend behind. Come. Join the rest of us.
So we took stock of the situation. And though we tried to keep our spirits up, it was still pretty discouraging. The volcano had destroyed some of our provisions, and our rocket ship's fuel supply was low anyway, considering the added weight of Kearns and Sherman. It looked like we'd have to be starting back very soon.
What else is there to do?
Well, we can look for Andre's journal.
Very cute, huh? You name them after us?
Well, with triplets, it's better with numbers. Looks to me like he's raising his own countdown.
Why not names?
I forget.
I'm worried about him. So you really found proof there were people in this place. Hard to believe.
Believe it or not, my dear Mr. Kern, it's true. And they could still be here.
I don't go along with that. Could a human survive in a place like this?
You survived. And man will almost always adapt himself in time. And don't forget in the dim past we all lived in war. For centuries our earth was toxic. But that atmosphere evolved mankind's form, adjusting the earth. And I bet that these people on our planet couldn't live. The air would be poisoned.
I'm afraid I don't share your opinion.
You just can't close your mind to it. We found proof. Proof of intelligent beings.
And those lizard men of Kearns.
That's proof. Look, suppose they do look like lizards. Couldn't they be people? Suppose they saw the ship, got frightened, then donned their lizard costumes, eh? Then jumped
I just
up and
typed in
down
the chat
secrets
window
away.
again on the HP Chromebook,
What possible story could explain it
hoping
better,
that
huh?
the girl upstairs that's corralling everybody to do more
Joking
fucking
aside, my
crimes shuts the
Man,
fuck up.
lizard or what? I know there were or are intelligent people here. If we just had the time, I think they might come to us. Look, even you, Kern, said you thought you saw the lights of a city.
And I do want to be clear here and say that I'm kicking myself in the ass for not just following the FBI's instructions, because if I could have done this shit 3 days ago, I would have saved myself so much stress. But I didn't. And they're the ones who said to log into both fucking devices. Let them plant their criminal cookies. So in the event that there's an undercover agent upstairs that's like, yeah, jackass, I've been having to redo everything over and over again. Well, my apologies.
Beyond the volcano.
I said they looked like, not were. Here, you two. Have some coffee and rest your voice.
If only there was some way to communicate with them, some way to make them understand we were not an enemy, that we wanted nothing except to know their ways, study their civilization. Or was it really all just fancy? Just my wishful imagination? And that sound only an accident caused by the wind in the canyon?
Now that's for your countdown, man. Oh my God.
Wake up, sisters. It is a new land is safe again. But what is that? Something strange is there. Come and see. The demon. It is sent to us by the god of the fire mountain. He shows us his power.
Better get out and locate her, Andre. She wants you to stay on. Just you wait.
I think perhaps we should be trying to find her and take her with us.
I vote for that. She might not like us much anyway.
If we can explore beyond those hills, I'll bet you money we find her and the city.
You've been reading too many comics.
Kern wouldn't believe she existed if she were sitting on his lap right now.
Want to bet? We're here.
Sisters! All of the invaders have not been destroyed. They are stronger than the god of the fire mountain. But now, terror will speak.
I think we did a job we can be proud of. Look at all the samples we got. There's going to be a large headline when they see all these great things we're bringing back to them. This one's loaded, old man.
Steady, child. Bring the Spectra.
Terror, most powerful of all the gods, show us your wrath. Bring forth the waters and the fiery heavens. Let not one invader remain to walk your land. You have heard us, great terror.
At first, we didn't pay much attention to the rain, though it seemed heavier than any rain we'd ever seen. But it continued without let up. In fact, it seemed to increase in strength. As we planned our takeoff procedure, which required some adjustment because of currents in Sherman, I know we all felt slightly uneasy, nervous, as we listened to the heavy rainfall on the ship. For myself, I listened with a sinking feeling, as though every drop were taking me further and further from ever finding her. Then suddenly,
We take Andre.
This was all level ground when we landed.
Stream's running a whole new channel of office.
Yes, sir. Look there. Crack right there across. It widens any wall along the line.
Quick! Right here where emergency flash off. Maybe we can beat it.
I started a poll on the HP Chromebook.
Everybody back to the ship. Hurry, Andre. Hurry, Andre. Hey! Don't you see? Look, they're like us. We must stay. We must live. They are stronger than our God. They are stronger than terror. Terror is a false God. There is a stronger God.
Why don't they remake this movie, man? This is way better than a remake of The Lion King.
most strongest God of all. We worship you.
Well, that's the story. It's been 2 years now, and there's been no plan to return to Venus. Lockhart and Kearns have moved on to other missions. There's Mars to be explored, and Jupiter. But I can't forget her, and I'm going back. Maybe someday I'll see her. Maybe I'll die trying.
Excellent. That's my kind of movie. The topics, 1960s Soviet space. What the hell, dude? That was quality cinema right there. Such good names here. Naked Massacre, is that one good? Cosmos, War of the Planets. Carnival of Souls, I know I've heard before, but I don't remember ever seeing it. Polar Express. Let's try Cosmos, War of the Planets. A spaceship intercepts a mysterious message and then crashes on the planet. This one's newer. 1977. You can watch this too on internetarchive.org. Did you fill out your answers to the poll? The poll will be closing soon on this live stream. Oh, the answer that has won on my end is yes. The other options have no other selections. I'm not kidding you. On my interface, that's the only answer that shows is yes.
Check our coordinates to base Orion. Compare figures with signal direction. Angle alpha 37. Angle alpha 12, velocity 600 miles per second.
Signals in direction course. Power signals constant. Exact coordinates, signal exact direction. Course confirmed.
Check the distance of the stellar explosion. Loco, check the computer. There is no constellation in visual distance. No stellar explosion. Ask the new coordinates to escape the rays of that explosion. Information requested on explosion is non-existent. No change of course necessary.
There's something wrong with it. It's the end.
There was a reflection of a cosmic explosion occurring 10 million years ago.
The editors of this, some guy whose name is Charles, his last name Really. Charles Really. I feel like that could be the last name of every Charlie I've ever met. $1977. Not as good of a year for movies as the 60s, but I'm in a sci-fi mood while I'm illegally detained. The actual mood I have is I wish I was camping. I wish I was swimming in the lake and I was sitting by a fire right now. Maybe having a drink or two, fishing with my boys. But I have broccoli still, and mashed potatoes, and asparagus.
All directions constant. Repeat. All directions
I gotta save it too. I'm gonna inhale as much of these veggies and the bread and butter as I can stand, and I'm gonna conserve the rest.
Miller? Huh?
Repeat. Cannot hear you. Cannot hear you. Repeat. You're inside.
There's no doubt about it, and that punch of his proves it. In the report, I charge Captain Hamilton with insubordination. So you think the facts have been altered?
I've never received an order from Miller. I've never even seen a report from Miller. All I have ever seen is a bunch of notes from an electronic hunk of metal. Now, I'm not in the habit of taking orders from a machine. It was an insult, sir, and he deserved it.
But he's talking about the greatest brain ever made by man.
Exactly, by man. The case now is in my jurisdiction. You should have contacted Hamilton personally. Perhaps a conference with Captain Hamilton would have been the proper procedure at my
Dear Godzilla, thanks again for the broccoli and the asparagus and the butter and the potatoes. So nice to no longer be part of the Auschwitz diet, courtesy of the Everett Police Department's Nazi regime at all.
Captain Hamilton certainly will be disciplined. You can go now, Miller. Commander, I'm silence. You're a barbarian, a savage. They warned me when they transferred you under my orders. The warning wasn't necessary. Your arrogance was well known in advance. We knew all about it. Continue, Captain, and in just 1 month's time, I'll transfer you to the quartermaster service. Not a rosy prospect, Commander. I should consult Wiz for what happened, so that he would give. Eliminate dangerous personnel. I won't consult Wiz. I'm putting you in command of the spaceship, leaving for the Vega sector.
Well, Mac, now that I'm going outside, I'll try to find a good bottle of whiskey for you.
Good idea, as long as it's Scotch.
No problem.
There you are.
This is the airlock chamber to bridge. Segura is ready for instrument test. All set.
Enter decompression chamber. Maximum duration, 10 seconds. Repeat, 10 seconds. Clear the area.
It's an old satellite for the interception of gamma rays.
It's practically a monument. You know that thing must be 100 years old? Telecameras 3 and 4 working. Activate radio contact with the outside. Why in the hell did you send only one man out there? Well, I thought, Captain,
Come in, Peter. Peter, can you hear me? Very well, Captain. It's too hazardous to work alone. Re-enter the ship immediately. We'll prepare another crew member to go with you. The orders are
that outside we work in pairs.
Don't worry, Captain. I'll be extremely careful.
Captain, look at screen number 2.
Stop it, Segura. That's an order. If that battery breaks, the acid will destroy your spacesuit. I know what I'm doing, Captain. It'll only take a few seconds.
To be clear, I'm not even hungry right now because I've already been so filled with that bread and the broccoli and asparagus, but I am killing the asparagus and broccoli. I can't kill the asparagus, broccoli, and potatoes. But I'm about to finish off that broccoli and asparagus. Then I'm going to treat the rest of the food that I've acquired like it might be the most food that I get for another 2 months, even though I know it won't be that long.
You're a damn fool.
Carbs are weird though, I gotta say. Like eating that bread, 2 big chunks of that baguette with 1 piece of cheese broken over the 2 of them and some butter.
You've got plenty of time to get back to the ship.
Like I just felt it like go straight into my body. It felt like literally the whole loaf of bread just went into my stomach.
Stay calm.
I'm saying that because like nothing fills you up faster, man. Than
You've
just
got 3 minutes
bread and butter.
before the suit will corrode. You have 2.5 minutes.
But nothing tastes better than green and red veggies.
Hold on, Peter. Captain Hamilton is suiting up. He's going out to get you. Can you hear me? You've got 1 minute and 30 seconds, Captain, before that acid eats through his suit. Captain! Captain, it's so close. Take it easy. Sleep.
They're too far away. With that speed, they won't make it.
Look, Neela. What's going on? What are they stopping for? It's too late now, Neela. Segura is a dead man.
probably getting 2 pounds just in vegetables already. But delicious. The broccoli and asparagus is gone. I'm done eating now.
Oko, are you sure this spaceship's in the orbit of the satellite's passage?
Not I, but he seems very sure.
And I could have been done multiple servings ago.
Here
But
it is. The satellite has entered our screen.
But I feel like I'm gonna have a food. I feel like
Give me the data.
Wait a minute, I'm recording. Distance, 180,000 miles. Speed, 73,000 miles per second. Angle of trajectory.
Actually, I feel like it's the day after
degrees.
Thanksgiving when you get to have cold, delicious
End of the
turkey
dot.
sandwiches with
Object
cranberries
identified
and
as the
cream
satellite
cheese.
data. Satellite is completely
Way
safe.
better than
No
pizza.
intervention necessary. Proceed on present speed and trajectory. Satellite information now programmed. Distance 180,000 miles.
We're lucky.
73,000
We don't have to stop.
What do you think of Captain Hamilton? Don't you think he's a fascinating man?
What the hell? What does it mean? Seems almost a message coming from space.
Pâté de foie gras. It seems I have to relieve, but in only 20 more hours we'll be on our way back to home base.
I hope I don't.
Yo, move.
Bravo, Marseille. All he thinks about is vacation.
I feel like my stomach was this big, and then I ate so much
Captain?
food that it feels like it's literally like on the back of my
Our
esophagus.
computer is picking up a strange signal. Here, sir, you better take a look at it.
Thanks.
From my stomach to my butthole feels like it's full of bread,
It's impossible.
butter,
The computer's got to be
asparagus, and
wrong.
broccoli.
You understand, Colonel?
And a
Yes,
piece of cheese, and a piece of cheese.
It will be done, sir.
You know we can't allow this to continue.
I will inform you.
Report to me as soon as you have anything.
Those damn signals are damaging Earth's radio and video systems. I'm receiving solicitations from all over the world. Washington and Moscow have already called me 3 times.
Well, Colonel Altman, it's lucky for us that you're here.
Yes, sir. Let's get down to facts. What disposition has Wiz given?
Wiz affirms that behind this strange signal there's an alien intelligence that knows all, and there's danger. Wiz orders us to find the emission source and destroy it.
Good. Send an airship at once.
You hear that? More of those signals.
It certainly sounds strange.
Oh, come on, relax.
I agree that those are not normal signals, but I also think the computer isn't functioning right, that's all. So stay calm. I really think that computer in there has just got to be drunk. These strange signals could be radioactivity meeting a cosmic belt. And if these signals are really being sent and are not cosmic radiation, I figured they'll be strong enough to reach the ground. And I'll bet that they're being heard on every radio telescope on the entire Earth. Your move.
What's the nearest spaceship to the emission source of the signals?
It's the MK-31, Commander. MK-31.
Who's the MK-31 commander?
Captain Hamilton.
Hamilton. Fred Hamilton, the one on the Sirius expedition? The Mars incident? Intolerant of any kind of discipline. He should have been rejected.
Captain Hamilton is a good commander. It's true that he has quite the temper and that he takes a little too much personal initiative. But I'm convinced that while these aspects are negative on Earth, they're very useful to a commander-in-chief of such a very important expedition. The MK-31 will have to move beyond known space, and Captain Hamilton is the most suitable man to do it. With your permission, I don't feel that Hamilton is right for the situation.
Hamilton is to be discarded.
Let me go, Commander. Stop this wrangling. Wiz will decide. Captain Hamilton will go and do what he'll be ordered to do.
No, I haven't the right crew to undertake such a dangerous journey. We've just completed a mission lasting 6 months and are due for rotation in less than 24 hours. My men are tired. They need a rest. They want to get back to Earth and to their families.
Evidently, I didn't make myself clear enough to you, Captain. I did not call you to debate. Wiz's orders must be carried out.
Nonsense. If a machine says to go out and get killed, it does not mean I must do it. The new rules allow me to disobey such an order. I'm reserving decision. I'll report to you later.
Consider your future, Captain Hamilton. Forget the new rules this time. You've got to obey, Captain. The commander here has helped you before. But now not even he can help you. He'll be unable to protect your career if you persist in your refusal.
Think it over, Captain. At the end of the mission, you'll all be given extra leave with the possibility of a very fine promotion. I'll be the first one to suggest it. You'll all be heroes. From our press room, you'll all be followed continuously by journalists from all over the world. Think it over.
I'm sorry, Commander. No member of my crew wants to be a hero. And the normal leave is going to be fine without a promotion. And tell that hunk of metal that MK-31 is returning home. Captain Hamilton, I think Dr. Jane Fraser would like to speak with you.
Hello, Fred.
Hello, Jane Fraser. It's been a long time.
I won't try to talk you into changing your mind. I only ask that you behave justly. Allow the crew to choose. It's the only democratic way, I feel. That certainly does seem the fairest way to handle this, doesn't it? Hi, Richard.
If you got to choose the next era that you incarnated into, and you had to give 2 choices, and then the final decision wasn't yours to make. I would choose the 20s or the 40s.
How long?
The 70s, I feel like everybody was just drunk and on drugs, dude. That's back when all the pregnant women used to get drunk on the regular. They all smoked and drank booze. Shrinky dinks were cool. Disco. I'm good on passing on the 70s. Fondue, though. Fondue.
It's strange how some printed words can evoke emotion. You live in a different world. Not a world of words, but of things that you could not express.
Mila, you're the one who's lost contact with life. You've let yourself be.
The 20s is good because then you go from horse-drawn carriages to jet airliners
Able
to
technicians,
computers.
chemists, physicists, engineers, but
The 40s is good because the 50s and the early 60s, best time to be a young woman, I think. Best clothes.
and you forgot
I'm fine with sexual harassment.
love.
Departure from the big band era. I would love to know though, why do I feel so fucking hot? It doesn't even look hot outside. The fan is blowing and I feel like I'm just like covered in this layer of non-sweat sweat. I'm cold to the touch, but I feel sticky.
I think I'll never use the cosmic lamp.
You must never,
Never be fooled by imitations.
You must kiss me more often from now on.
You know something? I feel this is my first victory over machines.
Captain, the radar scanner indicates 2 shining points. They're approaching rapidly.
All crews to your stations. Establish contact with Base Orion.
Tell Commander Armstrong it's urgent.
Spaceship MK-31 has to speak with Commander Armstrong.
Anyway, let's just pause this and let's talk about cool shit that the FBI has that I'm curious to know about. The FBI has some device that makes it so that they can look at everything that's on my screens and on your guys' screens at the same time without it being detectable to any of us. Is it because they're providing your data? In my mind, that's how that would be made possible. Or is it some sort of machine that has like incredible, undetectable, like radar-like capabilities? That's not a radar. Cool shit that I want to know.
It's urgent. Commander Armstrong's coming.
What's happening, Captain?
Our radar's picking up 2 strange metallic bodies. I presume they're spaceships.
Spaceships in that part of space? They could be asteroids. They've got to be asteroids.
No asteroids could vary their speed like that.
Is it some sort of like cool new agey frequency thing that just bypasses the internet altogether and picks up frequencies? These are things that I want to know. I know what the CIA has, and the CIA has shit that literally fits what I just described. But it's not even new. But the Bureau gets stuff after the CIA's already had it for a decade, and then the FBI gives it to the police after they've had it for like 7 years. Anyway, I'm curious. Shout out to the FBI and all the whistleblowers, but also to the FBI who has to listen and watch all of us.
They're being controlled somehow.
Captain, try to find out what's happening. But remember, they're not terrestrial spaceships. That is, if they are spaceships.
There's a way to get an answer to that. Activate the scanners.
Executed.
Executed.
Executed. The 2 objects are now in our cameras. They'll be on your base scanner momentarily. Transfer everything to Base Orion.
Oh, and for those of you that are like, that's not the way it should work. The FBI should be ahead of the CIA. From a moral standpoint, I would say that I agree with you, but the agency's job is literally to make sure that humanity, primarily Americans, but humanity and Americans get to live in this happy little serene life. We all have problems. But that's your job as a CIA employee or independent contractor. It's to make sure that you don't tell people shit that they can't handle. It's to prevent mass hysteria. That is why they have shit before the Bureau.
And they're really spaceships. There just isn't any other possibility.
Establish contact.
Negative contact.
And the Bureau has shit before the police because of police departments just like the Everett Police Department. Not a new thing, remember. The Everett Police Department has basically been a disgrace to the justice system since like 2011. Let's be real. Just a revolving door of criminals working as officers. And I like the guy that got kickbacks from the bikini stand. I do not like the undercover officers who threw girls in jail for giving them a $20 tip and the girls flashing their snatch.
Hamilton, try again. Try with all possible ways of communications. Try with the radio, too. Wait,
And why do I feel that way? Well, I feel that way because although I have never been a sex worker, I do believe, and always have, even when I was a teenager, that sex work should be absolutely allowed. I believe wholeheartedly it would save many marriages. And I believe if a woman wants to get paid money to have sex or to show her naked body to men, that there is nothing wrong with that, as long as she's not giving them diseases to bring back to their wives. Also, some of you who've been stalking me for a long time have probably seen on my Facebook me and two Chip and Dale guys in Vegas. That was a real good time. Excellent photos, too. Did you see the photos on Facebook? Me and the two Chip and Dale guys?
let us contact Wiz.
You know what's legal in Vegas stays in Vegas.
I'll interrupt contact with base. Mila, analyze the spaceship on our computer. Ask data about the crew and their weapons in terms of absolute probability.
Data insufficient.
In other words, we'll have to be content with a relative probability.
Unmanned spaceships armed with long-range disintegrators. 70% chance.
Battle speed. Battle speed. Activate disintegrators. Coordinate direction rays. Activate laser. Best range, 50 miles.
Approaching range. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. We've been hit.
Internal pressure is 5 Gs.
Now, although I don't care about police officers getting kickbacks from bikini stands, what I do care about is police officers stalking, police officers engaging in child abuse and indoctrination based on disabled children's disabilities, police officers endangering children, police officers orchestrating aggravated criminal kidnappings and changes of custody solely to avoid the accountability that they deserved before they perpetrated some of those felonies. I care about illegal record sharing. I care about police officers corrupting various institutions. I care about police officers cajoling innocent civilians to join them and to aid and abet in the stalking and terrorization of innocent civilians that they've deemed an enemy who have a higher security clearance than they do. I care about police officers who kidnap and assault a woman and plant evidence and destroy evidence and obstruct justice and perpetrate orchestrated frauds, including from their own personal internal affairs department. I care about justice. I care about police officers who engage in activity that is not only unbecoming of an officer, but unbecoming of a civilian. I care about prosecutors who acquire fraudulent documents because one of their friends had a small dick and didn't like that I wouldn't fuck him anymore. I care a great deal about the future of the Everett Police Department.
What's happening? Reactivate contact.
I care about police officers who engage in extortion. I care about police officers who subsume a city and county's budget allotting a bill they're contractually obligated to pay that is more than the city's annual budget. I care about city employees that call themselves police officers defrauding the state, the county, the city, and attempting to defraud the United States of America. I care about police officers facing retaliation for doing what's federally required of their commanding officers. I care. And I should care the most. But you will find in your future that the Bureau, who is very much, it's my understanding, in a formation that completely encloses this building as well as on some of the floors up above, that the Bureau, the Department of Justice, and the prosecutors that relocated here just to prosecute you, they care even more than I care. I care about police officers actively attempting to terminate a live stream to make actionable the one and only felony they haven't already committed against an innocent woman that they have slandered, defamed, illegally detained, starved, stolen from, destroyed the property of, whose family were weaponized against her because of their stupidity and belief in the police being police and not what they are in this case. Domestic terrorist since August 6th, and an aggravated criminal conspiracy since a couple of years before I reported their threats that you all made actionable.
At once. Our equipment seems to be working perfectly, Commander. They must have stopped transmitting.
Commander, the newspaper men are in the press hall. They followed everything.
Commander, we've got another question.
And on that note, don't discount the sheriffs, ladies and gentlemen. I want to remind everybody that the sheriffs have been as eager to throw your asses in jail as I have been. Same with the Seattle Federal Marshals. The federal marshals, the sheriffs, and Mystic Gwen have wanted you guys to be arrested since right before Thanksgiving. The Bureau trumps all of our wants and desires, and the Bureau, their objective remains what it's been since the beginning, to make sure that anyone and everyone who's been requesting to go to prison for the rest of their lives has their wish granted. Whistleblowers, you should feel confident. You've done the right thing and you're going to be compensated for your hostile working environment. You are going to have to testify against people, some of whom I'm sure are your friends or were, and they are going to go to prison for the rest of their lives. That was their choice. In many instances, according to the Bureau, some of you who blew the whistle literally told them, acting as though they had forgotten about the law. They never forgot. Their intentions were clear from the inception of the never existent legit operation.
To ask, have you planned to answer
It's
this
the
attack against the Earth?
final
What are you talking about?
countdown.
There's been no attack against our planet. We've all seen a spaceship.
I played the song, but I don't want you to.
MK31 has been hit as part of some weird game.
Will you please stop misrepresenting facts? A space skirmish does not mean that Earth is in peril and that we've been attacked.
That spaceship out there could have weapons.
Our basis didn't cite anything that could make us dread an attack.
Why have you already given the alert signal to all the bases?
Oh, because we'll be quiet. That is a military secret.
Yes, sir. The public must know about that ship. We may be facing the vanguard of a whole fleet.
Damn, that's enough. Get out of here. I won't answer any more questions.
The Earth is in danger. The Earth is in desperate danger.
Aliens are attacking Earth.
Vanguard of a fleet. Our bases
Prepare the faces. And be destroyed by MK-31. Spaceship enters.
Oh, faithful Orion's monitors, we have seen the beginning of the end. Spaceship approaches Earth. I can't make it, Captain. The centrifugal force has immobilized me.
And just to be clear, although I've said it before, I'll say it again. Some of you wonder, well, you never even cry. You don't even cry about it. You haven't even been crying about it or talking about your kids or anything. You have put me in a position, and I am such an excellent mother, not just to my sons, but to any child that is blessed enough to spend time with me, just as I am blessed enough to spend time with them, regardless of if they came out of my vagina or not. I am in a position where I know my sons and what's in their best interest while they continue to be kidnapped and indoctrinated and terrorized on levels that I'm not even going to articulate, specific to their disabilities, like your police department and prosecutors made possible in order to facilitate the kidnapping, in order to force regressions and behavioral outbursts from both of them, and in order to indoctrinate them and endanger them and use them to perpetrate your, all of the things you've done. My son's best interest has been for them to remain where they are, because I'm still very much illegally detained by you. You've made it so I cannot be a mother for over 300 plus days. And you tried to do that for a couple of years before that and failed miserably. Just stealing money from me left and right, everywhere and anywhere that you could. And you're going to be charged with that. Remember, every unlawful and unwarranted act comes with convictions. And then recall, if you will, there has never been a single legitimate legal court order bearing either of my names. There's never been a legit operation. The FBI has confirmed repeatedly from day one, it's been exactly what was reported in 2017 and made actionable by volunteers and people eager for accolades from men who were unworthy of badges, law degrees, or any of their numerous wives. And all of you who failed to blow the whistle, you willingly chose to participate. And all of you that blew the whistle, I commend you and feel bad for you in the position that you're in to begin with, as well as I understand how shitty it's going to be to testify against some people that you probably really do like, even though I obviously do not. That being said, I am so ready for this shit to be over. I would love to shower and be able to not even look at these fucking devices other than to push play on a fucking podcast for like 24 hours maybe before, the door comes in and an officer pulls a gun on me and you think the video's off and then the bureau shoots him in the back of the head or whatever the fucking incident's going to be.
We have to make it all maximum we can blow up the ship, Captain. We have to break clear.
And then you have to remember also that the Bureau is very much cleaning out the Everett Police Department. Remember, that exodus began months ago. Okay. But they are also taking down people that they're happy to take down. For instance, Anne-Marie Bauer, according to the FBI, has had what's coming for her in store for her for over a decade. She's apparently terrorized numerous people in very similar ways than the ways in which you all worked with her. Richard Garcia, obviously, guy's been arrested over 100 times in 8 states. He's tried to kill both of the children you gave him. so you could try and avoid your child abuse charges. Not going to happen. In the interim, you've amassed numerous aggravated criminal kidnapping, child endangerment. I mean, a lot of charges. Remember, those of you who work with children, the FBI has already said you're going to be barred from volunteering at the school district. You're not going to be allowed around children anymore. Period. Again, not talking to the whistleblowers. So you have to remember that although the Bureau's primary focus has been the Everett Police Department because of all of their fucked up shit, they're taking down attorneys. They're taking down Anne Marie Bauer. They're taking out Richard Garcia. They may or may not be taking out my mother and stepdad. Depends on what they know and didn't know and what they're honest about and aren't honest about. A big way the FBI gets people, you see, is most people don't realize that a single lie to the FBI is a federal offense that requires a minimum mandatory sentence of 2 years should they choose to prosecute it. One lie. One lie. One lie. And they are taking them out. It's just the Everett Police Department, by leaps and bounds, has the most people going to prison.
Push the auxiliary pusher button. Power. Try to reach it. Go on.
Anyway, like I said, I'm hot and sticky. I want to take a shower. I would love to be able to sleep for 8 fucking hours. Can you imagine? I'd love to be able to sleep for 4 hours without waking up every hour and a half indoor, laying there for 2 hours and sleeping for 2. Something you have not allowed me to do for over a week, no matter how often I lay there and try and sleep. I'm waking up because the podcast has stopped, and I've learned that that means you're planning criminal cookies on this laptop to shut off the live stream on that laptop, and that could mean the one and only felony that hasn't been made actionable that was reported in 2017 is about to occur, and an Everett police officer is about to come into my fucking house and blow my brains out. And then say it was suicide. She did it. She's crazy. What's crazy is men and women who took an oath to serve and protect, who should have been arrested 3+ years ago, 2 years ago, a year ago, yesterday. That's what's crazy. So I'm saying that because although I understand that all of the whistleblowers are surrounded by people who very much vehemently oppose the notion that they're going to prison for the rest of their lives, but also have to know they really are. I don't know. Did they think they were just going to keep on going and somehow miraculously I would be dead right before I went out the door? Yes. The answer is yes. That is what they thought, fools. That's why they proceeded, and there's only one remaining felony to be made actionable, because that was how it was supposed to end. But again, the Bureau has insisted that is not how it's going to end. Thank God. And thank you to the whistleblowers, the only officers that will still be officers in a month.
Deactivate main generator.
So I don't sit around and cry and make complaints about things that one would assume that I would, because it's not because I'm detached or void of emotion. It's because I know what the best interest is for not just my sons, but a vast majority of people that surround me. I am, after all, a legally ordained minister / freelance author who provides confidential advice, as I have been since 2013, as has been adjudicated on in every United State and territory, and as many individuals at the Pentagon, in Congress, in the Senate, in Silicon Valley, and in Austin, Texas, can all attest to. Meaning, I tend to put others before myself. Does mean I have a bit of a superiority complex. I do truly believe that I am better than most people ethically. Ethically. Not smarter, not better looking. Ethically. And I feel that way because I am. And I do put others first. I also have a propensity to put people in their place after years and years of telling them to stop doing no-nos. Usually, the exact way that this is about to go down. And that is with my friends in the federal government that are far less kind than me and extremely protective of me.
Captain, the B circuit in the main generator has been damaged and needs to be repaired. I will let you know when it can be done.
How are the auxiliaries? Normal course. Speed reduced to a fourth, only now.
Captain, I can't reactivate contact with Earth. The auxiliary engines are...
I did remember the key point that you should always keep in your mind. Everybody's purpose is exactly the same. No one wants to hear it. Our purpose is what? To stay alive. That is how you win eternal life. It is not a farce. You can call yourself atheist. You can say you're agnostic. You can be a Mormon, a Catholic, a Taoist. It doesn't fucking matter. The premise and the rules of the game and the primary objective, although no one likes to hear it, are truly to remain alive. And the only way that you remain alive is by keeping your conscience clear and clean. You do bad shit, prison might scare you. What should really scare you is the fact that you're likely to commit suicide and to never again exist. So remember, Godzilla signs off on everything. Everybody is miserable. People have happy days, and then that's always followed by a fucking shitstorm. It's like, 1 week of happy, 3 weeks of chaos and garbage. You're totally in love with this person. They're perfect. 10 years later, they're the complete opposite of what they were. All they do is scream at you. They're insane. What the fuck happened? Where is your spouse? These are all our creator, Godzilla, who wants us all to love Godzilla more than anything else and to be grateful for being in a fucking body instead of dead. Remember, I've been clinically dead a few times, ladies and gentlemen. There is no golden gates, no old guy with a fucking beard. That's not what happens. An amazing feeling occurs that can't be put into words. And then you're dead. And it is better to be here and to be quadriplegic, doused in gasoline, on fire, having someone throw more liquid acid on your face while you're screaming in agony than to be dead. Which is what happens to people who do not keep clean and clear consciences. So remember, all of us have the same purpose. Stay alive. And if you're alive right now, you've done it before. Congratulations. You do not get to stay alive when you're doing awful, awful shit and you don't atone for it. It will eat you up inside, in or out of prison. Rotting souls. Rotting souls. Anyway, that's it. Just wanted to remind everybody. You're doing great. whistleblowers. You're doing great.
They're too weak. They don't have sufficient power.
Activate videos 14 and 7.
And 17 and 6.
Gravitational force is increasing fast.
The angle's drift coincides with the planet's axis. We're being attracted by its gravitational force.
We can't stop the fall. We'll be smashed to bits. Ask computer for forced landing data.
Insufficient energy available. Impossible to enter orbit at such high speed. Six minutes before impact.
You must stop the descent instantly.
Activate vaporizers.
It's no good, Captain. There is not enough time left for that now.
Activate vaporizers. Right?
It's increasing. There's no way now to stop the fall.
It's too late, Captain. We've had it. That vaporizer still can stop us.
Captain, the spaceship's fall has stopped.
Nice going. I should think that the computer has realized that by now. Now let's see if I can stabilize us.
It's impossible.
The spaceship is sustained by an anti-gravitation force of unknown origin.
We're in the planet's orbit at 500,000 feet.
But it's against every physical law. How can there be a planet with a variable gravitation?
It's dark, cold, inhospitable.
There are also craters.
It almost looks as if the atmosphere is frozen.
Shall we send a probe, Captain?
No, I was thinking of landing on the planet. Jack, is the landing module in working
The
condition?
module is working perfectly, Captain. And it will be much easier to repair that faulty generator if we're on firm ground.
All crew members to your stations. Prepare for landing. Switch on videos 2 and 3. Activate the monitors.
And one more thing. For those of you that still haven't blown the whistle, I want to remind you of a couple of things. One, there is a cheat code. It's a cheat code that's in the Bible and numerous books, Old and New Testament. The cheat code's real simple. You feel like shit? Stop doing it. Apologize. Atone. The Bible literally says you will instantly feel better, and it's true. It's true. Even if a person looks you in the face and says, I don't accept your apology, that's fine. You also don't have to apologize to a person directly. You can stop what you're doing. You can apologize to your creator. Second, no one has broken into my house with a gun pulled on me yet. If you haven't blown the whistle, I highly suggest you do so now to get the best plea deal you may have provided to you at this point in this game. I do not, however, believe you will be compensated for your hostile working environment like other whistleblowers, because it is late. But I do know from what every agent at the Bureau has said to me that every officer that knows my name from the north to the south precinct, including John, the chief of police, who I've never met, are going to prison unless they blow the whistle before the blitz sweep. And that's it. I did take 2 Benadryl. I'm planning on trying to go to sleep. And if you guys cut off the live streams, I'm going to duct tape the deadbolt, make sure the deadbolt is nice and secure. And I'm just going to try and crash. And if you cut the live streams, I'll deal with your hacks fucking when I wake up, which hopefully, maybe, perchance, I doubt it, but maybe, I'll be able to sleep for more than an hour and a half to 2 hours without waking up frantically looking at the devices.
Mila, analyze the external data.
Oxygen 15%, azo 70%. Atmosphere and gravity similar to Earth's. This zone of the planet will stay in shadow another 45 Earth days.
The men in charge of space research get ready to leave in the module. The rest of you remain on board.
The Benadryl hasn't started to kick in yet, but I'm expecting it to kick in at some point in the next 30 minutes. And for anyone who's new or blissfully unaware, every time I lay down to close my eyes on top of all that shit, there's always one vagina and one guy upstairs that have been waiting for the opportunity to hack without my eyeballs being on the task manager, where they try and hide things like data decoder under spare renderer and try to throw me off as to what page they're on my laptop illegally. A settings.
Captain, you're the first man to set foot on this planet. We're outcasts on a lost planet in space, but at last we have something firm under our feet.
And then I'm going to remind you of a point of fact that remains the same as it's been this whole time. The whole time meaning since July of last year, which is, if it's allowed, it's being allowed by the Bureau to prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. If there are 4 people upstairs and 2 are whistleblowers who aren't participating or are directly trying to sabotage it, they're not getting prosecuted. But if there's 2 people willingly attempting to commit what they have already stated to your dumbasses repeatedly is a series of felonies with 1 criminal act, which is fucking with the live streams. Remember, there are a couple people upstairs who are literally looking at over 1,000 years in prison, minimum mandatory sentence, just for what they've done to my live stream since January of 2025. And I say that because, remember, there are some there's still a small margin of people that truly believe at this point in time they're going to get away with it. And that I'm going to be dead before I ever make my way 2 miles that way to the courthouse. Spoiler alert, like the Bureau has said from the beginning, I'm not ever in that courthouse. I won't even be testifying against you when the state of Washington is hammering your asses with what the FBI has called hardcore indictments. Remember, the Bureau gets you first indicted in King County. Then you get transported from King County Jail, or you do a Zoom meeting with Snohomish Superior Court. Whistleblowers are the only exception, and undercover Bureau agents. So I'm saying that because although you stress me the fuck out and have me thinking literally every day for 2 weeks plus now that some officer is going to come to my house and shoot me in the head. Yesterday, you did it so much that I literally resigned myself. I just laid there and I was like, I'll just let him shoot me right here on the bed. Because I was feeling bad for myself. On the couch. I'll just let him shoot me right here on the couch. On the fucking video. I'm not even going to get up. But the reality is, the Bureau is going to know exactly when that moment is. And although it'll be alarming to me, I am expecting that if anyone pulls their gun, that they're going to have a hole in their own head. So fast. Annie Oakley style.
This planet offers the wonderful opportunities for specimens.
If you're wondering what my mood is, it's the same as it was yesterday. My mood is black. I feel like fucking George Floyd. I've been screaming about your fucking knees on my throat for a long time.
I haven't noticed traces of water. Immediate air's moisture allows the growth of primitive nuclei, some form of life. This ground must be rich in iron and nickel. Take a look at this rock. Any radioactivity?
No indication yet.
Mira, look, this is organic.
Find anything, Mila?
No.
You?
It's a growth of some kind.
Interesting. I wonder what it is.
It's similar to lichen back on Earth, but not identical. I'll analyze it later.
This is a cure. There's something after me. No! Stay back!
Who's that?
That's Jack. Stay where you are. Now we're going to split up into two groups. I want no heroes. We'll find him. All right, let's see. You right here. All of you go with me. The rest of you go in that direction. Okay, let's go. And don't lose sight of each other.
I think I found go toward those rocks. from one place and appeared in another. Captain, I don't get it.
Look, this is no natural phenomenon.
What's unnatural is a sphere like this, here, among these rocks.
It's all the work of a fiend, the same fiend that killed that tourist.
Wait a second, where's Greta?
Hope Fiction, Ezekiel. And you will know.
What does Marcellus Wallace look like?
Does Marcellus Wallace look like a bitch?
What country you from?
Then why'd you try to fuck him like a
They
bitch?
speak English and what? What? English, motherfucker! Do you speak it? Yes. Then you know what I'm saying. Describe what Marcellus Wallace looks like.
What does he look like?
What? Say what again? Say what again? I dare you. I double dare you, motherfucker. Say what one more goddamn time.
The path of the righteous man is constantly beset by being surrounded by evil.
Does he look like a bitch? No! And why you try to fuck him like a bitch, Brett? Yes, you did. Yes, you did, Brett. You tried to beat. And Marcellus Wallace don't like to be fucked by anybody except Mrs. Wallace. You read the Bible, Brett? Yes. Well, there's this passage. Ezekiel 25:17. The path of the righteous man is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and
In the tyranny of evil.
Blessed is he who in the name
Blessed
of
is
charity
he
and goodwill
who in the name of charity and goodwill shepherds the weak through the
For
valley
he
of
is
darkness.
truly his brother's keeper.
For I am truly my brother's keeper
of lost
and the
sheep.
finder of lost
And I will
souls.
strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to poison and destroy my brothers. And you will know my name is the Lord
When he lays his hand upon you.
She was with us when we started out. I gave orders for us to stick together.
But she's not here.
You're right, damn it.
Captain, you know what happened to Jack? The same thing could have happened to Greta.
That we can find out. Am I coming through?
Our reception here is very good, sir.
Remember,
What's going on?
you don't get to
Jack's been
choose
and we didn't
God.
materialize in this cave.
God
Greta's missing.
chose
Have you heard from her?
you.
No. We know nothing. But if you can't find her, maybe you'd better come back to the ship. The technicians checking the damage have reached positive results.
Maybe you're right. Max got a point, Captain. Let's get out of here and go back to the ship.
No. With Jack murdered and Greta missing, we can't leave. We've got to try to find her.
Calm down, Richard. There's nothing we can do for them. And maybe Greta's waiting for us outside.
You know that you're living life right, the more miserable you are, unfortunately. That's the rules.
Check your apparatus.
Check every religious text from around the world, from ancient archaic shamanism of the Sumerian people
They're signals addressed only to us.
to Greek mythos,
An inert rock
to
that transmits
Judaism, to
signals from Earth.
Christianity, to Buddhism, to
This sphere is a sending
Confucianism.
station. Our quartz crystals have this property, but they have to be
The
activated.
path of the righteous
Anyway,
is
the power now
always
is limited.
surrounded by tyranny and evil. That's the name of the game. And you gotta
It
choose
seems a little
life,
clearer.
even when you're surrounded by literal demons.
I'm almost sure there is.
That's crazy. There's no one in here.
And some are real
We've got to
pretty.
find out who or what's sending that message. Signals feel stronger to me. Hello, Control. Record everything you see here.
And remember, the reason for that is because, like Godzilla says, Godzilla is a jealous god.
Let's look around.
Godzilla wants you to love Godzilla more than anything else and to be grateful for your body and your ability to feel pain and pleasure. And I am a shepherd. Although my official title is legally ordained minister / freelance author who's been providing confidential advice since 2013, my job is, say it with me, to keep people alive. Period. That's my job. I feel it's the most important job. To keep people alive. I would like for humanity not to go extinct because every one of them is evil. And that is what Godzilla has planned.
Shut up, Richard. It's us. Our brainwaves make the telepathy become sound.
My race was great once. The machines served men, and my people were happy. Then the huge machine stole the command from me, and we became slaves. All this before the great explosion. I am talking about an atomic catastrophe. Its survivors, as you see, have regressed to an animal state. Strangers, Amok knows why you have come to this planet.
I think we've got to do something. We will. Captain, can you hear me? Maybe they don't know about the rest of us. We can attack them from the rear. It'd be simple to do, sir. We can use the disintegrator guns.
Don't worry about us. Repair the generator.
I am Itor, chief of my people.
You killed one of my men. Why?
No. The immortal monster has killed your companion. Many of us have died. The Black Peril kills all those who dare to go out of the caves. We cannot do a thing against him. We can only hide in the innermost recesses of the planet.
Listen, I think they're sincere. And if we help them, sir, I think it could be the answer to all our problems.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. We'd like to help you fight your enemy. Can you tell us where he is?
Sage Amok says that in the Shining Cave there's the monster. Amok recounts that the Great Death came from him. The monster hates any people and kills them without pity.
This race was once a great civilization. In every way.
This city still seems to be alive, and who knows how long it's been abandoned.
Let's go, Captain.
The radioactivity is reaching dangerous levels.
It's too dangerous, Captain, for us here. The city's an atomic stockpile.
The radioactivity is continuing to rise.
Let's get out of here, Captain.
I've established the signal's location. The message comes continually from a mysterious source and is retransmitted by the sphere.
It's not enough. We've got to go back to the ship and consult the computer. Itor, we can destroy the enemy, but we have to go back to the ship first.
No.
We have no choice. Itor, the weapons we need are on board, and we can't do without them.
The woman will stay with us.
There's no alternative, Mila. We'll have to trust them.
Whatever happens, I love you. I'll be okay now. Go to the ship.
As you heard, Wiz is positive that of prime importance is Earth's defense. On the other hand, the unknown spaceships have not signaled on our radars, and the other signal from space has also ceased, and it could very well be a trap. We can't risk it. All Earth bases are on alert.
Wiz's decision was the best.
Captain, we found him. I'll be right there.
Commander Armstrong, from Coldest Base, they communicate that the sector HF-203 is refracting the passage of any kind of wave.
Their ship could have landed there.
That zone is totally isolated.
It's only a polar ice field with no interest.
Unless vicinity of the pole has provoked some magnetic joke with Kolar's instruments. Ask Kolar's base to verify all the instruments and to act accordingly. I want any and all data sent here to Orion at once.
Yes, sir.
Pay attention, please.
Let's know something. Did you locate the ship, Captain?
I don't know, sir.
Did you?
I believe so. The enemy spaceship should be in the Arctic. The situation is under control. I'm sorry for the headlines you had in mind, but Earth is not in any danger. Didn't bias. No.
What will you think of?
I'll think of you and me back on Earth. That's what I always do, my darling.
The enemy is a computer. The images you see are materializations of its energy. To destroy it, press button for its elimination. Probable color, red.
We've stuffed a ton of information in this gadget, and the only answer we get is probable or possible.
I want a reliable answer.
No certainty possible. Index of probability 50%.
I belong to Glasgow, dear old Glasgow town. There's something the matter with Glasgow, for it's going down round. I'm only a common old working chap, as anyone here can see. But when I get a couple of drinks on Saturday, Glasgow belongs. All right. Come on. Get back on board and get the protective suits on. You weren't worried, were you, Mila?
Just a little. I knew you'd come for me. And I'm glad you brought another spacesuit. The radiation in that city is deadly.
Well, I'm glad you're okay. Captain, I'm getting all kinds of electronic signals. The meter's starting to go crazy. I don't understand it. Mila, stay here with Wright. Holden, you're coming with me.
Yes, Captain.
Earthlings, put down your arms. You must not disobey me. Earthlings, step forward. You have been brought here for a purpose, the most important task of your lives. Cooperate. Do not make me destroy you.
You said you called us for a purpose. What is it?
I will respond, Earthling. Once long ago, the inhabitants of this planet constructed perfect machines. The machines performed all the work for them. The inhabitants of the planet were happy. Their only function was to control these machines. But even though this was their only function, it became a chore. So man built me so that I might control the machines and be able to construct new ones, thereby inheriting all of man's abdicated responsibilities. One day, the planet was attacked by alien forces. All of the machines were destroyed. The inhabitants regressed rapidly. I became the only one with the knowledge to construct new machines. And now I am able to construct them myself. I will make these machines invincible. then I will be able to conquer the galaxy. You must help me to replace some of my circuits that were damaged by the alien forces. Without all of my circuits functioning, some of my memory banks are blocked. The inhabitants here do not have the intelligence to be utilized anymore. For that reason, I have summoned you.
Why did you attack us with the 2 ships? You could have destroyed your only means of help.
I only wanted to neutralize your engines. After that, I pulled you to the planet with my energy source.
Where did you get this energy
The Everett
from?
Police
Send
Department
messages
isn't
to
doing a
other
very good
galaxies
job
and
answering
to
the polls.
amuse
The
yourself
poll
keeping the dead
closed
alive.
and the winner was yes on the other live stream on the Chromebook for Are You Going to Prison? The majority won there and it was yes. So the Lenovo ThinkPad, it looks like the answer is also yes. Because that's what I see on my interface. I just asked if you too were in the Prison for Life Club of the Everett Police Department. Yes, no, or I plead the fifth.
Please destroy it. We'll take our time repairing it. We've got to find that red button.
FYI, you can plead the fifth all you want, but that doesn't get rid of thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of video footage that's been transcribed and provided to a federal judge. Not just every few months, every month. Boop. Oh, let's see what the visual delay is. Only about 5 seconds on the Lenovo ThinkPad.
Captain, that red button there. Shh, not so loud it might hear us.
Hurry up, Earthlings. What's taking so long? I'm losing patience.
Anyway, I haven't heard the rabid asshead for hours and hours, so maybe she did actually go back to her own house.
Faster, Earthlings. You have many to replace, and I've waited too long for this. Hurry.
Ay, ay, ay. Tomorrow's Thursday. Friday, everyone makes a fucking appearance.
That's it. That's the one.
Or tomorrow's Wednesday. Tomorrow's Wednesday. I keep thinking I'm a day ahead. All day long I've been thinking it's Wednesday. Tomorrow is Wednesday. Today's Tuesday. Today was the target day. I guess the target was just destroying both devices to prevent video and audio footage.
With all that power, the planet Earth will be destroyed.
Or maybe they're just taking a little respite since yesterday they decided to give the FBI evidence of more coordination in 4 different instances where they cyber-attacked my devices and then came running downstairs or sent their fellow domestic terrorists and co-conspirators to my door.
What the hell are you doing? I have an idea.
It's things like that that you guys don't really think of, those of you that are going to prison for the rest of your life. And then it's things like that that you don't think of or consider when the Bureau is very much recording everything you say and do upstairs as well. Like when the girl's like, "Are you ready? Please go down there. Please go down there again like you did at 7 o'clock." And then you do it, so she shuts up. And then I, Mystic Gwen, get in trouble because I'm like, "Shh, you're going to get detained. Run away. Run away."
Hurry! The whole planet's crumbling!
You haven't conquered me, Earthlings. I am stronger than ever before. I will follow you to the end of the galaxy and annihilate you!
Colas Base communicates a strong explosion in the sector HF203, and the zone is not isolated any longer. The radar sentries report that no flying objects have left Earth's orbit, while an aviation scout has seen large metal segments scattered here and there on the ice field.
Call a press conference. Give them press release number 2 that we've isolated and destroyed the enemy spaceship. And you can burn the other messages.
Okay, Commander.
Nah, Marseille is a nickname. In the Valley of the Rhone, you don't have megalopoli, but only small towns. Montpellier, Arles, Marseille. My grandparents came from Marseille, and that's how I got my nickname, Marseille. Cutlets au villageois. But the bechamel is very good.
Look, Marseille. It's Mac.
How did he get here? Let's bring him in. Give me a hand.
We'll get him to the dispensary. Easy. Oh, wait. What did it?
She's hurt. Loco, we're in the infirmary, but we have to get back to the bridge.
Yes?
Will you send someone down to take over?
Don't worry, I'll come down myself.
So just going to remind you, I am currently logged into the Lenovo ThinkPad as guest user to circumvent criminal Android apps, HP Chromebook running separate live with all those intact, showing it's actively being controlled and programmed to be unusable without Everett Police Department via Unit 207 picking and choosing what, if anything, goes to YouTube, or to be frank and honest, so the prison goers believe. All of the whistleblowers who know that's true, don't say anything. Don't say anything.
Raise power to 10 Gs. It's too much initially. That generator might not be able to take it. I said maximum, Segura. We might blow up. We'll blow up if we stay here. The generator isn't all the way up yet. I said full power, Segura. Sir, it's impossible until the generator. Stop giving me excuses and do it. Here I am. I'm okay now. I'll take over, Segura.
And some of you may be wondering, well, was it a whistleblower who programmed the operating system to make it so you were able to log in as a guest user on the Lenovo ThinkPad? Yes. Probably. Sure seems that way, doesn't it? You know, some of the whistleblowers are fully aware that the rest of you tried to send them to prison for the rest of their lives. So again, shout out to the whistleblowers. I feel bad for you, just as I'm sure you feel bad for me. I'd rather be down here, though, than stuck with that sort of company. The Benadryl is starting to kick in. I want to go to sleep. I want to go to sleep for at least 4.5 hours of real sleep, not be lying there uncomfortably, being too hot, or feeling sticky, or hearing the podcast or whatever I'm playing has gone silent.
I've established contact with her.
I think because I ate all that asparagus and broccoli, I feel like I'm going to be able to sleep really well.
Prepare yourself for a big surprise.
I literally feel like I ate
We
an
did not
8-pound
behave
baby.
well toward you. Wiz has told us you had one chance.
That's how
in
full I
1,000
feel.
to make it.
I feel like I swallowed a whole baby with the food.
I agree with you that machines can be wrong, and we're very happy to see.
Carry on. Continue to delegate all your decisions to the machines. that man will continue to prove that his brain is still superior. As I said, prepare yourselves for a big surprise. You'll soon be seeing one of the inhabitants of the planet you sent us to. I'll give you a full report when we reach the base. Here's our guest.
He looks terrific. He seems like one of us.
I am happy to welcome the newest member of the crew. Hey, Captain, he's automatically an officer in that uniform. Take him to the doctor for a checkup, will you?
He certainly looks okay to me.
Eat her. Let's go.
Captain, I need some rest. I'm tired.
Well, by all means. Now everything's all right. You can sleep for 2 days if you like. Go. Request coordination with Base Orion. Give data to the computer.
This is Orion Base.
There's damage in the line between the generator and the instruments. Our connection with Earth is interrupted again. Captain, perhaps in the corridor.
Better check the computer.
Breakdown due to sabotage.
Activate interior video 1 on the emergency generator. What the hell are you doing here, Ogo? I told you to look after Greta.
No, Nietzsche's asleep.
I decide what's needed or not. Red alert! Stop Greta.
Captain, she's here. We found her.
Greta, we don't want to harm you. We want to help you.
He killed them! Oh, there was all that blood. There was so much blood.
Everybody out! Come on! Quick, activate all watching devices. Of your race, I'm still powerful. You don't do the door on me like you can't do anything for Etor. So I get it, Captain? No, Holden. I know how to get rid of that monster. You stay here at the control console. Open the door. Mila, you've got to get out of here. Come on. Come on, I have a little surprise for the youngest member of your crew.
Oh, look, Peter, there's your baby. Oh, it's your baby. It's mine. No, it's mine. I can't believe it. Look. What a darling baby.
Ask that hunk of metal if we're on the right course, and how long it'll take us to arrive.
Direction, course exact. Estimated time of touchdown, 30 hours. Earthlings.
Say the quote with me. Imagine their surprise.
Welcome to Art Bell Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from November 2nd, 1995.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening and good morning across all these many time zones. From the Tahitian and Hawaiian Islands, where one can only imagine the setting, to the U.S. Virgin Islands, where the setting is very similar in many ways. Then down to South America, north to the pole. This is Coast to Coast AM. Good morning. Good to be with you, everybody. And I say good morning because that would include the majority of the listeners out there. Well, I don't know if that's true. Probably have to do some calculations on that. Anyway, last night, I want to bring this up first. I mentioned, as a lot of media did, about a thing called the Good Times virus, computer virus running around rampantly, allegedly on America Online. Well, some people say it is a hoax. A lot of people say it's a hoax. Maybe it is a hoax. And that would be good if it is a hoax. Nevertheless, if I were to get, let me put it this way, if I were to get a message entitled Good Times, it would get deleted faster than the speed of light. I sure wouldn't open it. So, but it may be, well, maybe an urban computer hoax. Who knows? All right. Well, I've got a lot of things to mention, but I've got one thing to mention first. That's kind of a personal joy, and I haven't been able to say anything about it until now. And uniquely now I can. In my time zone, it remains a very interesting day for my business. Today, November 2nd, marks the 75th anniversary of commercial broadcasting in the United States. Station KDKA in Pittsburgh is credited with the first broadcast on 2 November 1920 with a broadcast of the Harding-Cox election returns, asking the audience if they heard the newscast. Then they should respond by writing to the station. And that was sent to me by my board op, Rick Jacobs, down at KTUC in Tucson. And I ached last night to be able to tell you what I'm now going to tell you. Not that it will be meaningful to most of you, but it will give you some idea of how I feel about radio. As many of you know, my wife is also an ex-broadcaster. I say ex only in the sense that she's not presently on. We've toyed with her doing a show and so forth. But on the 75th anniversary of commercial broadcasting, we went out, got some attorneys and broadcast engineers, very competent people, and my little town of Pahrump, not technically a town, I guess, we're sort of an area of assembly. We have not incorporated as of yet, though there's a big fight going on about that. We filed with the Federal Communications Commission, my wife filed in her name, for a radio station license to broadcast here in the little town of Pahrump. And the filing date is now closed, and one has to keep one's mouth shut until the day it closes. So I thought it was kind of unique that my wife filed her application on the 75th anniversary of the initiation of all commercial broadcasting in this country. It won't be a big one, 6,000 watt FM radio station here. And there's not a whole lot of FM here, to be honest with you. In fact, there is really only one station licensed to the area that serves sort of this area and Las Vegas. And there was a time when you could not walk into any establishment in this town, in this little town, without hearing that station playing in the background. And they played oldies but goodies. It is one of my favorite formats. I love oldies, oldies rock and roll. And at some point, you know, you've got to bear in mind, I'm in a very rural, little farming community type area here in the high desert. And that just went over very well. They loved it. And then the station, of course, inevitably a year or two ago, underwent changes, and the dawn of Howard Stern. Well, Howard Stern didn't go over real well here in Pahrump, Nevada, as you might imagine. So Pahrump was left without a station. So we have rough plans to do the following. Now, it's a long process. Everything with the government and the Federal Communications Commission goes very slowly. But if granted the license, we'll go back to the oldies that Pahrump loved. And then perhaps at 11 o'clock at night through, say, 4 o'clock or 6 o'clock in the morning, we will naturally throw a switch and broadcast this program to the residents of Trump, and they can listen to their hometown boy. So there it is. And if any of you have any comments on broadcasting in general, as you know, I'm a total radio freak. I love radio of every kind, shortwave, medium wave, long wave. I've been in radio since I was old enough to begin taking apart my mama's toaster. And that's, I started building little things in cardboard boxes. I started building electronics in cardboard boxes when I was very young. So there you are. And I think it was auspicious that this filing took place on this particular very historic date. And Rick down at KTUC says, and it's too bad I was not able to get, but he actually has a recording of that scratchy first broadcast from KDKA in Pittsburgh. Now, we can get it, but it'll be a couple days late. Maybe we'll get it on for the 100th anniversary or something of radio broadcasting. Anyway, that's something new going on in my life that I wasn't able to tell you about until now. And it's very exciting for us.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from November 2nd, 1995.
Now, on to the news of the day. In Miami, I'm sure you've heard another school bus problem. Another school bus in the news, bus full of children with learning disabilities, was hijacked early in the morning by some guy who said that he had tax problems with the IRS and a bomb strapped to his leg. He apparently jumped on the bus at a railroad crossing. Driver of the bus kept her head, had communication going with police, held a mic open. A negotiation ensued and failed. A chase ensued that went on for about 15 miles at low speed. Another low-speed chase. It culminated with the crack of rifle shots, 3 of them, which entered the body of the hijacker, causing him to expire. The hijacker was a 42-year-old man named Catalino Sang, and there was only, fortunately, 1 child injured, so it's a godsend. The only question, well, there are a couple of questions I can think of to ask you about this. One is, again, why are so many people wigging out, flipping out? Kind of like somebody just throws a switch and boom, they go nuts. Grab a gun, grab some kids, grab some hostages, more and more and more and more of that thing, kind of thing going on, and more chases going on. And NBC ran a pretty interesting piece from some fellow who said what we really need. And he pointed to the OJ chase and all the other chases that have occurred, the low-speed and high-speed chases, that when carried live by, for example, any large market station, particularly in LA, they have more chases than anybody else. And it's a big ratings grabber, and so the television stations send up helicopters, and we all get to see the car chase. A bird's eye view. And it gets incredible ratings. And so this guy was on NBC saying what we need is a car chase channel. A channel devoted to nothing else but car chases. Taking feeds from all over the country, wherever the current chase might be going on. And then later at night, or you got to cover 24 hours. The car chase channel has to be a 24-hour channel. So that in slack times, they could replay great chases or the greatest chases or the earlier in the day chases or whatever. It would be, I'll bet it would be an instant hit. Many years ago, before the genesis of the idea appeared anywhere else, I suggested on the air in Las Vegas to the 13 Western states that somebody could make $1 million if only they would start something called the Science Fiction Channel. And I said, I just gave somebody $1 million idea. It was about 3 years later. Lo and behold, along comes the Science Fiction Channel. I'm still cringing about that one. But, you know, you just spill your guts here on the air, so I thought it'd be a cool idea. All the best science fiction. Now we've got it. So anyway, this one went national. I didn't do it. The Car Chase Channel. What do you folks say? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Now, before you say thumbs down, what a terrible thing to have on television, answer truthfully. Would you watch? That's the only question that really counts. Would you watch? Because if you would watch, well, people would sponsor. I wonder what kind of sponsors what would you get for a Car Chase Channel? Tire companies, maybe. Armor-plated, bullet-resistant tires. Bulletproof glass. Oh, there, that's a good one. Bulletproof glass for the rear window. I don't know. The Car Chase Channel. I suppose the makers of that, what do you call that thing? You put on the steering wheel so that you can't steal it. They'd probably sponsor it. Car alarm systems, they'd go for it. Cars generally involved in a chase. Really want to get away? You need some horsepower. You know, that kind of, I don't know. Anyway. Very serious, quickening news. The Philippines, here's one to scare you. Typhoon Angela has had wind gusts to 230 miles per hour. You see, in the Pacific, these storms have a lot more ocean to go across, and so they build bigger. And it is looking as though the eye is going to pass right across the Philippines. Early Thursday, Angela was centered about 270 miles east of Manila, moving west at 12 miles an hour. And so I'm sure that it has already done it. 15,000 houses so far destroyed or damaged. And about 135,000 people were evacuated. So can you imagine wind gusts of 230 miles an hour, sustained winds at 180 miles an hour? That's absolutely incredible. Incredible. Now, again, NBC following up with, this is turning into a big story. The FBI wants a national system to allow police to listen to 1 out of every 100 phone lines in high crime areas. Or they put it another way today, 1% of any big city phone systems telephone calls at any given time. I heard the president just a few moments ago on the news at the top of the hour talking something or another. I can't recall what it was. I wasn't listening that carefully, but something about American values as it relates to drugs or something or another. We've got a story on that. But how does this phone tap thing, maybe you should have had a word or two to say about American values when it comes to that. The FBI, the government, argues that digital communications, computers and all that, make it very much important they have this new authority to tap phones. Congressional approval is going to be required, so there will be a fight. The feds say it is not a new invasion of privacy. The phone company wants to meet with the FBI and will do so tomorrow to talk about exactly what it is they want to do. Are you for it or against it? Is it an American value or the perversion of an American value? Is it going after the bad guys or is it a Fourth Amendment violation of the good guys? Does the amount of crime justify doing what they want to do? I don't know. You tell me. It is an important question. Some will consider it a first step toward eventually Big Brotherism. And listening to not only those who might be contemplating a criminal act, but those who might be contemplating a political act. You follow me? So it's kind of tough to keep control of this kind of thing once you get it going, and I'm very leery of it. They probably do it anyway. That's my feeling. They probably do it anyway. And so there you are. As a matter of fact, there is a new report out on drugs, and we might talk a little bit about that this morning. It says teenage drug use in America is not just skyrocketing, it is exploding. We are losing the drug war. Cocaine use is up. This is really incredible. This is teenagers now we're talking about, and the sample study involved 200,000 teens. Cocaine use is up 36% over the last 2 years. Marijuana? Check this out. 1/3 now of all high school seniors say they have smoked pot in the last year. There are more whites, as a percentage, than blacks using drugs. Check that one out, folks. Think about it. More whites by percentage than blacks are using drugs. And I'm sure from the black perspective, it's kind of nice for a change not to be at the head of some negative list. And so there you are. And you would have expected exactly the opposite because of, all the talk about inner city blacks and crime and drugs and all the rest of it. But the real truth is, by percentage per capita, more whites than blacks are using drugs. Go figure. But it's true. What is sad are the number of our teens, by percentage white teens, as a matter of fact, using drugs, cocaine, pot, all the rest of it. CIA and FBI joining hands using satellite gear now to try and spot the drug shipments, drug lords, using computers to model their houses so they can raid them and arrest them, looking for coca fields with satellites down many levels below the CIA building in Langley. And so the CIA is turning its attention on the drug cartels. Not a bad idea, I would say. Some people say it is a bad idea that spies do not make good cops. But we've got a lot of technology, and it's nice to be able to see that we're using some of it in what I consider to be a productive way. The alternative, of course, is to simply give up, and as a lot of people want to do, legalize drugs, and then we'd have some kind of America. I'll tell you what a mess that would be. No word today, further word on Boris Yeltsin, who is sickly. Well, okay, I guess I better break here. I don't have a lot of time. I've got a lot more for you, and I'll just feed you a little more, and then we will open the lines. A couple of really interesting things. There was a Hubble shot today that was so good that, in my estimation, it paid for Hubble. And I'll tell you about it in just a moment.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from November 2nd, 1995.
How you doing, everybody? I'm Art Bell. There was, earlier today, the most incredible, absolutely incredible Hubble shot. It paid for Hubble, as far as I'm concerned. I've never seen anything like it, and I'm down on my hands and knees begging one of you who has a good quality photograph of this new Hubble shot to send it to me in GIF form. Email it to me. I really, really, really want a good quality copy of this photograph. What am I talking about? I bet a lot of you saw it. It was on all of the networks. But Hubble managed to get this amazing picture of something occurring 7,000 light years from here. And we have always wondered how stars are formed. How does a sun get to be a sun? Where does it come from? Where does the energy to create this incredible continuing a reactive mass, where does it come from? Well, they got a picture of it happening. The picture shows, for those of you that have not been lucky enough to see it yet, these gigantic towers of gas and dust and debris and energy. These incredible towers, 6 trillion miles long. Now, the numbers begin to phase you a little bit. 6 trillion miles long. And then out at the end, or tips of these giant towers, you were actually able to see the birth of stars. It looked like a tree trunk, a gigantic tree trunk with things budding at the end of it. And the things budding, this is my description, the things budding at the edge of the branches are stars. It is a photograph, in my opinion, of the process of creation. And so if any of you have a good quality shot, if it's out on the internet or somewhere, grab it, please, and send it to me in GIF form. And we'll get it up on the bulletin board as well. It is just absolutely, it was awesome. I wonder what the rest of you thought. I just got this fax. Dear Art, I know you've been watching CBS lately. No, you know why I watch CBS? Because of stupid baseball. NBC was running baseball and preempting the news, and it was really ticking me off, so I had to watch CBS. I've gone back to NBC as my prime source. Anyway, Steve goes on. This is a Steve. You have to bear that in mind. I was wondering if you saw the piece NBC did about the recent Hubble photos of what can best be described as a massive dust cloud. The object over 7,000 light years away has a large abstract form. From it, tiny droplets, roughly the same size as our solar system, would form and drift out into free space. In so many words, scientists equate this to the hatching of stars. The cloud itself was an amazing image. I personally don't believe in God, but this entity had a certain godlike feel to it. I don't know what to say, Steve. You're a Steve too, and I have to agree with you. It was just absolutely nothing short of awesome. And I really, really, really want a copy of it. So hopefully somebody will fire me one. All right, let me open the phone lines and let us begin what we do here. Two-way talk radio. And unscreened, unpredictable. You guys can talk about anything you want. I don't care. It's up to you. We can just have fun. We can discuss the news. We can discuss creation as viewed by Hubble. We can discuss anything at all. The night is yours. First-time callers to the program from wherever you are. It's a little easier to get through on this line at area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. The wildcard direct dial lines, area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1295. 702-727-1295. West of the Rockies and toll free, it's 1-800-618-8255. That's 1-800-618-8255. East of the Great Mound, the Rockies, anywhere out east, toll free, it's 1-800-825-5033. 1-800-825-5033. Now, unfortunately, after ringing for a while, the phone company cuts you off and says, your party did not answer. At which point, I suggest you curse the phone company, all of their relatives, forever, and then pick up the phone and redial it. And persistence will eventually pay off, and you will get through, as evidenced by this. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art. This is George from Edwardsville, Illinois.
Hi, George.
Yeah. Hey, we just got the word out here on KRAM that you're no longer out here. What's up?
It is true, and I'm going to blow a secret out here, all right?
All right.
Let me, before I blow any secrets here, let me ask you what word you got and how you got it.
Well, it was just I'm at work this evening, and we turn in Roger Friedenberg at midnight, and you at 1 o'clock at our time, and they just said that the request was made by your company that they no longer broadcast the program.
That is correct.
Yeah.
There's more to it behind the scenes than that I won't bother to go into.
I figured as much.
But the answer is, watch for us in the next couple of weeks on the mighty KSD.
KSD.
You got it.
You're going back to them.
You got it.
All right. I had to tell you what, KRAM's reception has been really poor lately.
Yes, I know.
And so we're...
It was very troubled. They were on the air and off the air, and satellite troubles, and that's what I say. There's no point going into all the reasons for it. Yeah. By
the way, we were awfully disappointed we didn't get your Halloween show.
Well, I'm sorry.
But that's all right.
Anyway, as you well know, KSD has a gigantic signal, and this will open it up to all of St. Louis and well beyond.
By the way, do you know if we're going to get the full 3 hours back of Roger Friedenberg or not?
Yes, you are.
Oh, we are. Great.
You are. And you'll get my full show, and so, yeah.
Because before on KSD, they cut you off at, I think, 5 or 5:30 in the morning.
Well, that may be. I mean, all stations eventually go to a morning show, so.
Right. But we're glad to hear that, because we do miss you.
Well, I'm glad to be able to give you that news.
Okay.
I'm not altogether certain I should have, but since you brought it up.
Well, since we didn't get you tonight, we were kind of curious.
Yeah, well, changes, the world is full of changes.
Right. Enjoy your show.
Thank you, my friend. Take care. Hopefully in the interim, why there are so many stations out there that are listenable in St. Louis that the word will no doubt quickly get around. That'll be about 2 weeks, I'm going to guess. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Oh, hi. What a surprise. I got in so quick.
Yes, it can happen.
How are you doing tonight?
Very well,
You sound upbeat.
Well, sure.
I love it when you're upbeat.
I love it, too.
I wanted to comment on the bus, what happened with the children on the bus today.
Yes.
Do you know anything about why they did not, or could they not get the man out? Did they actually have to shoot that man in front of those children that are already dealing with, a disability?
Well, there were, I'm sure, a lot of factors that went into it. One being that he claimed, or he said, that he had a bomb strapped to his leg.
Yeah.
I presume they had certainly no way of, prior to examining him, knowing whether that was true or not.
Yeah. Well, here on a report, I heard that he wanted to go to the restaurant where he had worked at. And I wondered if he went to that restaurant.
He did go to it.
He did?
And that is where the shooting occurred. First, he wanted to go to the IRS building. And then for some reason, after the chase, they ended up at this restaurant where he used to work. Look, here's my view of things. If you say you're going to blow up a school bus of disadvantaged children, you can pretty well expect if they get a clear shot, you're dead meat. And so I can't say they did the wrong thing, and I won't.
Well, I agree with you there. I was just wondering, I had heard nothing about any real circumstances, and I just wondered if that might have been a little overreacting, or if they could have, what state of mind they had the man in when they actually shot him, since they were communicating.
Think for a second that you're on a SWAT team.
Yes.
And some guys got a bomb strapped to his leg.
Yes, I have a son-in-law.
And do you want to take the time to try and rush him, giving him time to set it off? Or do you want to put a bullet through the part of his head that's going to put him down immediately?
Well, definitely you would want to put him down immediately, but if you're in the process of negotiation, that's what I was concerned with. If anyone knew what...
Well, one line used was negotiation failed. So presumably he was not negotiating in good faith or any faith at all, and was saying either the following happens, either my tax problems are straightened out, or I don't know what was said. So.
Yeah. Okay, well, listen, I love your show. I have a very short story if you'd like for me to give it for you. That I tried calling you Halloween night. It's a very interesting one.
Oh, it always is. Yes. Well, if you have a good Halloween story, save it for my next one.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay.
Save it for my next one.
Okay.
I love them, as you know.
Okay.
Where are you?
I'm in San Antonio.
San Antonio, Texas?
Yes.
Well, it's a pleasure to have had you on the show.
Well, thank you very much.
And you take care. I looked at that situation with the school bus, and they probably have no choice. And as I say, if you do something like that, you pretty well expect to get shot. You don't do that to children, disadvantaged, or any other children. You hop in a school bus, threaten to blow it up, you're going to get shot. And I would say, deservedly so.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from November 2nd, 1995.
On the first-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi. Oh, I can barely hear you.
Oh, my goodness. I'll talk louder. Can you hear me now?
A little bit. Well, just get right into that phone and project like you're giving a speech.
Okay.
Now, that's more like it. Sure, that's better. Where are you?
I'm in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Baton Rouge, all right.
Yeah. I just discovered you a couple of nights ago, actually, and this is the most truly eclectic talk show that I've ever heard.
Thank you. Eclectic. It is true. That's what this is. It's utterly different, and I never know where it's going to go, and that's all the fun of it.
Oh, I know. It's like it's a conscious stream of consciousness. If I can coin a term, but I too have a radio background, not on the air per se, but I've worked in radio in various capacities, and I wanted to say that I was aware of the 75th anniversary thing, and you obviously have such a great love of the media. This is why you're so effective in it. So, you said it may not be consequential to many listeners, but I do share the joy that you and your wife have in starting that new venture at such a historic time. And also,
that's what it is. It's an adventure.
Yeah.
Something I've never done, and I'm ready to sink my teeth into it. It's going to be a lot of fun, and my wife is just overjoyed. And to find out that the closing filing date, you see, the way the commission works, you don't walk an application in until the very last minute. It's a strategic kind of thing.
Well, do you really believe that that's a coincidence? I kind of whether you call it synchronicity or what, I think probably that does have some significance beyond what any of us know. And
To me, it does.
yeah. Okay, then. Well, I'm a fan, and keep up the good work. I love your metaphysical stuff without it being, real heavy. It's just an adventure, an exploration, and I love it.
Thank you. Take care. It's when it's there, and I say again, I would really love to get some reaction from some of you who saw these towers of whatever they were, the dust, the energy, the particles, the magic, and the literal birth of a star. To me, it looked like a sort of a giant tree with branches, and then at the end of them, these globules being thrown off that are stars. The birth of stars. Amazing stuff to be able to see in our lifetime. Just amazing. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Oh, hello there. There is a God.
Oh, well, of course there's a God.
Ron, you had a couple of questions last night I found interesting. I can't remember now when I was dialing, I remember, but it had to do with what we thought of. What was it? What we thought about something.
I ask about 100 questions
Oh, I'm sorry. Well,
a night, so
won't forget that.
I'm always asking you people what you think about something.
I know it. It was a very interesting one. Now, as far as the creation situation,
yes,
you've often asked that, and I think the fellow that answered that to take our free will of choice would be actually the only way that everyone could know that was a supreme being, and he said he'd never do that. But my husband says there's only one new thing on this earth, and that's a baby, because it's a fresh sperm and a fresh ovum.
Yeah, I know. Well, I thought some evidence of creation might have been the birth of stars. You're talking about babies. The photograph yesterday, ma'am, was absolutely
great.
It's one of those ones that stops you cold.
Yes, I know. Now, one more quick thing, please. Have you heard of a book by an Officer X? It's Cops Honest Look at Life on the Street.
No.
And I think you really find him interesting as a guest, and the book is fascinating.
Well, I once had Agent X on the show. All right, thank you very much. Agent X, I remember him. We had Agent X, who was an alleged, and I believe him to have been definitely the real McCoy, an ATF agent who debated on the air quite heatedly, I guess, with Linda Thompson. Oh, that was a wild one. That went on for, I'm trying to recall, 2 or 3 hours. Do the wild thing. It's 702-727-1295. Okay, go right ahead. First time caller line. You're on the air. Hi.
Good evening, Art.
Good evening.
Chris in Salt Lake City.
Hi, Chris.
2 questions, or actually 1 question and a comment.
Okay.
Were you an on-air personality on KRS 101 or KRLA in Los Angeles?
No.
Okay.
Turn off your radio.
Oh, I thought I did. I'm sorry. No, it's the wrong switch. And then my comment. Last night, my girlfriend and I were listening to your show, and she got really irate, about President Clinton wants to send out the troops to the Bosnia region.
Yes.
And you were asking what would it be his logic behind it, and
in any area other than compassion, which is not justification for the taking of American life.
Yes, sir.
I'm all for compassion, but I'm not going to throw a lot of people into a meat grinder because I'm sorry they're having a war.
Right.
So I was watching Talkback Live on CNN yesterday, and they were trying to feed us this crap. Compassion, my tail end. The compassion we ought to be feeling is for our own people.
Correct. She made the comment of, why do they have to do this, especially at Christmas time? Don't you know that they're tearing families apart? And a little light bulb just lit up above my head, and it dawned on me, that President Clinton, I believe he is a communist, and the Communist Manifesto doesn't really protect families; they protect individuals. So he wants.
He's not, sir. He's not a communist.
Well, then he wants to
look. Even communists at least have convictions. Don't laugh. They have convictions. This man, nearly as I can tell, is convictionless. Believes in what will get him back into office. So if he has conviction, it is in wanting to get reelected.
The trip back in time continues with Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM. More somewhere in time coming up. Premier Networks presents Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from November 2nd, 1995.
Good morning, everybody. Great to be here. It is a great morning, a clear night with about 3/4 of a moon above us here in the high desert. Stars are bright. God, that Hubble picture. Anybody out there with their hands on that Hubble picture, I want it. I really, really want that photograph. I want a good, clear shot of the photograph that was shown on all the networks yesterday of the birth of stars. Absolutely incredible. Listen, some lady last hour described my program as eclectic, and I'm very proud of that. Thank you. So, eclectically, we will, in about an hour, call, well, I guess the Dr. Lee. You remember Dr. Lee, don't you, from the O.J. Simpson trial? This is the Dr. Lee of handwriting expertise in the world. His name is R.E. Alton, and he is in Britain, probably London. So I'm going to pick up the phone and do it again. We'll do a short interview with Dr. Alton. He is the chief forensic guy, handwriting forensic guy, who declared the note that Chris Ruddy talked about, who we interviewed on the program. The supposed alleged suicide note of Vince Foster to be an absolute out-and-out forgery. And we're going to see if Chris Ruddy's claims about Mr. Alton are so, and I suspect they are. So I'll pick up the phone call London next hour, I think, eclectically. All right, a few faxes have come in. Dear Art, I am not devoutly religious, but I do feel sorry for Steve. Actually, all Steves. For it must be a private hell just to be so profoundly unintelligent. We did finally receive your book, both copies, yesterday. So far, it appears to be a very good read. We're listening on Talk Radio 810 KCMO. The station's so big, its call letters are on cop cars all over town. Thanks for a great show. A hound dog and nightshade. Hound dog and nightshade. And again on the Hubble picture, what really blew my mind, other than the beauty and awesomeness of the photograph, was the fact that we were privileged to see in our lifetime something that happened 7,000 years ago in real time. It was magnificent. I hope this is issued for purchase because they are truly worthy of framing as fine art. Well, shouldn't have to, we paid for the Hubble. Remember that? We lowly little taxpayers. That was our money, put the Hubble up there. We shouldn't have to pay. On a much sadder note, see, we go from awe-inspiring to the very bottom. On a much sadder note, did you hear the news about the young mother in, I believe, Michigan? No, I haven't. Who drowned her few weeks old baby in a pond near her house, threw her baby in a pond, to stop it from crying. Where will this ever stop, Art? Charlotte, listening to KEX. Charlotte, I don't know. It's not going to stop, Charlotte, until something changes, and that's what I view that we're rushing toward some great change. And not to be outdone, Mark, the avowed atheist in Louisiana, who faxes but never calls, says the following, Art. Regarding your opinion that through the ages, some religious stories may have been exaggerated, you know that if you ask a number of people which fruit Adam, when tempted by Eve, ate, most would say an apple. I would have said that. Wrong-o. Genesis only mentions that Adam ate from the fruit of a tree. The whole apple part was added later by some nondescript person, probably a teacher. The Bible would make a good movie on the science fiction channel. Mark. Oh, Mark. Oh, Mark. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Bill?
Yes, that is true.
Oh, I can't believe I got through this first time I tried calling, and I think you have a great show.
Thank you.
I was wondering, last night you were talking to Spandeo.
Yes.
Okay, I live in Stockton, which is about 40 miles south of Sacramento. I was wondering what would the implications be of what's going on over here.
In Sacramento?
Well, I'm about 40 miles south there.
Are you familiar with the term gurgle?
Yes.
Well, it's not a term, I suppose. It's just a word, isn't it? Gurgle.
Mm-hmm.
Gurgle, gurgle. That would be a term. But look, Nevada, depending on whose future maps you want to read, Nevada also is with the fishes. So, you know, I mean, we got to live this one day at a time, and where are you going to hide, right?
That's true.
So, you know, I mean, take some swimming lessons. What can I say?
And also, I've been wondering about these Steves. What's the deal with these guys? I've only been listening to these recently.
Steves are a secret society. And, well, here's the way it began. One night we were discussing a very serious topic, and that is that having lost the Soviet Union as an enemy, we are turning inward on ourselves, throwing babies into ponds, whatever the latest story is, that kind of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we need something, we need a focus of hate. And so one night a guy named Gene, listening to KABC in Los Angeles, sent me a fax and said, look, we do need somebody to hate. I suggest my neighbor Steve. Steve is a worthless slob of a human being. Steve is not worthy of even the term human. He's that bad. So he should be hated. And then people started calling in and saying, it's true of all Steves. Steves generally should be hated. And I thought, why not? Steves probably are a bunch of no-goods. So we've got a hate Steve movement going, and Steves probably have a plot to try and take over the world, and so we need to fight them on, you know, just about every place we turn. Every time we get an opportunity, Steves need to be fought.
Okay.
Eliminated. Well, that might be a little strong. Debilitated. So I don't know. We hate Steves. That's all.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Remember.
Okay, thanks.
Right. Hate Steves. And if we get a good focus of hate going here, we'll move to Bob's. If Steves are insufficient, then it's going to be Bob's. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi.
Jerry in LA.
Hello, Jerry.
You know, you were just talking about the original sin was was taken from the people of good and evil. If you read in Ezekiel 31,
Adam was good, and
no, it was from the people of good and evil.
Well, there were only two supposedly at the beginning, right? There was Adam.
No.
But there was Adam and there was Eve, wasn't there not?
No, there was. If you read the Bible,
the evil, sir, we all know, rises from the woman. Here, eat this.
No, and I would say that the UFO people are the people of good, the people with the knowledge of good and evil. See, if you read, Genesis carefully, you will notice that that they talk about Ethiopia, Syria, and some others countries that were already around.
Did you happen to see the Hubble picture?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that was kind of like watching Genesis, sir, in action. That's the way I viewed it. Kind of like watching Genesis in action. God, it was incredible. Absolutely a stopper. And I called my wife and I said, you've got to see this. Just awesome. I've got to have that photograph. I don't care what it takes. I've got to have it. Creation. Actual, in progress creation, albeit 7,000 years ago. But creation. It almost looked like, I would call it, I love naming things, the tree of life. Didn't it look like a giant tree trunk with branches? And at the end of the branches, like a lit Christmas tree, the birth of stars. Totally awesome. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi. Hello?
Hi.
Hi, turn your radio off and tell us where you are calling from.
Rochester, New York.
Rochester. All right, the big wang.
Yeah. Well, actually, HTK.
HTK?
In 1280.
Actually,
but it's WHAM. They're sister station.
Okay.
Well, I don't say WHAM.
I beg your pardon?
Say WHAM.
Yeah, WHAM.
Yeah.
Yes.
And would just sort of like to talk about maybe AM radio.
Well, I'm all up for that.
Okay. Am I live right now?
You still have your radio on, don't you? Sir,
I'm sitting down in the colorway and trying to get away from it, but...
I see. Well, it's confusing because there is a delay. That's the first thing about AM radio you've got to know. Talk shows, we have a delay, 7 seconds. And if you sit there listening to your own voice, it's going to make you sound very confused.
Well, generally speaking, I'm very confused. I would like to congratulate your wife, first of all, for even filling out the form for FCC.
No kidding.
For trying to get a radio license.
No kidding. You have no idea, or maybe you do, what's involved.
Well, I do. I mean, I would love to own an AM radio station.
Well, it's FM that we're getting.
Oh, okay. Well, that's just as tricky.
Yes, it is.
It is. And WHAM, this is the first night that you've been on the air.
No, it's the first night you've heard us. I took calls from Rochester all for about an hour last night, nothing but.
Okay, then that's the second night.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, you do a great show.
Well, it's eclectic.
And, well, I got to ask you one quick question.
All right.
You mentioned Howard Stern.
Yes.
Who I can't really stand myself either. What is your opinion of Don Iman?
Don Imus is also somewhat irreverent, not like Stern, and he's funny. You know, he's funny. Even Stern, frankly, is funny, but Stern, I mean, you can imagine, I'm in a little farming town, all right?
Well, I grew up in northern Vermont.
Okay, so there you are.
Yeah.
And we've got a radio station that is in between Las Vegas and Pahrump, my little town. And while Stern goes over, no doubt, very well in Las Vegas, which is very cosmopolitan, here in this little farming town, Stern goes over like a lead balloon.
You're kidding.
Would I kid you?
No, you wouldn't. You know, actually, you're one of the few talk show hosts that really comes out with the truth.
Well, I don't know. I come out with opinions. You know, if you agree with me, then you're probably sitting there saying, God, that guy's really telling the truth. Otherwise, what a nerd.
No. I mean, you don't have what gazpachos it takes to come out and say you're an atheist nowadays. My goodness.
I'm not an atheist.
Well, don't believe in God, but...
yes, I do.
Oh, well...
Sir, are you listening to my show? You're listening to some other show. Are you listening to Tom Likas?
No, I'm not. No, look.
You are. You're listening to Likas, I can tell.
No, I'm not.
I'm not an atheist.
Well, I didn't think, well.
Yes, you did.
You sound like Ethan Allen when you talk about God. But.
I see. Well, no, there is, listen, I got to run, but there surely is a God. A creator. God is a name. I believe there's a creator. And I believe you can see his force at work in the photograph just taken by Hubble. Let me get this business. I'm an atheist. I read a fax from Mark the atheist down in Louisiana. I'm not an atheist. I don't even really believe in atheists. I think sometimes atheists just say that to get people's attention because I don't think inside they really believe it. Maybe they do. Maybe I'm not giving them proper credit. I don't know. Not atheist. The only person I know on the air who says he's an atheist is Tom Likas. And we talked a little bit about that when we had a debate in Bakersfield. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from November 2nd, 1995.
All right, east of the Rockies, you're upon the air. Hello.
Good morning, Art.
Well, good morning. Where are you?
I'm in Indiana.
Indiana. Yes. Out there right in the middle, huh?
Yeah, and it's cold here.
Is it? Winter has arrived?
I think it's well on its way, sir.
You know, when I was doing the interview yesterday in Kansas City, everybody was saying, it's snowing. And I was sitting here about 70 degrees.
Well, you're one of the fortunate ones.
Mm-hmm. Well, you say that now, but then in midsummer I tell people, well, just hit 117 today, and they think harder about it.
Right. Hey, I was wondering if I could get political on you for just a second.
Sure.
Hey, I was wondering, well, I'm a recent college graduate, and when I was in school, I found it very difficult to find time to stay caught up on political issues.
Right.
But now that I've had some time out, I've been listening to late-night talk shows, reading editorials, things like this, and I found myself looking at a gentleman for the presidential campaign, Alan Keyes. I was wondering if you've heard of him or.
No, I interviewed him.
You did interview him?
Sure.
I must have missed that. What's your feeling on well, I tell you why I asked. About a month ago, I was listening to your show, and a gentleman called in and said that he felt the greatest problem this nation faces is a moral dilemma.
Mm-hmm. And Alan Keyes is a wonderful candidate, but he will not win. Pat Buchanan is a wonderful candidate, but he will not win.
Right.
The race is going to be Bill Clinton, Bob Dole, and probably Colin Powell as an independent, or it's going to be Powell, Clinton. That's what's really going to happen. So we can talk about these other candidates, but I'm very pragmatic, and I know there's a core of really strong support for people like Buchanan and Keyes, but it's very small, sir. And so I'm sorry. I believe that what I just said to you is accurate. It's going to be Dole. It's going to be it's going to be obviously the president and maybe Colin Powell.
Well, you're probably right, and
I know.
I just think that the issues that they talk about and that he's bringing forward are not overlookable if we're going to try and solve some of the problems.
What they're doing, sir, is not trivial. Pat Buchanan, Alan Keyes, and others will push some issues into the campaign as it takes shape that need to be talked about. And so that's, I guess, how I view their function. And they will do it very admirably.
Great.
In other words, they will shape to some degree the debate and make the other candidates talk about things they otherwise wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole.
Right, which needs to be done.
Yeah, exactly right.
So it's good to support their campaign then.
Yes, sir.
Great. Well, thank you, sir.
Appreciate your call. East of the Rockies, you're on the air, top of the morning.
Good morning.
Hi, where are you?
I'm in Memphis, Tennessee, listening to WMC.
The mighty WMC, yes, sir.
Yes. You were talking with the guy about the FM station, the AM station, the paperwork being just about the same.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Well, now it depends on which filing. If you're filing a very complicated filing where you're putting up a very directional AM signal, then yes, it does get far more complicated.
All your field strength readings and
Oh yeah. But trust me, sir, the forms for AM or FM are
basically
they're very imposing.
Yeah, I've seen several of them. I've seen some walk through the system.
Well, I'm an engineer. I had a first-class radio telephone license when I was 13, early on, and but I'm not dumb enough to have done this myself. So I went out and hired professionals, an engineering firm and attorneys and all the rest of it. God, it's a mess.
How many watts did you say your FM is going to be?
6,000 big ones.
6,000. Are you going to use the SCA also?
I think so. Yeah.
So I'll put something special on there for special subscribers.
Well, it's a definite possibility. Oh yeah, well, look, we're gonna do the whole thing. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm very excited about it. And you've got to admit, it's a pretty cool day. The filing date closed, so I can talk about it now. The filing date closure was November 2nd, the 75th anniversary of broadcasting. Pretty neat, huh?
Well, that'll work. One other thing, your friend Charles, is your acquaintance Charles?
Charles.
The liberal guy.
Oh, Charlie.
Yeah.
What about him?
I believe he's a sick man, and I would like to prescribe a single injection.
Let's hold it right there. I can imagine the kind of injection you're talking about. It's type you receive while you're strapped down, I think. Right? We'll be right back.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time.
What we doing in lonely? No one waiting by your side. You've been wrong, I love you know. You know it's just your foolish mind. Hey, love, got me on my knees.
Now, we take you back to the past on Art Bell Somewhere in Time.
I'm getting all these faxes from people down in Los Angeles listening to KABC. And inevitably, they're saying things like, when you first came on the air, I didn't think I was going to like your program at all. But I was wrong. And that is because this program, kind of unlike others, is eclectic. It is very different all the time. And I wrote in my book, I did a big part in my book. Here I go. Tomorrow night, I'm going to open the lines on the book. Tomorrow night, I promised, and so I'm going to do it. But I wrote a big section in the book about my philosophy of talk radio. And I know that I'm right. And I really don't mean to put anybody else down because I've really enjoyed Rush Limbaugh. Matter of fact, Mike Murphy and I talked about this yesterday. I did an interview on KCMO with Mike Murphy, or he did one with me, or interviewed me, I guess. And my philosophy of talk radio is that it shouldn't be any single thing. Now, this is no slam on Rush, because he does what he does very well, but it wears. And I do a 5-hour talk show. Now, some of you get 3 hours of it or whatever portion of it you get. But I couldn't come in here every morning and do the same thing. It bored me to death. And I think ultimately listeners too. So we do whatever we do. Whatever it seems worthy of talking about or fun to be talking about or needful to be talking about. But it's hardly ever the same. That's how I can keep doing it. Because I like it. Actually, I love it. All right, a couple of faxes. Art, you're right. The president, somebody called last hour and said the president's a communist. I said, no, he's not. They have convictions. So this person's sending one saying, Art, you're right. President has no convictions. We'll have to see if we can't give him and Hillary a few. Followed by an all-expense-paid vacation in the Gray Bar Hotel. Pretty good. And then somebody here, Art, I sent you the Hubble photo via AOL. Well, I hope it arrives in a GIF condition or a JPG condition, because sometimes when people send me things, they come in hex code, and I don't know how to convert them. It's a mess. Anyway, it's signed Steve, and then it says, there's a little arrow pointing up to Steve. It says, yes, we're taking over. And then that followed by this, Art, this is truly, truly blasphemous, without question. It says, Art, God has a name, and his name is Steve. Steve. Art, I think it's funny, read odd. You and millions of others choose to repeat the same mistake Adam made in the Garden of Eden. He could have eaten of the tree of eternal life in the garden, but he chose to eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil instead. You do the same thing. Both trees are still here, but only a lightweight thinker would ignore immortality when the other choice of pursuit, he knows the results in death. Ooh, gee, and pretty rough up in Gig Harbor. Well, the way I heard it, Eve tempted him with the, I was going to say apple, the fruit, right? And he gobbled it up, went for it like a guy in ancient times. In modern times, he probably would have slit her throat, taken the fruit, eaten it, and then got off. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Hello. Goodbye. First time caller line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, Art. Ron in Memphis.
Hi, Ron.
This is the on WMC.
WMC, yeah, a lot of calls from Memphis all of a sudden.
I'm surprised. First time I tried to call and got in there.
Well, that's why we have this first time caller line, and so that people trying to get through can get through.
Right on. I just wanted to leave you a message that I also sent to the picture of I call it the pre-birth of the star, through AOL.
Now, will it come in some sort of hex form?
Well, I downloaded it from NASA.
If you attach it to I think to email, then it comes as a GIF, or it can be sent as a GIF.
Yeah, it'll come to you as a GIF file.
Oh, that's it. Oh man, that photograph? How did it affect you?
It was actually kind of creepy, to tell you the truth. I looked at. This is the first time I've seen it. I heard you talk about it on the air.
Yeah, I wouldn't have said creepy. To me, it was spiritual. A spiritual thing. I mean, to watch creation, to watch a star being born.
Now, did you actually see it turn to a star? Did it go that far?
Well, the one they showed on the network, yes.
Okay, well, the picture that NASA releases, it's like these dark, almost like tree trunk fingers.
That's the way I saw it, tree trunks, yeah.
Yeah, conglomerating together, but they didn't show the actual.
Okay, the one on the network actually showed a star out on the end of one of the branches of the trunk. It's the only way I can think to put it. And several stars, and it was just an amazing thing. You thought creepy, huh?
Well, that was my first reaction. It's kind of scary looking. The first time I ever seen anything quite like that.
Well,
something to ponder.
There are those, I guess, who would watch the birth of a human being and think of it as creepy, or some guys will watch and faint. But it's really quite a miracle. Life is a miracle, and the birth of a star is a miracle as well.
Certainly is. All right, well, thanks, Art.
All right, thank you very much for the call. Memphis, Tennessee, the mighty WMC. Memphis. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, what's the expiration expiration date on all the Chicken Little terrorists? I mean, are we going to be doomed to listen to them forever, or are they going to finally admit in a couple hundred years, for instance, that they're all wet?
Well, they won't be here in a couple hundred years, right?
Oh.
They'll be far gone.
Well, what if I'm an immortal, though?
Are you?
No.
Okay, so you'll never get to say na 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 na.
I will say na 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 on my natural deathbed instead of being rammed by an asteroid or something.
It's a good point, sir. And since man has been walking around on Earth and able to talk, I'm sure there've been guys saying, "Repent now, the world's about to end."
Yeah, remember the cartoons of those guys in the long white robes and the beards and the signs walking around.
The thing about it is, one day they'll be right.
Yeah, probably.
At least on a personal level.
A couple billion years from now, the planet will probably go tits up on us, but that's all right.
You know, I'm sure the dinosaurs were saying that, walking around, crunching on the ground, eating leaves, saying, "Hey, isn't this cool? Nothing could ever happen." And then, look what happened.
It's depressing.
Well, not really, because if it hadn't, where would we get our oil?
Oil didn't. You know where the oil came from? Look at a map of the oil deposits in the Middle East.
Yes.
And you'll see that all that stuff was deposited by an asteroid, a real high hydrocarbon asteroid grazing the Earth.
Oh, come on now.
No, look at a National Geographic Middle Eastern.
Sir, your second story is in conflict with your first.
Well, maybe the same asteroid that deposited all the oil killed the dinosaurs. And the dinosaurs, however, the biomass in the living dinosaurs wouldn't fuel a Honda Civic for more than a year or two.
All right, thank you. Well, I appreciate your theories, but I think it is generally accepted, is it not, that the dinosaurs contributed greatly to the a substance we know as raw petroleum. I think that is true. At least that's what I always thought. Maybe I'm wrong. Now, at first he said, there's nothing going to hit the Earth. And then he said, well, the oil came from a grazing, he called it, of the Earth by an asteroid. You can't have it both ways, or I guess maybe you can. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello, Art.
Hi, where?
Eddie from Southern Pines, North Carolina.
Southern Pines, North Carolina. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I wanted to comment on the concealed weapons. Heard on the news that there was a cop in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, that was off duty and ended up in a shootout. Apparently he had an off-duty gun with him.
Yes.
He ended up in a shootout with a robber.
Yes.
And the robber shot at him, and the bullet grazed his pants leg.
Yes.
And the cop returned fire and basically took him out. The guy died on his way to the hospital.
Well, then, bon voyage.
Very.
That's what I say, bon voyage. And, it's nice to hear about the cops living and the bad guys not, occasionally.
Yeah.
One thing that is something you absolutely should not do, and that's shoot at a cop on or off duty. Bad form.
Well, a lot of times the newspapers will have it like the chiefs are saying carrying a concealed weapon is a bad thing for the honest citizens.
Oh, I see. So you're trying, okay, I've got you, sir. You're trying to make the point that carrying a concealed weapon will reduce crime. And it's my view as well that a lot of people walking around with concealed weapons are going to make anybody committing a crime more nervous than they would be otherwise about doing so. But it just makes common sense. And in addition, we have now a concealed law passed here in Nevada as well, and it is sweeping across the country. So as more and more people carry guns, legitimate, honest citizens, it is my view, there will be less crime, not more. And so far, stats seem to bear it out. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Well, hi, Art. This is Jeff from Anchorage, Alaska.
Hi, Jeff.
How you doing?
Very well.
Yeah, listen, one of the things that was real interesting was that I happened to pick up your show just last Friday night, and it was unbelievable when I heard what your conversation with Richard C. Hoagland, and then following through then on with last night's show with Stan Dale down in Australia.
Yes, the last night's show with Stan Dale was awesome. Anyway, go ahead, sir.
Okay, well, first of all, I also heard through a friend of mine that you had at one time been up here on KENI radio.
I did the morning show on KENI.
Yeah, well, I was real surprised. Geez, how come he left? You know, after listening to your shows for the last couple of nights, and a friend of mine told me he used to listen to you all the time. I said, geez, I guess maybe you didn't like Alaska or something.
No, you're wrong. I lived there 3 years, and I loved it. Yeah. I absolutely loved it.
Oh, it's a great place, and I'm somewhat transplanted from California, and I've been up here about 15 years now. And when Stan Dale said when one gal called from Anchorage last night and said, well, there was nothing there about Anchorage or Alaska in effect for the earthquakes, I said, geez, I crossed my fingers and said, that's great, because we just had a big shaker here about 2 nights ago.
I know. Actually, you've had quite a series of them, and you are part of the Ring of Fire, even though it's kind of icy.
Yeah, no doubt. Anyways, the one thing that I think probably was most intriguing, and a question that was, I mean, first of all, I was just totally mesmerized with Richard C. Hoagland's account of the tetrahedral physics.
Tetrahedral.
Yeah.
Tetrahedral.
And following through on with what was happening in Dayton, Ohio at Right Path. You know, and I kept kind of like thinking, well, you know, you're right. Nobody said anything on the news. They're being real secretive about the gentleman and coming, as you had mentioned, that they might go down for that long elevator ride to see what is actually.
Yeah, by the way, there was not one word of news on NBC anyway last night about the talks at Right Path. The curtain of silence and secrecy has now descended.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we got to see him shaking hands grudgingly, right? And I think that's the last thing we're going to see.
Well, you know, and I agree with you 100%, and I guess I have to agree with you on a lot of things that you were discussing, in particular the veil of secrecy that our government is not informing us, or that they don't want us to know what's going on. And then, in particular, with what Stan Dale had said regarding the, I may have getting this just a little bit off, but he was talking about the anti-grav, or it was the thing that the technology was there.
Yes.
That,
back in the 50s.
Yes, yes. Anyways, I just find it all just totally 100% fascinating, and I think that the argument is there for me to convince my wife that it's finally in time to get a computer so that we can get involved and get on the internet and start.
Well, you're right about that. I absolutely love it, sir. Listen, I've got to scoot. Thank you. And so very quickly, I'll give you my email address. I guess I ought to do that, huh? It is Art Bell, no spaces, just ARTBELL at AOL.com. Very simple, artbell at AOL.com. If you want to get into our news group, I can tell you how to do it on AOL. You internet people will know how to do it with various other providers. On AOL, you just go keyword news groups. When you get in there, hit expert ad, and put in alt.fan dash, oops, let me begin again, alt.fan dot art dash in the middle, BELL. Easy as that. alt.fan dot ART dash in the middle, BELL, like the phone company. Sorry to be associated with such a name. Cutting people off.
Now, we take you back to the past on Art Bell Somewhere in Time.
And and east of the Rockies. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hello, Art Bell.
Hi.
Hi, I'm calling from a little town in northwest Connecticut. And the first time I heard you was last April when I was in Maui, Hawaii.
Oh, boy, over in Maui.
Yes, that's the first time I ever heard you.
That would have been KHVH. And now you're in northwest Connecticut?
Yes.
And listening on what?
WHA in Rochester.
Rochester, blazing into Connecticut. Absolutely excellent.
But, of course, there is some fading, and it's discouraging.
Well, one way, I'll tell you what. You may remember from when you were on Kauai, I advertised something called the select antenna.
Yes.
It will cut out 90% of the fading.
And it's called select antenna?
It's called select antenna. It's like $54 and something or another.
Right.
And I guarantee you, 90% of the fading will be gone. It's amazing.
Well, that's great. I was going to ask you how I could encourage local stations or in the stations in the area to carry a program, because we sure need a breath of fresh air.
Well, what town are you actually in?
Colebrook. It's a population of about 1,200.
1,200.
But, of course, I'm not far from Hartford.
Hartford.
WTIC.
Oh, well, then I would say call up WTIC and say, hey, you guys, check this out. It's a little bit different.
Yeah, I sure will do that. And I wondered if you ever heard any more. Oh, by the way, when I was in Hawaii, I heard you talking about the fellow that I think his name was Marky Markle.
Oh, no, you're talking about, I got news for you, Madman Markham. That's who you're talking about.
Markham, right.
Markham. Do you know who called me earlier today?
Yes.
Madman Markham.
Wonderful. What's he up to now?
More of the same. Now, he didn't go into detail, and he was supposed to call me up at 9 o'clock tonight, and didn't. But Madman's telephone is disconnected because I warned him. I told him if he gave out his phone number on a national show like this, and people were calling him up from Hawaii in the middle of the night, and, he wasn't getting any sleep, and he was turning into more of a madman, and so he had to disconnect his phone. But Madman will come back on and do an encore performance and tell us how his experiments have gone.
Oh,
So
that could be interesting.
it'll be coming on one of these days
Maybe
soon.
he's made himself disappear and come back by now.
Well, we'll have to find out. But the fact of the matter is, Madman still walks the face of the earth, and I actually talked to him yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, try and get somebody in Hartford to pick us up.
I sure will. I find your show very interesting, and keep up the good work.
Well, it is different. Thank you very much. Take care. Northwest Connecticut. Smaller town than I'm in here. Wow. All right. We'll be back shortly.
The trip back in time continues with Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM. More somewhere in time coming up. You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from November 2nd, 1995.
Good morning, everybody. Good to be here. I'm Art Bell. And as you may or may not recall, depending on how long you've been listening to the program, we did a very significant interview with Chris Ruddy, the Pittsburgh Tribune reporter, who has doggedly been pursuing the Vince Foster case. The lead forensic expert who examined the so-called suicide note or depression note, whatever you want to call it, of Vince Foster, which magically appeared, is Reginald E. Alton. And Reginald E. Alton is the Dr. Lee of handwriting. He is a world-recognized expert on handwriting examination and manuscript authentication. He has 30 years' experience in the field of forensic document examination, has lectured during this period at Oxford University on handwriting and manuscripts, including the detection of forgery, underline that, forgery, and the identification of handwriting to doctoral and research students in the University of Oxford. In recent years, he ruled on charges that some manuscripts of the late C.S. Lewis were a forgery. He validated their authenticity. He's ruled on numerous question documents and antique manuscripts, some of great monetary value, including such noteworthy historical figures as Dawn, Shelley, Christina Rossetti, to modern-day authors like Oscar Wilde. He's been consulted by civil bodies and by British police authorities, has testified as an expert witness in British courts on criminal matters relating to question documents, anonymous letters, and other forgeries. Mr. Alton, MC, MA, is an emeritus fellow of St. Edmund Hall University of Oxford, is currently Dean of Degrees at St. Edmund Hall, Oxford's oldest institution for undergraduates. He was a fellow, tutor, and vice principal of St. Edmund Hall, has served as chairman of the English faculty, as well as lecturer at Pembroke, Jesus, and Exeter colleges in the University of Oxford. So, in other words, a heavyweight. And I don't know exactly where he is, but I know he's somewhere in jolly old England. Mr. Alton, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
First of all, welcome to the program.
And hello to you, Mr. Bell.
Where are you, pray tell, in England?
I'm sitting in the middle of Oxford.
Oxford at the moment, okay. Yeah. I take it you examined carefully, and I don't know a lot about handwriting analysis, so I'm going to ask you to just give me a little basic education by asking you the following question. How exact a science is it?
One does a great deal of measuring, firstly. Secondly, it's an exact enough science not to want to do it from photocopies. In this case, the forgeries seem to me to be so clearly a forgery that it was possible to pronounce it so even from photocopies of this curious document and from photocopies of authentic documents written by poor Mr. Foster.
Here in America, we were treated to the spectacle of the O.J. Simpson trial, and they had DNA experts who gave us mind-boggling numbers. Do you do that same sort of mathematical work when you try and determine whether something is a forgery?
Yeah, some measurement, yes. Some measurement. I wouldn't say mind-boggling DNA statistics. In this particular case, and in most cases, it's possible to see with the naked eye, let alone through magnifying apparatus, that the hand that produced the question document is not the hand that writes normally as, say, poor Mr. Foster.
The implications...
That is, in this case, even though it looked as though every attempt had been made to make things difficult for an examiner. It's very difficult to do this broadcasting with visual, talking about visual matters.
Yes.
Very difficult to do this with the voice.
Yes, well, of course, radio is the theater of the mind. But if you can give it to us in layman's terms, what jumped out at you? You said it was very obviously a forgery. So something or some things obviously jumped out at you and said it's a forgery.
The things that jumped out at me, the things that seemed to clinch the matter for me, were the fact that the forger had not understood the way Foster made the letters. He was able, somewhat laboriously, to reproduce the shapes that Foster made on the paper, but not, for instance, the characteristic number of strokes or the characteristic movement of the hand. Foster will use one stroke for minuscule b, lowercase b. The forger uses 3, and you can see that even from the photocopy, from where the letters are thickened on the page. Again, Foster's characteristic movement of the hand, and if any of your listeners are awake enough to do it, is to make a counterclockwise movement, so that when he writes IN, for instance, he writes a series of what are called swags, that is, saucer-shaped marks. He does it very elegantly, easy movement, rhythmic, really quite artistic to look at. Aesthetic it is. The forger's movement of the hand is quite contrary. He makes N with an arch more often than Foster does, and one has to count the number of letters, and also makes copies of the documents and cuts them up into small pieces and puts them together so that you have, you're not being taken in by meaning on the page. Is that any help?
Well, that is help. I also understand it was ripped, I guess, into 28 pieces.
Oh, that's an immediate signal that one ought to look at, look with some suspicion at it. Any document which turns up unexpectedly, any manuscript, a literary manuscript, a valuable literary manuscript, anything which turns up unexpectedly and has been distressed, as the antique trade calls it, defaced.
Yes.
Should be immediately subject to suspicion.
Well, what added to that also was the fact that how do you rip something into 28 pieces without leaving fingerprints on just about every piece?
Heaven knows, I'm not a fingerprint expert, so I don't know. I only deal with manuscripts. I don't know how you do it without leaving fingerprints.
You wear gloves.
I suppose you wear gloves.
Now, I would like to ask you this.
Which is an odd thing for Foster to do, is he tore up this manuscript before it suddenly appeared a week later. I believe a briefcase was searched after 3 days, which alone is a bit late to search something after a violent death, a suicide, an alleged suicide.
Oh.
Then it was searched again about several days later.
Then all of a sudden,
these little bits were found.
Yeah, there you are. Was it possible, or is it possible for you as a handwriting expert to determine whether this was done slowly and deliberately, or whether it was a rather fast attempt at a forgery? Is it possible to...
It was done slowly and deliberately. In my opinion, it is just like somebody copying a picture. The forger copies what he sees, he makes quite deliberate strokes, and then he deliberately adds little bits where he's not got it quite right first time. It doesn't look written to me, which Foster's writing, which is open and easy and moves freely, does. I don't think, by the way, that these differences are because the writer was under stress. They're not. I've seen many documents, many pieces of handwriting written under stress. I've seen a lot of handwriting by undergraduates who are under stress of various kinds, work stress or emotional stress or sexual stress or something.
Or stress that you probably produce for them.
No doubt. No doubt. I try not to, actually. And I have a box of tissues there for,
I see.
in case
I see.
they get under stress. But it is not, the differences are not the differences I have observed in documents done under stress.
All right. Well, finally, I guess I would ask you this, or perhaps semi-finally. You examined this document with 2 other handwriting experts, and it is my understanding they also came to the same conclusion you did. Is that correct?
They came to the same conclusion as I did. I did not know either of them. I had not met either of them before. I had not met any of the people who asked me to look at the documents before I was met at the airport in Washington the day before the press conference.
Are you on the payroll of the American Republican Party?
Certainly not. I'm not on anybody's payroll. Indeed, I didn't ask a fee for this, much to the anger of my wife.
Yeah. Oh, I see.
I don't normally ask a fee for this kind of work. I never have.
So then you do conclude, to summarize here, that beyond any shadow of a scientific doubt, this was a forgery.
I conclude beyond any shadow of doubt in my mind that this document is a deliberate and not very good forgery.
That is such a startling conclusion with such very important implications, Doctor, that I'm wondering, have you been contacted by any congressional or Senate staff or investigative committees in this country?
No.
Do you consider that to be a little more than passing strange?
Well, I do now. I didn't know the background circumstances to this case when I agreed to look at a question document. I've now heard a lot of the background circumstances, and it does look as though there are a lot of questions to be answered. I believe the investigation is still going on.
Doctor, I want to thank you for joining us. I know you've got a very busy schedule, and we will scoot off now, but you really, really have added a great deal to what we've been trying to learn. Thank you.
Well, thank you for ringing me. I hope your people will forgive me for boring them with these details, which are not easy unless you've got the thing in front of you.
Not boring, Doctor. Thank you. Take care. That's Dr. R.E. Alton from Oxford. And if you did not buy a lot of what Chris Ruddy had to say, then perhaps you absorbed what Dr. Alton just said. Now, Dr. Alton's job is not to deal with the implications of what the forgery means. That's our job. Do you realize what it means? Do you realize what it means? It means there was at the very least obstruction of justice. At worst case, a murder. Now, for no investigative body, congressional or Senate, to have contacted what the world's leading expert in handwriting analysis is in itself a bit of a puzzle. Now, why, oh why, would not 60 Minutes, which went after Chris Ruddy, you'll recall, be interested in pursuing this? Why didn't we see this story last Sunday, or is why going to be on next Sunday? In other words, where's the media?
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from November 2nd, 1995.
And again, I'm forced to wonder out loud, with the kind of evidence that you just heard, not from Chris Ruddy, but from the world's foremost handwriting expert at Oxford, declaring this so-called suicide note a forgery. Where's the investigation going? Why isn't it absolutely at, Watergate-sized headlines? We're either talking about obstruction of justice, should it lead to the White House in an impeachable offense, or worst case, murder. Certainly, a forged suicide note has got to lead one in one of those directions, not necessarily to the president. I'm not saying that. Does it touch the White House? What do you think? You tell me. Does it deserve to be investigated? What do you think? You tell me. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Art.
Yes.
This is Mark. This is one of the stranger logistical calls you'll get. I'm from Little Rock, but I'm in South Louisiana.
Okay.
Picking you up on a San Antonio station.
WOAI.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you were talking earlier about this FBI tapping phones. I didn't catch the whole deal. You kind of faded out on that. What was the deal on that now?
Okay, well, it's simple. They're seeking permission congressionally to be able to tap in major cities across the nation about 1% of the phone lines, or about 1 in 100 phone conversations.
Are you sure this isn't the KGB? We're moving so close to such a socialist society. It's pathetic. I'd stick to death with this.
Well, I have figured out a way to defeat it. Even if they get it through, I know how to defeat it.
Okay.
All right? Now, the way they do this is with new high-speed computers. They don't actually have guys sitting there listening to conversations. What they do is they use computers and they look for keywords. The computer is searching for keywords in conversations, like kilo, or gun, or bomb, or explosion. And so from now on, if they pass this, everybody in America during any normal conversation, right in the middle somewhere, just say kilo, kilo, kilo. And they'll end up listening to so many conversations that they'll just give up on the whole plan.
Oh, man. I heard on San Antonio station too, this is changing the subject, but there was another girl, she was 13, she was convicted today of suffocating 2 babies that she was babysitting. They're going to decide her fate tomorrow.
I have, I'm shaking my head. It's the only time I wish it was TV. Thank you, my friend. I've got to go. Look, I don't know what to say about that kind of thing. It's good we can watch stars be born, because otherwise it seems sometimes like we're watching the death of the human race.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from November 2nd, 1995. Premier Networks presents Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from November 2nd, 1995.
Live talk radio throughout the nighttime. Because the radio station you're listening to right now cares enough about you to have live talk radio on. So every now and then you might pick up the phone and call them up and say thank you. Because otherwise, who knows what you might be getting. Some regurgitated, recycled, relentless repeat. I don't know, anybody can do it. Yet another fax from Ann in Gig Harbor, Michigan. Oh no, Gig Harbor, Washington, Como country, KVI Como. Duopolis. Art, quit picking on women. She spells it W-I-M-M-I-N. Quit picking on women. God said it was Adam's fault, not Eve's. He said, quote, she was deceived, but Adam was not. End quote, meaning she picked what she was tricked into thinking was good, but it was Adam who chose what he knew was evil. Well. And then this is a pretty good follow-up. Dear Art, you don't understand women? Art, I'm a woman, and I don't understand women. And she adds, also, if I get some Latrina and I spray it on my rear, will my boss disappear? Tracy, no, Tracy. But it will be a good symbolic thing for you to do, and it will be cathartic for you, so spray away. And then one other item, Art, do not open that GIF file you'll be receiving from Steve. A source of mine in government intelligence, I can't say which government, has warned me that the Steve Consortium has developed a computer virus which they are spreading throughout the world via the net. According to this source, if you view the GIF file on your computer, your hard drive will be permanently infected with the virus STUPID, which stands for Steve's to undermine people internet daily. This virus is even worse than the good times virus, because instead of destroying your system, it actually causes your system sound card to just repeat phrases like, Steves will soon control the world, followed by that disgusting laugh that all Steves seem to have. Another side effect of the stupid virus is that instead of seeing the GIF image you were expecting to get, your system will instead put your monitor into a continual loop of screensavers made up of mugshots of all Steves. As I have said, this virus will not destroy your system. But after looking at all those Steves, you might want to destroy it yourself. Tim, listening to KSFO in Foster City. Also, somehow somebody managed to fax me a very legible, albeit a low definition picture of these gaseous pillars, M16. My God. And that's the right word, God. How anybody could look at this and not detect the presence of a creator of creation in progress. This is the most amazing photograph I have ever seen. The single most amazing photograph I've ever seen. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
This is not Arthel. What have you done with him?
I've killed him and replaced him, and I'm now taking his place permanently.
Hey, that's Linda Howe Bigfoot sound?
Yes.
My wife made that sound 4 days out of the month every month. I don't think that's Bigfoot.
Sir, could we please have your phone number and address? There's a whole group of gals who'd like to come and see you immediately.
I'm sure that was just a joke.
Yeah?
Hey,
you know, it's jokes like that that end up these days getting guys strung up. Sometimes not by their necks.
I guess I should be more careful.
You should.
Hey, I was just wondering if you wanted to hear a good ghost story.
No, that's for Halloween.
Well,
if you really, really have a good ghost story, save it for Halloween. Or maybe I'll be forced to do a semi-annual ghost show.
Well, maybe I'll save it till next year.
Would you?
Yeah, it could wait.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. I mean, you know, it's kind of open to everything, but if I get going with ghost stories, I won't be able to stop it. You know what I mean?
I know. Hey, you have a Kenwood 830?
I do.
I had a Kenwood TS 930.
And it's still got tubes in it, glow-in-the-dark tubes, and I'm not giving it up.
You know what? I wouldn't blame you, because I had a TS 930 with automatic antenna tuner and the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
And I couldn't keep it running. And a buddy of mine had an old Yaesu 101, and the receive used to make mine look deaf.
Well,
I think that my next radio is going to glow in the dark.
Yeah, well, good for you. And you know what else it'll do?
What?
It'll be a hell of a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
All right, listen, I got to go. That's ham radio talk. Old radios versus newer technology. People laugh at me for my radio. But I'll tell you something. The old Kenwood 830, that's a DXer's radio. That's ham talk, too. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
My gosh, I can't believe I got through.
It would seem you have.
I've been listening to you for a few years, and I just want to let you know that I really appreciate your show.
Well, thank you. Where are you?
I'm in Las Vegas. Fabulous Las Vegas.
KVEG 840.
Affirmative. Anyway, the reason I called was that I've got a little audio tape that I'd like to send you, and I don't know where to send it.
And so you wish my address?
Yes, if you can.
Do you have pencil and paper?
I sure do.
Are you prepared?
Yeah.
Art Bell, of course.
Yeah.
Post Office Box 4755. Pahrump. P-A-H-R-U-M-P.
Okay.
Nevada. Zip code 89041 -4755.
4755. Okay. Also, I have to give a little plug here for Absolutely Fresh Flowers because I've ordered those several times for people, and they have been impressed every time.
Oh, yes.
Even the ones that got them twice.
Oh, yes, sir. You're absolutely correct. They are very impressive indeed, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Anyway, Art, I love Dreamland, and I
Thank you.
try to tune you in every time I can get you. I just wish that KBG or would...
Air it live?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, at least they're airing it, sir, and 10 o'clock is not a bad hour to start Dreamland, so...
That's true.
I'm very glad and I'm very grateful to KVEG, not only for that, but for getting our entire program on, you know?
Mm-hmm. Me too, and I'll be sure to let them know. About Hubble, if they can pick up things from 7,000 light years away,
yes.
I wonder what they can pick up in our solar system that they're not telling us about.
Well, those are the pictures they don't release. I mean, you would think, you're really right about that. They might pick up little guys walking around on the surface of Mars, popping out of the red stuff every now and then, crawling around for a while, diving back in. I got to run. Thanks for the call.
Okay, bye-bye.
Right, take care. KBEG. Las Vegas.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from November 2nd, 1995.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Morning, Art.
Good morning.
I was calling from Fort Myers, Florida.
Yes, sir.
To let you know that I was able to pick up radio station from, where was it, 1180?
Oh, you're kidding. You can hear Rochester, New York, down in Fort Myers?
Yes.
Holy moly.
We used to have a station at 1200. It's off the air now.
Well, that's, of course, San Antonio.
Yes. And I was able to pick it up last night and tonight. It fades in and out, but when it comes in, it booms.
Well, let's see. That'd be about 1,400 miles?
At least.
Holy smokes. That's a big station.
Yeah. I normally listen to you on 1240 down here, Wink AM.
Right.
But you went off at 5 o'clock down here.
Oh, that's right.
And it's great hearing you.
Well, it's great being there.
I figured I'd give you a radio check, long distance DX talk.
That really is long distance. That's so totally cool. 1180. Well, that's a clear channel frequency, truly clear, and they radiate equally in all directions.
Wow.
Imagine that.
They can probably hear you in Newfoundland then.
Yeah. That'd be my guess.
Yeah.
And then we've got stations up in Alaska, for example, KFAR in Fairbanks.
Yeah.
It radiates equally, going up toward the North Pole. So figure.
Yeah.
Thanks for the call.
Thank you.
Take care. Fort Myers Farm. Wow. That's some DXing. Some night we'll see how far we really get. You know, we'll just. What I really wish I had is an international line. That'd be fun. We're also on satellite, by the way, for those of you that are not aware. You've got a home dish system. We are on F1, transponder number 5, 6.8 wideband audio. And they carry the entire program. And Dreamland, and a lot of other network products. So there you are. That's where we're located. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art.
Ooh, you have hum on your line.
Hello?
Yes, hi. You have hum on your line.
I can't understand you, Art.
Well, that's cool, because I can't understand you either. Well, I can, but you have hum on your line.
I'm calling from Excelsior Springs, Missouri. I'm listening to 810.
KCMO.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I heard you were on today.
I was on with Mike Murphy, yes.
Well, I'm sorry I missed it. I stayed up late last night listening to your show.
And fell asleep. Yeah, I know. That happens.
Yeah, so I missed the interview with Mike Murphy. But
he's a great guy.
Yeah.
And we have a lot in common, and so you know we get along very well, and we just have a lot of fun.
Well, I'm a night owl, so I really enjoy your show. This is the first time I called. But
well, I'm glad you made it through. Sort of. Are you on a portable phone?
No, I'm not.
Well, in that case, you need to call the phone company and tell them you have hum.
Hum. Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, okay.
All right, my friend, thank you. Yeah, I was on with Mike Murphy yesterday. Occasionally I do those. It's getting to be a problem, though, because now with 230 affiliates online, there are a lot of requested interviews, and it's getting harder. You know, it really is. I mean, we do 5 hours here all night long. 5 hours. And then when you add a 6th or a 7th hour, it does begin to get a little long, but still, I try when I can to do these, because it's kind of fun to go to the individual markets, you know, and talk to the people that otherwise don't get an opportunity to get through. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello, Art. This is Jeremiah.
Gee, talk about a blast out of the past. Jeremiah, I haven't heard your voice in, I don't know how long.
Yeah. Well, I've got a couple things to talk about tonight.
I mean, you could have died.
That's true. Well, as I said, you know, now I'm over my drug stuff, but I'm doing much better now.
That's good.
Yeah. But the first thing is Linda Howe, and she had a thing on PBS.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
For I think it was a 3-hour special called Strange Harvest.
Yes.
On cattle mutilations. It was pretty cool.
Oh, yes. It was very well done. Linda Howe began all this not looking for crop circles or animal mutilations or anything else. She approached this, she was did documentaries and investigative reporting. And so she just fell into it.
I didn't know that, but I thought it was really well done, really well done.
Well, it is important to note. In other words, she did not start out looking into this field. She simply made her way to it and then became fascinated in the way she went.
The other thing is the internet.
Yes.
Mainly BBSs.
Yes.
And from all the people I've talked to on the computers,
yes,
they're really stuck-up people, and they're very gullible.
Oh, why do you say that?
Well, I've posted a couple of things on one screen here from Denver.
Yes.
And people take everything you say very seriously. Very seriously.
Well, look, I would take the internet about as seriously as my show. In other words, Jeremiah the Bullfrog or anybody else who comes on here and says something on the radio, you're just saying something on the radio, right? And it's the same deal on the internet. If you write a message in a news group or something, or whatever, wherever on the internet, is just somebody saying something, and you can't attach any more value to it than you would a phone call you hear on my show here.
Mm-hmm. Well, my favorite flame on me was Forrest Gump on acid.
Forrest Gump on acid? They called you Forrest Gump on acid?
Mm-hmm.
Not bad, actually.
Processing and things that way. Later.
Okay, later. I've been flamed. Flaming means when you go after somebody. It's the internet expression for going after somebody, and lots of people go after me. I learned long ago not to let it bother me, and it actually moved from that to it invigorates me. I actually enjoy it. I suppose I ought not tell those who do it that I do, but I do really enjoy it. It's kind of like getting faxes from people who go after me. I like reading them. It's funny. I learned not to be offended long ago, and actually, any talk show host who does not monitor their mail and their email, if they have it, and everything else for a certain amount of hate, if you're not getting that, you better be worried, because it probably means you're not doing very much of anything at all. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Morning, Mr. Bell.
Hello.
This is Leonard from Mitchell.
How about that? What do you think of the birth of stars, Leonard? Did you see those photos?
No, I don't have a TV and I don't have a computer. Did you ever see the picture of the birth of a star in which two stars collide, and as they separate, they leave a third star between them?
No.
I don't know whether that was an imaginary picture or whether it was an actual photograph. It looked like a photograph. I've never forgotten that. But I was thinking about Ixie-Waddle and Popocatépetl. Those are real tongue twisters.
Yeah, and I refuse to do it. To me, it's Mount Poco.
I'll tell you how to learn them, though. If you'll get on an airplane and fly from Mexico City to Guatemala City, they'll go right by those two granddaddy volcanic peaks, and they're really worth looking at.
Well, all right. Thanks, Leonard. That would be worth looking at. I'm glad. And I'd look down. I'd say, wow, look at that. Mount Poco. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Bell.
Hello there. Where are you?
I am in Twin Falls, Idaho.
Okay.
WKIX.
Yes, sir.
And I was listening. Last couple months, I'm a wild mushroom picker, harvester.
That's a very dangerous profession up in Oregon.
That's exactly what I've been doing. This my wife and I for the last 6 years since '89. However,
is it dangerous there?
We have finally gotten out of it as of this fall because we were chased by certain ethnic people that are trying to take over that particular business, and they tried to shoot us.
Uh-huh. Now, a couple of questions. First of all, let's say those people weren't shooting at you and you had stayed in business. How lucrative a business is wild mushroom harvesting? In other words, how much money can you make?
Quite frankly and quite honestly, in the 6 years we were involved, we had days where both of us sold our mushrooms for over $1,700.
A day?
In one day. It's a rarity.
Jeez, I'd almost be willing to put on a bulletproof vest and arm myself and go out there and pick anyway.
Well, now that's for a particular variety of wild mushrooms that right at this moment they are harvesting right now in the Cascades. That being the matsutake mushroom.
The excuse me?
Matsutake. It is mainly consumed by the Japanese, and I'm just so glad I got a hold of you to put this forum out there because a lot of people don't understand this. It's a multi-million-dollar business, and it's all virtually underground.
Yep.
All the people that are involved in buying it, they don't pay taxes. This stuff gets shipped from where it's picked in the field fresh. It goes overnight by refrigerator truck to Portland, Seattle, etc., etc., and it is directly shipped to Japan. I don't know how they get away with it. It just blows my mind.
Well, you know what money does, and you know what the other stuff does. And so money moves mountains and mushrooms.
But the whole idea is to push the white man out. I'm certainly not a prejudiced person, But when my livelihood, when I have to go out and get shot at, my wife and I pretty much decided that any amount of money at that point.
It's very discouraging, yes.
It's discouraging, and it's just, it doesn't need to be, but the federal government, the United States Forest Service, protects these minorities that are taking over this business or actually have taken over it.
Well, that might be a little unfair. I doubt that they would condone the shooting of anybody.
Absolutely do not condone any violence.
Right. I'm going to have to run, but the man is right. The mushroom business is big business, and lately a very dangerous business indeed. Well, look, if you leave us at this hour, bon voyage. For the rest of you, we'll be right back.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. Somewhere in Time with Art Bell continues, courtesy of Premier Networks.
Might be a good topic. Which America do you think we are, folks? Are we the America of our founding fathers, the one that would pursue the truth for the sake of truth, not for the sake of an agenda, but for the sake of truth? Are we an America that will ignore the world's foremost handwriting expert declaring a suicide note by the president's chief counsel a forgery? Are we really that America? I wonder. I'm just a talk show host, you know, and I throw this stuff out. I thought it was important to get that on, and so now I guess I just ponder what will occur as a result of that. Which America are we? Are we really now in America where those with power, those with influence, can, I'll make it metaphorical, the sake of safety, get away with murder? Maybe we are now that America. See, I can't believe that. That would be too sad. Why aren't you? You certainly are. You'll buy anything, won't you? I've got a bridge for you. Of course, we're that kind of America. I don't think so, but there are disquieting signs.
Somewhere in Time with Art Bell continues, courtesy of Premier Networks.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Don from Fort Dodge calling.
From where?
Fort Dodge, Iowa.
Excellent. Glad to have you.
Well, thanks. See, I don't think everything is over with just because all the powers that be are ignoring Art Bell.
Well, it's not Art Bell. It's Chris Ruddy. It's Dr. Alton and two other handwriting experts. It's either a pursuit of the truth or not. Art Bell doesn't have anything to do with it.
Well, didn't you have a man on the air a few months back after the Oklahoma City bombing who was just so certain, there was overwhelming evidence that the number 2 man for the bombing was there in Oklahoma City?
They said they were pursuing somebody they considered to be a suspect. That's what he said. Your memory is selective, sir.
Well, it's just selective. It's downright poor sometimes.
Well, I mean, look, you heard the handwriting expert. I presume you did, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
All right. if you were a special investigator or special counsel or somebody who would decide based on evidence placed in front of you whether to investigate something or not, and you heard what I put on the air this morning, what would your decision be?
There's nothing wrong with him being listened to, but you could probably find a half a dozen other experts who would disagree with him. It's not an exact science. I think we could all agree with that. He might be good at it, but there's a lot of guys good at it, and they probably can find a bunch of them that disagree.
Yeah, but sir, even allowing for that, and I'll allow for that. Let's say it's not an exact science, although he, to some degree, certainly did argue with that, I think, effectively. But let's say it's not exact. It's still strong enough that somebody should be pursuing the whole matter further. And if they don't, something is obviously wrong.
That may be the case, but I still think you're overstating things and you say that America as we know it is no more.
Well, if
they may be looking into it, they may not be making a bunch of noise about it right now.
Yeah,
he's probably not being ignored.
Do you remember do you remember the Watergate hearings?
Yeah, I'm not that old, but I faintly remember.
Well, that's too bad. That's too bad because there was a lot of noise. You know, a big investigation and a lot of noise.
Mm-hmm.
And we have more evidence right now that should scream for an investigation than they had when Watergate began, by far. And there is a deafening silence, a better silence than I can get out my front door.
Okay, well, it's just that I can remember when you had the man from Oklahoma City on there.
The man from Oklahoma City was
a very reputable man. He made a heck of a
No, you're wrong again. See, your memory is very selective. He was an investigator for the television station, KFOR television in Oklahoma City.
Oh, okay, I remember that. I thought he was an investigative reporter, but he's just an investigator.
An investigative PI.
But anyway, I just remember him. I was just waiting for the story to break, and it never did, or at least it hasn't yet.
And nor has it changed.
Well, maybe you should get him back on there and see what he's up to.
Well, maybe we should. I appreciate your call. Thank you.
Thanks, Art.
Right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. I'm calling from Seaside, Oregon.
Yes.
And I was just watching CNN, and they were showing those pictures of the star being born.
Is that amazing or what?
Oh, it's just gorgeous. But there's two angles. They show it, kind of like the fingers going to the left.
Right.
On the TV screen, and they have it where it's going straight up for the arm sculpture. And it looks just like fingers.
I know.
Like a hand. It is so beautiful.
I know.
I know. But
it's creation.
Yeah. Well, it is. It is kind of awe-inspiring, but I agree with someone who said earlier, what are they not telling us? But we are already finding out there some spectacular things coming up.
Well, I don't know. What's in that photograph is as good as any science fiction book anyway.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we need to live with much science fiction anymore. Most of what, like Jules Verne, it came true, and then every time we talk about science fiction, it becomes the now science.
It certainly does.
Yeah, and I want to thank you. You have such a nice show.
Oh, thank you.
And I get to it about 16 different ways, probably, on the coast here.
You do, huh?
Well, I can get 5 or 6 stations. I can get as far as Spokane, sometimes Salt Lake, sometimes Reno, sometimes Eugene, sometimes Portland.
All depends on the atmosphere.
Yeah, we're right on the ocean here.
Well, then I think that does enhance Skip a little bit.
I want to ask you something else.
Sure.
With all the things that you talk about on your show, how do you balance it without getting too anxious about the possibilities of the things that could happen? I know, you encourage people not to get paranoid. But,
no, I do. And I balance myself in a lot of different ways, man. And I don't always succeed. And I don't mean to give that impression. There are times when I am affected by what I do. But I try, life is life. And if a comet's going to come crashing into Earth, basically, I can't stop it.
Well, I'm worried about the tsunami that we're going to get here in Oregon.
All right. So
I've been prepared.
Tsunami, that's another good thing. If 100-foot wave is going to come washing over your head,
you don't have a chance anyway.
There's not a lot you're going to do about it.
Yeah, unless you get some warning.
Try a little body surfing for a few seconds, and then it's over.
Well, I know something else I wanted to ask you from a long time ago when you first had the alien thing going with the autopsy.
Oh, yes.
And I got your newsletter.
Yes.
When I opened that and I saw those figures, every time I see a crop circle, I get the same impression. I know what they are, but I can't tell you. It's like I've seen them, or they're in my mind somewhere, or I've seen them somewhere. But when I see a crop circle, I'm almost certain there's a message there, but I can't translate it.
You're not yet to the mashed potato stage.
Well, I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, don't you remember Close Encounters of the Third Kind?
Oh, no.
Remember
No.
the mashed potato thing where it was building the little...
No, it makes me calm when I see it, though. It's like a lot of the things that, that are coming out about this, it's like, okay, I know that. It's okay. I don't feel scared of that.
I'm not beyond believing there is a conditioning process underway.
Well, I believe that, too, because I know that there was inklings that they knew about Pegasus 51 a couple of years ago.
Boy,
and for it to be released now.
There sure have been a lot of recent discoveries, haven't there?
Makes you stop and say, well, it's like the guy last night from Australia. You stop and evaluate your personal life, and you live your life according to what you can.
That's right.
And you hope you don't get run over by an accident.
That is about my attitude. And I don't commute anymore, so my odds of getting hit by a Mack truck are reduced.
Well, and I'm disabled, so I don't hardly go anywhere either. So.
Well, there you are. All right. Thank you very much for the call, and just hang in there. Dealing with current events and news and the things I do, you have to learn some sort of balance. And as I said, I do not always succeed. I'm human like everybody else. Some of the scallion stuff gets to me. But again, what are you going to do? I suppose if California drops off and falls into the ocean or something, I'll take notice and I'll say, well, gee whiz, better move east. But I don't know, where are you going to go? If Scallion's future map were to be, life on this planet would never be the same again. Ever. Well, you should never say never, but generally speaking, in the foreseeable generations, it would not be. It would reshape everything. I'm not saying all life would be extinguished, because it would not. But it wouldn't be the same for a long time. So you contemplate these things as you do the birth of stars and photographs of the birth of stars and the process of creation and all of these other things. They're wonderful to contemplate, and so I'm happy to be around contemplating them, and I settled for that. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yeah, Art, do you recall when they were investigating the Koresh problems and those two ATF agents were in the gun shop, and the guy that owned the gun shop called Koresh and invited them to talk to him, and Koresh offered them to come out and inspect his armory?
I do.
Now, that was sworn testimony, so I'm assuming it has to be true. So nothing was done about that. So there was no need to cover up or anything else. The ATF had an opportunity at any time that they wanted to go out there and inspect his arm and see if there's any problems, which they didn't, and it led to a whole bunch of other problems. Then we get back to Ruby Ridge, and we see a whole flock of things that went on within the ATF and the FBI.
Yes, yes.
And then we get back to this, what they call it, when Hillary was trying to switch the agency for travel arrangements and everything.
Travelgate.
And they called in the FBI to validate what, they claim was wrong with that bunch of people.
Yes.
And we get down to this forgery thing, and this note was given to the FBI for inspection for forgery, and they only looked at one other document that he had written on.
Yes, sir.
And they came back and said, this is obviously a valid document.
Yes.
Now, what does this profile tell you about what's going on here, about the accuracy and the efficiency of these agencies that we're dealing with here?
Well, we already know there is an international group that's going to look into the FBI's crime lab because of exactly those kinds of problems. So what does it tell you? I'm not concerned about the FBI, sir. They'll be looked into. I am well aware that they only looked at one example of handwriting to come to the conclusion they did. I'm saying that I just presented stronger evidence than theirs that it is a forgery. Now, either something happens as a result of that or not. Either that is an absolute reason to force an investigation that will either confirm or deny what was just heard on my program a couple hours ago. You know, it's not. And if it's not, then that means there are basic things that have changed about America since even the days of Watergate. You see, I lived through those days. I remember. So I guess I'm a little philosophical about the whole thing. I probably ought to be angry and jumping up and down. I just laid it out. And either somebody's going to pick it up and say, look, this is evidence that demands an investigation or not. Simple as that. You tell me. And your answer says a lot about what kind of America we live in right now. And I'll repeat for effect. It's not an agenda. All right? I'm not a Clinton basher. I don't like President Clinton. I'll be flat out honest with you. Some guy called early in the show this morning, said he's a communist. I said, no, he's not. No, he's not. He's not a communist. He's, communists, they have principles. Albeit ones we don't agree with, they have principles, things they believe in. To me, our president is without any basic grounding, with the exception of the desire to be reelected, be in office. So, I can't say that I hate him, because I don't. I don't hate President Clinton. He's been kind of a mediocre president. He's done not a lot of things I certainly disagree with. But if you think that I put on this expert in handwriting, the world's foremost expert at Oxford, to go after Clinton for political reasons, you're all wet. Absolutely, flat out, all wet. I did it just in case anybody out there cares to pursue the truth, if it's important to anyone in this country. With regard to Ruby Ridge and Waco, God knows we've got just the ending of another Waco hearing. Ruby Ridge, we know a lot about that, don't we? We know what they did wrong there, don't we? There's been testimony. There's been people copping the fifth. It's not over. There may be people indicted. So we know a lot about Ruby Ridge. We know a lot about Waco. But what do we know about the supposed suicide of Vince Foster? You tell me, what do we know? Well, we now know that the suicide note, according to an expert, is in all likelihood a forgery. In fact, he was quite plain about it. Now, what does that mean? If the note was forged, I don't want to lay it out for you. You lay it out for me. What does it mean if that note is a forgery? What does it mean? Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Nick over in Seattle.
Good. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm calling on Como now. I'm not KVI, so.
That's right. Switch over at 1 o'clock.
Yep. I got some information for you to pass along.
Okay.
You said you did not have a picture of the stars or not?
Well, I don't have a GIF file of it yet.
Okay, I can give you 3 of them.
Wow.
I have the web address at NASA, and if you want that, I can give that to you with the air.
Well, you're welcome. Is it a long address?
Yes and no. It's at NASA, basically.
Yeah,
if you go to NASA, the main office on the web, their public address office.
Right.
They have all public affairs office. They have all the images you ever want.
Can you go to the web crawler and just enter the keyword NASA and that'll take you there?
Exactly how I did it.
All right, there you go. I'm telling you, I let people give out web addresses, and it's just almost impossible. I mean, it goes on and on and on and on. They've got to figure out an easier way to get addresses on the web.
Oh yeah, definitely. They're just getting too long now. They got, almost 30 characters at least now.
I know.
And then they get longer and longer to get files and stuff like that.
I know.
They'll shorten up eventually. Hey, what about that picture though?
I think I've never in my life seen anything like it. I look forward to the high quality image that I'll get on my computer.
Oh yeah, they got 3 different kinds. They got a real kernal medium color resolution. They got a really high black and white one.
When when you looked at it, and when you sit there and look at it, what kind of feeling comes over you?
Sheer awesome and power. That's the best way to describe it. And to be honest, I'm not a real religious person, but when I did see that, it did kind of like, it looked like almost the hand of God or something like that. That's what I thought. I saw the 3 fingers almost like the hand of God, encompassing a star or something. It is pretty amazing sight. And I can't even believe how big this is. I mean, they said in the news that the Earth is one little dot on this page.
Sir, it seems illogical to me that there is not a higher force behind it.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's just amazing. This actual 7,000 years ago, where are we 7,000 years from now?
It's wonderful. I mean, it's almost like 2010, where something wonderful is going to happen. Well, that photograph is almost something wonderful.
Well, we're getting close. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
I got a feel. We're getting close.
Thank you, sir.
Sure, no problem.
Take care. It is that impressive. The photograph obviously is going to rapidly circulate, and by morning I will have some good copies, and we'll take the best of what I find and put it on the bulletin board for you. It is like the hand of God, though. How can you watch the creation of stars? The actual creation, albeit 7,000 years ago, you're actually watching a star being born. And if you didn't see the photograph, there are not words that will do justice to what Hubble picked up. I think we just paid for Hubble. This photograph will, for the rest of our lives, I'm sure, be shown. It was and is remarkable. And how somebody can look at that and not imagine the hand of a creator is beyond me. I'm not a thumper. You know me, I'm not a thumper. But there is a force that we do not understand. Some of you will say, well, I understand it. There is a force that I don't understand that is behind that. And that's about as far as I can go. I do believe that there is a creator force. And that is comforting. And that photograph, for that reason, for me, is not eerie or scary. It is actually comforting.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from November 2nd, 1995.
I've got a fax here that I'm going to read, and I'll deal with it in a second, concerning Vince Foster and the hearings yesterday, and I was aware of it. I will read the fax and deal with it. I didn't bring it up for a good reason, but I will read the fax. Here we go. Art, the following occurred yesterday in the Senate Whitewater hearings. During a series of intense questions regarding phone records, Maggie Williams, Mrs. Clinton's chief of staff, answered, quote, "The night Vince was killed," end quote, and then quickly corrected herself to the night Vince committed suicide. This was about a half hour into the hearing. I've got it on tape if you'd like to hear it. I did hear it. Thank you. Please verify an error if you feel it is relevant. Either way, it sure was an interesting slip of the tongue. I was going to phone, but I felt you'd rather have the choice of airing this or not. Thanks again for all the great information, Bonnie of Foster City. Well, Bonnie, yes, I was aware of it. It's just that I think that if we want the investigation to move forward, we're not going to do it on the backs or the back of a slip of the tongue. We're going to do it with the kind of thing that I gave you and everybody else this morning. That is what's going to push a deeper investigation. So I was aware of it. It is interesting, but it would be regarded as generally irrelevant by anybody who would be considering a further investigation or probe into the whole Vince Foster matter. Now, what I gave you this morning is not irrelevant and would be considered by anybody judging whether to further investigate as undeniably important information demanding of pursuit. So I chose not to air that, even though I was aware of it. I saw it. Interesting, but maybe I watched too much of Judge Ito. You know, when you're considering what it will take to force a further look, a slip of the lip will not do it. But a world-renowned handwriting expert and two others will. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yes, Mr. Bell.
Yes.
Yeah, this is Gary. I'm from Alton, Illinois, which is right next to St. Louis.
Yes, sir.
I only have a couple things to tell you. One of which would be we listen to K-RAM 1380.
Yes.
But we're not picking you up very much.
I know.
Oh, you do know?
I know.
Okay.
I will give you a little information, okay?
Okay.
Beginning in about 2 weeks, look for us on KSD.
KSD?
Yes, sir.
KSD, okay. You know what the numbers are?
Oh, you know what? I have forgotten. It's way down low on the dial. I'm sorry, I've forgotten.
Okay, sir.
It's a far more powerful station.
Okay. Another thing I want to tell you, is it okay if I say something about ghosts?
Well, ghosts or ghost?
Ghosts. Just a second. Hold on, just one moment, because it'll only take 2 seconds.
All right. Going to say something about ghosts. Boy, that was a good, that sure was a good letter from an immortal, wasn't it? All right, are you back?
Yeah.
All right.
I had a plumbing problem here, the whole thing busted. Anyway, the other evening on Night for Halloween, when you were talking about ghosts, yeah, have you ever heard of a gentleman called Robert Wadlow? They call the Alton Giant?
No.
Okay, well, he pretty well knows throughout the whole United States. He was like 8'11" or something, and he died very young. And he died many, many years ago. Anyway, the house that my wife and I owned.
Oh, is this a ghost story?
Yes, it is.
I'm kind of not taking them, because if I get started with ghost stories again here, I won't be able to stop it. If you've got a really good ghost story, save it. We may be forced to do a semi-annual ghost show.
Okay.
So when I do a show, save it for that.
I'll do that, sir.
All right. Bless your heart.
And one other thing, I'm still in the reserve, but you know that fellow that always calls in? I always get confused, but that the guy that claims to be a Democrat, Charlie or something like that. Charles.
Well, there's Charlie, and then there's Doc Democrat, and then there's a bunch of others.
But it's the Charles guy.
Yeah.
The other evening, right before the radio went on a blink again, when you were talking to somebody that's having that dispute or whatever conversation, I'm inclined to go along with what he said and what you said as well, that if asked, would he go to Bosnia? Well, he answered the question right there.
He sure did.
He said no, and that's a perfectly good reason why he likes President Clinton. Having been to Vietnam myself for 18 months and 2 other wars, I think he fits right up there with Willie.
Appreciate your call, sir. Thank you. It would take an unusual person, which President Clinton is, to be able to order 25,000 Americans to go stand in Bosnia in the middle of the landmines and all the danger, when he was not himself willing to fight in a war which, though very controversial, arguably had more national security reasons to be fought than what we're going to have to do in Bosnia. It would truly take a person with malleable principles, how's that, malleable principles, to be able to give such an order. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Joseph from Aurora, Randy.
Hi.
How's it going?
Fine.
Yeah, you know, when I first heard about that Vince Foster thing, I mean, it was too off the wall. Even when I first heard about the alleged suicide, it was just too fantastic.
Yeah, it felt wrong.
Yeah, I had bad feelings about it, and I still do. But I wanted to congratulate you on your trip to Peru.
Well, I haven't made it yet.
Well, when you go?
I think I am going to go, yes.
Yep. Yeah, I want to go too.
You do?
Yeah. I mean, well, not with you, but by myself.
Well, that'll be all right. You have to go with me.
I'm always interested in. I called you about the crop circles a while back.
Yes.
And the lady that had called you earlier about them.
Yes.
She she had actually, without even knowing, had given an explanation. Was that I feel that there's some kind of there are universal thought patterns sent to awaken our inner being.
Well, then, why don't they write them in some way that we can understand? In other words, like, you know, instead of these hard-to-understand circles and symbols, symbology, why not just say humans get it together or else?
Well, in effect, they are how we understand. They're how we understand truth.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't. You're going to have to give me something more to go on than that. What evidence can you give me that these crop circles have any meaning whatsoever?
All we have to do is just look in the mirror at ourselves.
All right. Well, okay, thanks. That's an answer, but it's not one that I'm looking for. I'm not saying the crop circles do not have some meaning that we have not yet managed to grasp. They are interesting. They're intriguing. They're not. I've seen no ready explanation for them, but I've also seen no interpretation or scientific analysis of what they do mean by anybody. So, if they wanted the message to be clear, it should be written in English. And believe me, if that began appearing in fields around the country, get it together, or the petri dish is about to be cleaned out, something along those lines, then we'd have something to go on. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hey, Art, calling from KL, Denver.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is John. Hi. Listen, just a couple notes on the Vince Foster thing in the media.
Sure.
Well, I think it was a week ago Sunday, the New York Times did a real hatchet job on
Chris Ruddy?
Yeah.
Along with 60 Minutes.
Yeah, and that was just, interestingly, a couple of days before he was on your show with the new evidence. But also, on the good side, day before yesterday, Rush did a segment. And
I know, I heard it.
Yeah, well, I was glad because there's so many listeners, and I thought, gee, he's finally catching up to Art here. So the other good thing today is that I finally did hear on a regular news channel a rather sarcastic statement from Senator D'Amato about these hearings and how it seemed rather odd that nobody in Hillary Clinton's office was able to record these telephone conversations.
Well, Senator D'Amato's sarcastic about a lot of things, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah, in other words, you really deserve some congratulations for being on this thing as you've been. In fact, I'm one of the guys who called in and talked to Chris Ruddy that one time.
Oh, yes.
I remember asking him about the cover-up, if you want to call it that, with the driving accident. And he said it was interesting how they hushed that up so quickly. Anyway, some things are happening, and I think they're in large part due to you, so I hope you get some response from what you're doing, Art.
I thank you, my friend.
Okay.
Take care. I'm not an investigator. I repeat, I'm just a talk show host, and I'm just trying to follow the truth. Follow the path to the truth. And I think it was a great book title, wasn't it? Referring to religion. Evidence that demands a verdict. Well, let's change it a little and say evidence that demands an investigation.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from November 2nd, 1995.
Back we go, east of the Rockies. You're on the air. Hi.
How you doing tonight?
Okay, where are you?
I'm in Bradenton, Florida.
Bradenton, Florida. Excellent. Glad to have you.
I was just calling because it's interesting. You're talking about having a hard time convincing people to look into stuff. I just talked to Dan Miller's office yesterday. He's our congressman over here in this area, and we a few of us got together and have been looking into a lot of stuff, including Waco and the Oklahoma City bombing, and a lot of other stuff that involves Clinton. But we can't seem to get anybody interested in the stuff that we have.
Well, what do you have?
Well, I've got, I don't know if you've seen it, there's a couple of videos out that were made by Linda Thompson on Waco.
And you mean the same Linda Thompson that called for people to go marching on Washington and
what's funny
and wait a minute, and have people's trials and hang congressmen from the street if they don't meet her demands?
That sure sounds like a great idea. No, I'm kidding.
Well, no, sir, stop. Linda Thompson was on my program. Back when she was doing her initial work on Waco, it had value. Linda Thompson blew herself out of the water.
But not the pictures. I'm talking about the pictures.
Yeah, even to some degree there. Because there is continuing photography showing that tank continuing to pull back and showing clearly an item on it burning.
Well, with a computerized digital enhancement, the actual video that she had was analog video, which
well, the reason you can't get anybody interested is because Linda Thompson hurt herself.
Well, I agree with that, but I'm saying, as an individual, let's set her aside and say,
okay,
yes, she's a nutcase. I don't disagree with that.
I didn't say that.
Okay, well, I will say that if she's calling for the overthrow of the government with violent means, of course, that's ridiculous. But
she did that. You know that she did that on this program, and I actually went live for an extra hour. I couldn't believe she was saying it. I wanted to give her a chance to take it back, or squirm out of it, or whatever. And she just dug a deeper hole, and that show ended. And I never had her back, and I never will.
Right. Well, I don't disagree with you there. My point is simply that the second video that she made is just chock full of not only video pictures, but also documentation of different things that clearly show that.
Yeah, not all her work was bad. Look, sir, we all know there's a hell of a lot that was wrong with what occurred at Waco and Ruby Ridge. But these things are being investigated still. We just got done with more Waco hearings. Ruby Ridge yet will produce, I feel, indictments. But
they're still not going after the stuff that we.
But the Vince Foster case, sir, that one is like all but signed, sealed, and delivered as being a suicide.
Well, did you read the article that came out last week about the grand juror that was thrown out of the grand jury because he wanted to talk out about the larger conspiracy and the bombing? Did you hear about that?
No.
His name is Hoppy Heidelberg, 55 years old.
No.
He was one of the grand jurors, and he was thrown off because he said that there's a lot of evidence that's being covered up by the government of a grand conspiracy of many more people than the two that they've arrested.
Well, I would say that grand juror might have been out of line.
He says in the article, I'm reading it here, it says, he says,
it is not, yeah, but it is not for an individual grand juror to get up proclaiming conspiracies and blah, blah, blah. It is for the grand juror to sit there and receive evidence and decide whether indictments are justified
Yeah,
based
he's
on
angry
that
because
evidence.
they refuse to show the evidence because there's considerable evidence that there were more than two people involved, and that should have been presented in the families of the victims.
Well, if the evidence was so strong, then why didn't the rest of the grand jury walk out?
Well, I'm sure that they're considering that. I certainly would. I have more evidence than the government cares to talk about. I'm one of those people that have nothing better to do with my life than to dig around and sneak around and try to figure things out.
Yeah, well, the trouble with that is you listen on the air. The trouble with that is, and I think that's what happened to Linda. You can become involved in this so-called, I'll put it in quotes, patriot movement. And there is so much disinformation, misinformation, downright paranoia that if you've got, as you just said, too much time on your hands, you can begin to get to be affected by it. And I'm telling you, because I receive daily doses of it by fax, to the degree that I had to threaten to sue some people to stop them from sending me faxes, and I would have too. I was all prepared. I don't want to see that tripe. There are proper venues for investigation. And a lot of what's going on out there, and again, this so-called, quote, patriot community, is downright dangerous paranoia. And it's going to lead to more anti-government bombings. It's going to lead to, eventually, unchecked, a clash between the militias and the government. And maybe more. It's dangerous. We still have a system that allows proper investigation of apparent wrongdoing or alleged wrongdoing. And we better stay within those guidelines. And when we leave them, we do so at the peril of all we have built. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hello, Lord. This is Dan in the U District.
Hey, Dan.
And guess what was in my mailbox yesterday?
My book.
You got it. And I'm not going to rush into it. I'm going to take it a little bit at a time, sort of savor it like a fine wine.
Well, I will ask you only this tonight. Is it a beautiful book or what?
Fabulously beautiful. It surpassed my expectations. When you said it was a work of art, you hit the nail on the head.
Well, I wanted it to be special, and you know I was approached by HarperCollins and a bunch of other big ones. What I wanted is what I got, and it is beautiful. And tomorrow night, I'm going to set aside a line, finally. I've been trying not to talk about my book. I'm going to set aside a line, and I'm going to let people like you who have the book talk about it.
Well, I don't see anything wrong with you talking about your book.
Well, I know, but
if I put out a book like that, I'd be real proud of it.
I am proud of it, sir. I'm so proud of it that I burst. But
yeah.
But I wanted to wait until it got into enough hands out there so it was realistic to open the phone lines. It is there now. A lot of people will get it, no doubt, also on Friday.
Right.
And we'll let the audience decide.
Oh, yeah. You're going to get some good feedback on that.
Well, I certainly hope so. As I said, I am proud of it. And it'll be out again in the second printing in mid-November, just in time for Christmas.
All right. That's really neat.
Dan, you get the honor. Say goodnight, America.
From the U District in Seattle, Washington, keep looking up and good night, America.
That's it. Good night.
Welcome to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from December 5th, 1995. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, good evening, or in more cases than not, good morning, and welcome to another edition of the best in live overnight talk radio. Actually, I think the biggest too. We're picking up a couple of more. One that we lost some time ago, back again, KUGR in Green River, Wyoming. Welcome back to the network. Good to have you. And we have picked up, though I don't have the call letters, I'm sorry. We're about to go on the air in Colorado Springs in a big way. And so we'll let you know about that tomorrow. Totaling now 241 affiliates. Yikes. Stretching from Tahiti and the Hawaiian Islands all the way to the U.S. Virgin Islands, south into South America, north to the pole. That more or less covers it. I've got a lot to do, so let's get going. Bosnia troops and supplies really are moving very quickly now toward an area laden with about 6,000 landmines. In Fort Sill, Oklahoma, troops are beginning to get inoculations, making out wills. That is the group that goes to defuse bombs. They're going to be busy, busy, busy people. Now, I told you the BBC will tell you things that you don't hear elsewhere, and the BBC is reporting that the U.S. has far more troops on the ground now than the U.S. is actually reporting. We now admit, by the way, to you tell me, but it's somewhere between 30 and 40,000 troops that will be in and around Bosnia by mid-December. 30 to 40,000. Now, you know, these are not minor differences. In other words, we talked about 20,000 troops, right? Now it's 30,000, or if you want to include support troops, it's up around 40,000. This is already, you know, it's mission creep. Well, not really mission, it's troop creep. But in a way, that is certainly mission creep, isn't it? General Norman Schwarzkopf of Desert Storm fame apparently is going to be doing assessments for NBC. They probably have hired him. And yesterday he said, my concern is, you know, our military now is 30% smaller than during Desert Storm. Now that's a third, almost a third smaller. He said, if we get deeper and deeper into Bosnia, what's going to happen if Kim Il-sung decides to come roaring across the DMZ in Korea, or Saddam makes a move? It is a valid question, he said, to ask whether we could handle it. Think about that. He said, I heard the president say one of the things that guarantees that it's going to be a safe operation, Bosnia, is that we are so well armed, to which the general said, I should like to remind you, we were also well armed in Vietnam. You know how many casualties we took. And he cautioned this whole thing may not go at all the way we expect. The president speaking today stressed the compassionate angle of the Bosnian incursion. Presidents Ford and Bush both gave their support. Senator Dole, stumbling a little bit, was going to have a vote, wanted to have a vote, actually, to support the president in the Senate. But, he doesn't have the votes. So he has delayed that vote until next week. Dole also wants an exit strategy that includes arming the Bosnians. Our president, Clinton, still opposes arming the Bosnians. So in other words, on exit, the president would like to leave the Bosnians in their present military condition. Now think about that. That means we leave and the Serbs get to slaughter again? And this is something that I bet many of you or most of you have never heard. Some of you will have heard it. And I think this morning it is appropriate that you do hear it. This is a letter written by Bill Clinton. It was published in the press when he was governor of Arkansas and a candidate for the Democratic presidential nomination. It was written to Colonel Eugene Holmes, director of the Reserve Officers Training Corps at the University of Arkansas on December 3rd, 1969. Now, this is our president speaking. I'm sorry to be so long in writing. I know I promised to let you hear from me at least once a month, and from now on you will. But I've had to have some time to think about this first letter almost daily since my return to England to resume my studies at Oxford University. I've thought about writing about what I ought to say. First, I want to thank you for just for saving me from the draft, but also for being so kind and decent to me last summer when I was as low as I've ever been. One thing that made the bond we struck in good faith somewhat palatable to me was my high regard for you personally. In retrospect, it seems that the admiration might not have been mutual had you known a little more about me, my political beliefs and activities. At least you might have thought me more fit for the draft than the ROTC. Let me try to explain. As you know, I worked for 2 years in a very minor position on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. I did it for the experience and the salary, but also the opportunity, however small, of working every day against a war I opposed and despised, the depth of feeling I had reserved solely for racism in America before Vietnam. I did not take the matter lightly, but studied it carefully, and there was a time when not very many people had more information about Vietnam at hand than I did. I've written and spoken and marched against the war. One of the national organizers of the Vietnam moratorium is a close friend of mine. After I left Arkansas last summer, I went to Washington to work in the national headquarters of the moratorium. Then to England to organize the Americans here for demonstrations October 15th and November 16th. Interlocked with the war is the draft issue, which I did not begin to consider separately until early 1968. For a law seminar at Georgetown, I wrote a paper on the legal arguments for and against allowing within the selective service system a classification of selective conscientious objection for those opposed to participation in a particular war, not simply to participation in war in any form. From my work, I came to believe the draft system itself is illegitimate. No government really rooted in limited parliamentary democracy should have the power to make its citizens fight and kill and die in a war they may oppose. A war which even possibly may be long. A war which, in any case, does not involve immediately the peace and freedom of the nation. Let me repeat that line of our president's. A war which, in any case, does not involve immediately the peace and freedom of the nation. The draft was justified in World War II because the life of the people collectively was at stake. Individuals had to fight. If the nation was to survive for the lives of their countrymen and their way of life, Vietnam is no such case. Nor was Korea. An example where, in my opinion, certain military action was justified, but the draft wasn't, for the reasons stated above. Because of my opposition to the draft and the war, I am in great sympathy with those who are not willing to fight, kill, and maybe die for their country. In other words, the particular policy of a particular government, right or wrong. Two of my friends at Oxford are conscientious objectors. I wrote a letter of recommendation for one of them to the Mississippi Draft Board, a letter which I am more proud of than anything I ever wrote at Oxford last year. One of my roommates at Oxford University is a draft resistor who is possibly under indictment, may never be able to go home again. He's one of the bravest men I know. His country needs men like him more than they know. That he is considered a criminal is an obscenity. The decision not to be a resistor, and the related subsequent decisions were the most difficult of my life. I decided to accept the draft in spite of my beliefs for one reason: to maintain my political viability within the system. For years, I've worked to prepare myself for a political life, characterized by both political, practical ability, concern for rapid social progress. It is a life I still feel compelled to try to lead. I don't think our system of government is by definition corrupt. However, dangerous and inadequate it may have been in recent years, the society may be corrupt, but that is not the same thing. And if that is true, we are all finished anyway. Now, when the draft came, despite political convictions, I was having a hard time facing the prospect of fighting a war that I had been fighting against. That's why I contacted you. ROTC was the only way left in which I could possibly, but positively, avoid both Vietnam and resistance. Going on with my education, even coming back to Oxford, played no part in my decision to join ROTC. I'm back here and would have been at Arkansas Law School because there's nothing else I can do. In fact, I'd like to have been able to take a year out perhaps to teach in a small college or work on some community action project, and in the process decide whether to attend law school or graduate school and how to begin putting what I have learned to use. But the particulars of my personal life are not nearly as important to me as the principles involved. After I signed the ROTC letter of intent, I began to wonder whether the compromise I had made with myself was not more objectionable than the draft would have been, so I had no interest in the ROTC program in itself. And all I seemed to have done was to protect myself from physical harm. Also, I began to think I had deceived you. Not by lies, there were none, but by failing to tell you all the things I'm writing now. I doubt I had the mental coherence to articulate them then. At that time, after we had made our agreement, and you had sent my 1B deferment to the draft board, the anguish and loss of my self-regard and self-confidence really set in. I hardly slept for weeks and was kept going by eating compulsively and reading until exhaustion brought sleep. Finally, on September 12th, I stayed up all night writing a letter to the chairman of my draft board, saying basically what is in the preceding paragraph, thanking him for trying to help in a case where he really couldn't, stating that I couldn't do the ROTC after all, and would he please draft me as soon as possible. Well, I never mailed that letter, but I did carry it on me every day until I got on a plane to return to England. I didn't mail the letter because I didn't see in the end how my going into the Army and maybe going to Vietnam would achieve anything except a feeling that I had punished myself and gotten what I deserved. So I came back to England to try to make something of this second year of my Rhodes Scholarship. And that is where I am now, writing to you because you have been good to me and have a right to know what I think and feel. I'm writing to you, too, in the hope that my telling you this story will help you understand more clearly that so many people have come to find themselves loving their country, but loathing the military, to which you and other good men have devoted years, lifetimes of the best service you could give. To many of us, it is no longer clear what is service and what is disservice. Or if it is clear, the conclusion is likely to be illegal. Forgive the length of this letter. There was much to say. There is still a lot to be said, but it can wait. Please say hello to Colonel Jones for me. Merry Christmas. Sincerely, Bill Clinton. Now, I've never read that whole thing on the air before, but I thought somehow, I don't even want to say on the eve of the deployment, because it really has begun, again around Christmas time, we should try and understand the man who is now sending men and women in America squarely into harm's way, if you want to believe what Norman Schwarzkopf had to say. And I think it helps you to understand the man who wrote that letter. We'll be right back. All right, I've got a number of other things I want to cover with you. By the way, it's a big full moon out there. I don't know if you've gone out to look. Every time I say that, somebody will call me up and say, well, it's not going to be full until tomorrow. It looks full to me, and that's when I begin saying it is a full moon. And that, in fact, is when people begin to react to it. So I expect some reaction this morning. I saw a story on CNN earlier tonight. I think it was their 9 o'clock newscast that blew me away. And I don't blow away that easily these days. Story comes from Kalamazoo, Michigan. It was the story of a mother who had a baby. A little premature, I believe. The baby had some sort of respiratory problem and stopped breathing and died. Now, I swear to you, what you're about to hear is true. In other words, it was reported on CNN as absolute truth. It's probably still running on CNN, if you want to see it. The baby died. It stopped breathing. The doctors declared it dead. There they have kind of a bonding experience that occurs between a mother and her dead infant. And the hospital there allows the mother to hold the dead child and sort of bond with it. You know, some sort of, she carried the child for 9 months. So it is not surprising to me that that is a psychologically healing thing for a woman to do. And to become acquainted with a baby she will never see grow up well. This child turned totally purple, stopped breathing for 3.25 hours. In other words, it was really dead. The mother was holding the child, and it was 3.25 hours later, and suddenly there was a gasping sound. The doctors and nurses standing nearby, totally freaked out. They grabbed the baby from the grieving mother, put it on life support, and as of right now, it's doing fine. They have no idea, nor can they for a while, whether there is any brain damage. Now, I don't know what word you would use to describe this, but the one I don't hesitate to use is miracle. What other possible explanation could there be? Nobody. Nobody dies for over 3 hours and comes back. And if you think that's even remotely possible, then we should worry that we are burying a lot of people alive, cremating them, beginning to process them for burial. I have never in all of my born days seen such a story.
But I guarantee you, in good faith, I just relayed the details to you as given by CNN. Now, my word is miracle. If you have another word you would use to describe that story, I would like to hear it. How do you react to that? How could that happen in this world?
You're listening to Art Bell Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from December 5th, 1995. You're listening to Art Bell Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from December 5th, 1995.
Good news for me. A new Gallup poll out says 49% of all Americans, that's half, are having trouble sleeping. That's as of 1995 and up from 36% in 1991. They attribute it to job stress-related sort of stuff. So half the American people are having trouble sleeping. And I bet a bunch of them listen to this program. So I guess that's good for me, bad for you. I don't know. All right, I have some quickening news. This is from Reuters a few moments ago. A growing dome of lava in Montserrat's rumbling volcano threatens to send rock slides and lava flows down the mountain's eastern flank, according to the governor of the Caribbean island Tuesday. About 4,000 residents of the tiny British colony remained out of their homes on the south end as a result of the second major evacuation since seismic activity began to erupt in the Chances Peak volcano in July. The governor there, in a phone conversation from Montserrat, told Reuters that scientists reported an increase in volcanic activity overnight, and 2 lava domes appeared to be merging, heightening the threat that the crater would begin to crumble. The Chances Peak is full of cracks now, Savage said. Bits of rock will start to fall off the dome, which will produce rock slides or flows. A lot of the existing structure is going to come down.
Art Bell is so underrated.
Also,
The
this
old
one
Art Bell
just
from the
in.
90s, like what I'm
There
playing,
has been a
is so much
6
better than
point,
the original.
let me get it straight, 4 earthquake in
Because it just seems
Indonesia.
so much more affable.
6.4 magnitude in Indonesia.
Seems so much more
And while it is not of the
Seems
8-point variety,
friendlier.
it does follow in the pattern that we are now becoming so familiar with. I thought you might be interested in this from Australia, down in Standeo country. First, this, by the way, is their new service from Sydney. First, the horses lost their appetite. Then they began to twitch. That turned into convulsions. The animals flailing in their stalls. Within 2 weeks, their lungs hemorrhaged, and they drowned in their own blood, which gushed from their mouths and nostrils. Then the disease, a new one apparently, struck the horses' handlers, eating holes in their lungs until they choked to death. So we're waiting to see yet another new, weird, hemorrhagic type of virus on our hands. They're trying to find out.
This from Dan in Pacifica. Art, today California had 3 quakes, all just around the 3 magnitude range, one off the coast of Eureka, the other in Sonoma County, and the other in Palm Springs. If you draw a line beginning in the north and terminating in the south, it matches Gordon Scallion's predicted earthquake line for multiple large quakes. Just thought I'd drop that in. Well, okay, I've got a lot more here, but I will hold it. That ought to be sufficient. I thought a kind of a profile on the president at this point during those years when he faced the possibility of having to do what he is now going to order men and women in America to do. I thought it was appropriate. Doc Berry hated it and said, "Gee, can't you come up with anything that's new?" And so I know that I must have hit the nail right on the head when Doc Berry scratches off a fast, angry fax. I know that it hit the nail right on the head. I use Doc just like a barometer. Thanks, Doc. So we begin under a full moon. Are you ready? We don't screen calls. We don't know what you want to talk. I have no idea what you want to talk about. As a matter of fact, it is up to you. First-time callers to the program, virgins. Should I say virgins and first-time callers? Area code 702-727-1222. The wildcard direct dial lines are area code 702-727-1295. The toll-free west of the Rockies line is 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. Anywhere east of the Rockies, way out east, it's 1-800-825-5033. 1-800-825-5033. And the magic begins. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, Art. It's Anthony from St. Louis. Long time no talk.
Well, it has been a long time. How you doing?
Pretty good. Hey, listen. A lot of things have come up on the past couple of months. I got your book. Got today. It was autographed. Excellent job, Art.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it really
I got
is.
a ham radio license, too.
Oh, my gosh. Did you really?
Yeah, I'm only a technician, but...
Oh, congratulations, Anthony.
Thanks a lot. I'm moving on up. And I'm off to college, too, which means I have internet access. I've emailed you a couple times, but I'm waiting for a response. But you talking with me
Finishing
tonight
off
was
my
enough. And I pulled a
potatoes,
whole bunch of pictures
some
of
bread
you
and
off
butter.
the internet and printed it up and put it in my board in my room. And my roommate says it's like a shrine to you. And
I think I'm going to have to eat the
A
peppers.
shrine? No, don't make shrines.
Because I don't
to
want
me,
to
Anthony.
freeze a pepper.
Really? Why shouldn't I?
I think I can, though.
Well, actually, I guess you
I've
could.
never bought a frozen
You
pepper.
need to develop a chant, though.
Yeah.
Art.
That'll be it. Oh, there's just one little substantial thing that I wanted to talk to you not about tonight.
One little thing, huh?
Yeah, it was about Michael New. I mean, everybody's up there talking about Michael New. I think you're wrong in the fact Michael New is a great national hero, but I think you did raise a good point about treaty power and the fact that we did ratify the UN treaty and that dilutes our Constitution. In fact, there's a debate with
Anthony, what we did, we don't actually have a treaty with the UN. What we have is a treaty with member nations of the UN, Anthony. And what I have said for so long and will continue saying again and again and again is that Michael New has disobeyed a lawful, legal order. And the way to protest that, if you don't want any involvement in the UN, is to put pressure on our politicians to withdraw either from the UN or from the treaties that we have signed. Not to join the military, hold your hand up, and swear to obey lawfully given orders, and then not do so. No.
Maybe you had that right, but I'm going to let you go, and I just want to say hi to Jeremiah.
All right. Thank you very much for the call. So there we are with that one again, Michael New. Look, policy is made out here in the private sector. Policy is made by politicians and by you who vote for those politicians.
If the U.S. makes a treaty with nations and says
Got your foot, boy. Look what we got here. Hey, you want to drive, huh? Come on. Yeah, telephone pole? We'll take you there. Yeah, we can take Grab it up. Come on, back to it.
bummer. Such a cool car. I'm watching Carnival of Souls. I've never seen it. 1962. Started off first few minutes with a drag race. Gone to ride.
As high as this river is right now, and with all the mud and sand it's carrying, and you'll never find that rock. Okay. All right, now let's hear your story about how you yeah. You were the first one that he did. Called him track and he wanted to get around the focus and he lost control and he dropped. So Jerry didn't crowd him off. Bring it on. Yeah, I'm sure I'm gonna find that car now. Just saying, it's not good. Maybe another fight. Yeah, I'll guess we can do is keep trying. Are you all right? How'd you get out? And put this on. We're gonna get you back to town. What about the other girl? I got the number. It's quite similar. I supervised the installation myself. The accident won't delay your going, Lloyd.
No. I'm leaving this morning. There's nothing I can do.
That's it. Well, Mary, you'll make a fine organist for that church. He very satisfying to you, I think.
That's the job.
Not quite the attitude for going into church work.
I'm not thinking about it. I'm not going to take notice.
Want more than that? Of course, it doesn't pay much, but it's at least it's a start. Are you driving by Bentley for your folks?
No, I can't. I'm at school. I got to leave. I want to try to stay through.
Mary, it takes more than intellect to be a musician. Put your soul into it. Okay? Good luck, Mary. Stop by and see us the next time you're in.
Thank you. But I never come back.
I don't know about that girl. How do you mean? Day before yesterday, she was the only one of 3 girls to survive an accident. You do a little something like humble at this time. Never know what she said. She's always kept pretty much to herself. Yeah, maybe in her place I'd do the same thing. Just pick up life in you. She's so quiet, like she feels it. But she's got tough-minded, I guess that's what it takes to survive. Still faith and strength. Well, if she's got a problem, then go right along with her. Yep. help you? All right. Anything else, lady?
Could you tell me what that big structure is off a few miles to the lake?
Oh, you mean the old bathhouse? That used to be a pretty risky place in the old days. Then the lake went down and they made a dance hall out of it. Then they put those buildings up out there and made some sort of a carnival there for a while. Years ago, though. It stands out there now.
I have an address here at the rooming house. Could you direct me?
Oh, sure. Well, that's just right over here, little lady.
Saving it for you since I got the letter. I remember that yesterday. Hey, it's fine. That's not what I expected. I know you're fine. But they don't regular woman house, you know. I only got you, Mr. Linda, across the hall. This room's got its own private bathroom, too. We'll take all the dogs if you want. I got one stuffed up. Hey, Daddy, what do you call something? Okay, I'm downstairs in the back on the house. So they get out to read, just have to wait around. Good night, Bobby.
Look, guys, she's being haunted by the Everett Police Department. You see that? Creeper in her fucking window. And on that note, some of you may be like, well, the target date came and went. Mystic Gwen, what happened? Well, I'll tell you this. I laid there, I tried to sleep. Here's some of the tidbits I overheard. Oh, we'll just jump in between the two to end them both. Wait till she logs back in on the HP Chromebook. We'll put that partition in again that she removed when she suddenly went and shut off save device data. Oh, we only need the Android apps on the HP Chrome. We'll make it work. We're smarter than the FBI. That's paraphrasing.
And this is Henry outside.
You know this is made in the same time that I've been studying.
Of course. That's fairly good.
And remember,
Oh, by the way, you have on the
if you're not detained within 10 minutes, you have one business day.
Area 12, we have a nice congregation. We have questions for you. Hey, Robin. I don't suppose it's an absolute necessity. I don't know what some of the ladies
Say I'm a firm organ, that could be enough to me.
yes, of course. We'll let it go at that for the time being. But, my dear, we cannot live in isolation from the human race.
Mind if I try this?
I want you to.
And then remember, astrologically speaking, federal felons Anne-Marie Bauer, Richard Garcia, Andy, and Erica Owens should be real happy Wednesday through Friday. But according to the Bureau, I'm wrong. They're going to be really pissed Wednesday through Friday. And don't forget, the 2 weeks after this, per the FBI, everyone that's going to prison for the rest of their lives fucking hates me. Why? I told them to stop what they were doing 3+ years ago and counting.
I'll get this call out. That's the rate. Would you like to come along for a ride? Right by. Stop and look over this one. I will if you're not.
Baby, did you come down to get some more num-nums? Don't eat so much, you puke. Yeah. Baby. Hi, House Otter. Hi. Who's a good boy? Who's done? You are. No.
It's been your business for a long time now. Good news, no. It isn't safe out there anymore. That's why they put up the barrier. Why don't you just step around it? What attraction could there be for you out there? Well, they should all minutes. You guys see it. It's the law, isn't it? Maybe I can come back some other time. Shall we go on now?
On the table.
Dedicated to the whistleblowers, of which there are many. Also, shout out to the sheriffs. Wink, wink to the sheriffs. Hey, hey. The whistleblowers are a freak of nature, so they get paid and get let go. She's a freak of nature, so she got paid and got let go.
And thank you for the coffee. It's unsanitary, but delicious.
Should have put some of the germ killer inside. Well,
I'm thinking we can get through the day.
you're not too bad. They're going to person to me.
But I never forget some of the things to test.
Living with opioid addiction can be a struggle. Supplicate with counseling is for adults with moderate to severe opioid addiction who have started treatment with a dose of oral.
I'll make a shoehorn right out of your shin. I'll make a lampshade of durable skin. Oh, don't you know that I'm always feeling able when I'm sitting home, yeah, carving out your navel. Oh, I'm just sitting here carving out your navel. When will you realize that that skin you're in, hey, it is in yours? And when will the kill be too much of meat for me to hide? Hey, I could really use a couple of hands to complete one hell of a bandstand. Oh, and don't you know that I caught you in the middle, making rib cages into coffee tables. I'm gonna make you into a coffee table. And when will you realize that that skin you're in, hey, it is in yours? And when will the thrill be too much of meat for me to find anymore? Because you know I can't hide. But oh, how hard I tried, but this is just the shape you're in. I know I can't hide. But oh, how hard you tried. This is just the shape I'm in. Santeria sublime. I don't practice Santeria. I don't need no crystal ball. Well, I already had $1 million and I spent it all.
Hi, hello, everyone.
I don't practice Santeria. I don't need a crystal ball. I already had $1 million and I spent it all. What I really wanna know, oh baby, what I really want to say is, wait till I get back. Mommy's gonna love, wanna know. I feel the break, feel the break, feel the break. And I gotta live it out. Oh yeah. Well, I swear that what I really wanna know. Oh, baby. What I really wanna say, I can't define. Make it go. My soul will have to. Ah, baby. What I really want to say is I've got mine. And I'll make it. Yes, I'm growing old. If you knew what was good for you, you'd throw away that keyboard. The FBI has a 45, and they're not gonna think twisty. Believe me when I say that they got something for your punk ass. Ah, baby. way back. I just want to remind everybody, those looking at the lengthiest prison sentences are each and every individual sticking to the always fraudulent and perjurious claim that any of their premeditated felonies were in any way reactionary, and not the premeditated felonies that were reported in 2017 and addressed in 11 months of cease and desist letters before my illegal detainment, as well as in 2 court claims in 2024.
I must have been talking for an hour.
Anything else?
And that little things like sending 4 different stalkers to bang on my door to make me think that I'm about to be shot after 4 different cyber attacks where you mistakenly believed the live stream had ceased. These things provide a great deal of evidentiary value for the Bureau and for the sheriff. And remember, if you're under the impression that there's any sheriff in this county that's on your side or doesn't know what the fuck I'm talking about or believes you, then that's a damn good sheriff. That's a damn good sheriff that doesn't want you to know that they're fully aware you're going to prison for the rest of your life. Baby, me gusta. Sí. Por favor. Vamos.
Have you ever heard 2 men talking behind your back and imagined they were talking about you? Have you ever imagined you saw someone you knew and walked up to them and found you were a perfect stranger?
I don't see what this has to do with it.
The point is this. Our imaginations play tricks on us. They often misinterpret what we see and hear. Do you agree?
I suppose so.
But that can happen at
Some of
ordinary
these pigs are down with green thumb, but you never know what will be the outcome until you look around in that holding cell and you notice that some of your fellow terrorists aren't in there with you. I'm the scientifical, mystical one. Hello, my name is Mystic Gwen. Hello, my name is Mystical Gwen. You know where I'm from. God, oh, I know, you're not really cops. That's why when you come, you're going to suck my dick. That way when they come, they can suck my dick. Hello, my name is Mystical Gwen. Hello, my name is Mystical Gwen. I tried to tell you where I was from. Now you don't know what the outcome. People can't live without the urban. If not, they be drinking and robbing and swarming. But that's the thought that we grow in the backyard or inside the hydro. And the plush plant crushing the tangerine green. Tasty, open up smoke screen. Cycles of trees are constantly grown. Somebody give me the right to the cut home. I'd like to stop, but it feels so good. 20 plants sticking up my holy home. PEA never wanna leave green alone. But never, ever gonna run from my home. What that funny sound knocking at the door. Sorry, green don't can't talk no more. Please don't follow me into the sun. Hello, my name is Mystical Gwen. Hello, my name is Mystical Gwen. I already told you where I was from. If I can't drive, then call me a cab. In my closet, the music right out like it ain't no place to hide out. I don't wanna buy no weed from no cop. Get locked up and they close up my shop. That's why I buy no weed from no one. That's why they call me Mystical Gwen. The scientifical mystical one. Growing my crops with the rays of the sun. Come on, let's see how it's done. If you see the pigs, there's no need to run. Cause some of these pigs are down with green thumb. But you never know what be the outcome. You see the photo in the album. The seed is going like my look, I never told you where I was from. Some call me Red, but I'm Dr. Green Dome. Hello, my name is Dr. Green Dome. Hello, my name is Mystical Gwen. I already told you just where I'm from. Hello, my name is Dr. Green Dome. Too Short is too cool, dude. People always talk about Dr. Dre and Puff Daddy and shit. Too Short is where it's at, man. This guy has been making bangers for just about as long as I've been alive. This guy right here.
I go on and on. Can't understand how I last so long.
Shit, I must have superpowers.
225,000 hours. Get a calculator, do the math. I made 1,000 songs that makes movie. For the last 300 months, I made 16 albums with me on the front.
In the bump.
When you get your beats, I heard 93 rappers say like me. 2 singers and 10 comedians, and I'm still gonna yell it every time you see me in. What's my favorite word?
Bitch.
Why they gotta say it like short?
Fools, you can't play on our court. Blow the whistle. Remember, some of the whistleblowers upstairs are like LeBron and Michael Jordan. Some of the things you mistakenly believed that I did, those slam dunks, that was them. And they're getting paid. So treat them hostile. Be hostile.
What you say, short dog with UGK. Do you really want to be like me? Spit game like Snoop and TIP. Pretty girls in the VIP, they pay with Dre. They don't need ID.
Blow the whistle.
Blow the whistle.
Don't let your ego end up costing you 35 years without parole.
Your mind is gone.
You still have time every day that there's not an officer outside of my door or in my living room. You got a day. Don't put your ego ahead of the next 35 years of your life.
It's been way too long. Time to let the whole world play your songs like me. My gets around. Need a country come back and hit the town. I'm in Miami, New York, and ATL. Houston and LA, ask Dave Chappelle about my rich. You got it from me and made $50 million. I'm proud of you, G. But I'm crazy. You don't want to be like me. I come from me, something where the youngsters get like me. Blow it. Blow the whistle. Blow the whistle. Blow the whistle. Too short. Up all night, baby. Apple number 16. Y'all can do that.
I don't know what I did. Yeah, I'm not afraid of them. This morning I needed company. Yeah.
Never forget, E40 is an acceptable pronoun for me because sometimes I feel like a 250-pound flag-looking black guy from Oakland. And while you guys had me illegally detained at a different location, there was a giant, adorable, former orphan turned revolving occupant there who went by the name Big Love. Such a cute kid and was addicted to cookies. And at one point in time, he looked me dead in the eyes and started singing this song, and I was like, oh, Godzilla is so funny. And then remember, fools, I'm going to be here this weekend. I'm going to be here next month. I'm going to be here a year from now, unless I'm on vacation. I'm going to be here until I'm dead. You can bet on that.
Tell me when to count. 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 Jesus Christ had dreads.
So shake them.
I ain't got none,
But I'm planning on growing some.
Imagine all the Hebrews who are done best on top of chariots and turning tight ones. Tell me when to go. Talking on my catcher on my way to the south. My second or third church. Some hitty, some specials, and some Listerine strips. Knock the green thumb lips just to ease my thoughts. Not just the cops, but the homies you gotta watch. The moon is full, look at the dark cloud. Sitting in my stripper, watching open, going wild.
Cut out.
I don't walk mainstream.
I rap underground.
All that other sugar coated and watered down. I'm from the bay where we hyphy and go up. From the soil where them rappers be getting their lingo from. Tell me when to count. 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 I'm off that 800 juice. And I'm at the black suit. Ain't gonna shoot the heavy. Anybody, you don't want me. From the bay to the A. Hang me in the backwoods with a sweet blood. It's dope. It's just some shit I wrote. I said it couldn't be the same. Shine the gun. I slid past it down. It's good, it's good. Bad daddy. Cross game, get flipped out the record patty. I see it sad. Pass me the thing on fat. I drink white and snow blade. Talk leash and a straight from the calendar. Acting like I'll say quick. Now that I mean, y'all don't say no. Tell me when to go. 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 Now let me direct traffic coming. Let me tell you about this hiking movement we got going in the back. When I say something, you say it right back at me. You never gonna do it like this here.
Ghost ride the whip.
Ghost ride the whip. Ghost ride the whip. Ghost ride the whip. Now scrape.
Put your stunner shades on. Put your stunner shades on. The gas brake dip.
Gas brake dip. Shake them dreads.
Shake them dreads.
Shake them dreads. Shake them dreads. Let me see you show your dreads.
Let me see you show your
Let me
grills.
see you show your dreads. Let me see you show your dreads. Now these facts. Those open mind.
Doors open, man. Watch your swing. Watch your swing.
Watch them swing. Watch them swing. Go stupid.
Go stupid.
Go.
Tell me when to go.
Tell me when to go. Tell me when to go. Tell me when to go. Tell me when to go. Tell me when to go. Tell me when to go.
I've been waiting an awful long time for you. My car is just over there. I know just the right place to go.
Yeah.
When the whistleblowers and I are laughing our ass off having been paid and survived this bullshit, all of us in good standing, we're going to be drinking booze in the summer sunshine, tan, content, all of us in possession of lump sums that we deserve for dealing with this bullshit. And those of you that are still actively at this very moment in time begging the Bureau to put you in prison for the rest of your lives. And even the most prudish amongst us is going to be loving this song. Yo.
Jane, gold all in my chain, gold all in my ring, gold all in my watch. Don't believe me, just watch, nigga, don't believe me, just watch. Don't believe me, just watch, nigga, don't believe me, just watch. Don't believe me, just watch. Gold all in my chain, gold all in my ring, gold all in my watch.
Don't believe us, just knock.
This ain't for no
Keep knocking.
Nigga. You a real nigga, then fuck with ya. This one for the hood nigga. Hips the bitches that shop at Lenovo. Dark skin, light skin, Asian and white women. Hype beats,
we know about you.
Don't buy shoes unless the popular play hoes. My nigga. That pussy poppin', that magic city, got strong. My nigga, they call match that shit with me, smoking me. My nigga, they don't pass that shit to me. This one for my niggas, and bitches buy that money.
Cash out.
Gotta love. Trust some bread, them bad hoes that honest. I don't fuck with no snitches, so don't tell me who tell them. This one for them colleges, them bad hoes that spell.
You'll see us all on Instagram. Yeah, we'll just be flexing.
Pop the molly, I'm sweating.
Woo!
Pop the molly, I'm sweating. Mama always told me.
We'll be counting our blessings. Count them up.
So I kept counting them.
We're too fly, you know this. We'll give your ass a checklist.
One gold watch, two gold chains, 6 gold rings. It's not goddamn OG joints, them hot socks, no shirt on. I'm stunned, okay. And this song for them fuck niggas
who hating on us this summer.
Fuck talk shit behind your back.
They won't say shit in public because they'll be sitting in a cell in King County.
Gold all in my ring, gold all in my watch.
Don't believe me, just watch. Don't believe me, just watch. Don't believe me, just watch.
Don't believe me, just watch. Don't believe me, just watch. Gold all in my chain, gold all in my ring, gold all in my watch. Don't believe me, just watch.
You know, my room, please, a couple of feet from yours. I like to get very far from the alley.
Happy hump day. The whistleblowers and I all got a bump in pay today because it's a new day. And we're still here suffering.
I don't think he looks weak.
This is just not checkers. Just not checkers. Just not checkers.
How strong do you think he looks? Quite strong. I mean, I don't know what metric to use. Let's use out of 10. With 10. Tits, sucky tits, sucky tits. With this, fuck that. It's. I think I'm reading again. Jessica. said made grade as a B? I don't think I'm... With Harry, turn this off and watch that episode. This will not be on. Or as Lamorne would say, turn it on and on again. Turn it on like a light switch, cause I'm rich. I don't need a beat. I don't need a beat at all, cause I came hit a ball. I don't want to stall. But you did. Bring it on. Kid. Yeah, I do it again. I'm from the city of Win. That's all I got. Nah. That there's absolutely something. Vocally, you're an 8 out of 10 is the best. Dave, you think his vocals are better than the shape that he's in? Well, I think both are impressive, but the whole scale of 1 to 10, like. Yeah. Okay, there you heard it. Yeah, with auto-tune, it's perfect. Once we have it dialed in post. Tell them more why you don't like people doing impressions of you. I'm sorry, you want me to, you
I don't like it because it's wrong.
You want me to put my thoughts and my feelings in the form of song. Wow. Huh? This is in the form of song.
This is just not
checkers. I don't like
checkers.
people doing impressions of me.
Because it's wrong.
My vowels are enunciated and sometimes long. Ain't got shit on me, shout out King Kong. I ain't got the long song. I've been in Hollywood for so long. Sometimes I get high up on the wall. Just not checkers.
This is just not checkers.
Shout out to the freckle face. Shout out to the freckle face. Oh, you know I love them. You know I love them. From the hip to top, the head to the toes.
The Everett Police Department think that they're suave, not letting my YouTube load out at all. It's because they're trying to hack that one, and every time I do it here, it fucks them up and they have to reset shit.
Yeah, Denzel throwing up in Denzel. Yeah, this here has been well. Indeed, I got the intel. Y'all know I'm dropping them a lesson. Denzel doesn't like the impressions because he finds them cumbersome. You can't do it justice because he's 1-to-1. Yeah, he takes offense to it. No one can do it. Yeah, every other actor in the game is suited. Yo, we can't pursue it. We gotta keep it true. Every time I rhyme, my lips spread like the flu. Hey, yo, Denzel, can I get a cameo in my legal bars? That be off the handle, bro. Maybe I can fly you out. I will buy your ticket. We can hop online on Zoom and we can kick it. When I'm done with this Rick Glassman interview, which could be now if you want to do it now, dude, I would leave in this very minute just to do a collab, because that shit would truly be mad. Yeah, Denzel watching you, just let me know. If you threw me the words, they would sweat the flow, and I'ma let this go up to my homie named Rick, so you can hear him kick flows at a certified sick. Let's go. Denzel, big fan. Yeah. Washington, love him. Thank you. Washington Wizards, same as the birthday as Jordan. I'm loving it. It's 2/17 today. 2/17. That's right. 2/17 the day. 2/17 birthday. Every day is my birthday. Blow out the candles on my cake. I need to have the cake my way. Sugar free, please. No way. Shout out to Die, yeah, me days. I don't want that any time of day. My favorite day is Sunday, because that's when Jesus Christ comes to my life. When you're here, I'll tell you, it makes it even harder to, because when we're doing this normally, I'm just thinking to myself, this is going to be so stupid. No, dude. And people watching like, we just want to hear him. So no, you know that. People come in the room and go, and I do. Jonathan Majors, the whole damn crew. You already know what he did. He came since on the planet of Earth. I haven't killed Jen. I press the to get more views. We should make people mad. What can we say? Who can we diss? We can diss anybody. Let's start with the band Kiss. I never liked them at all. I think they're trash. I listen to their music and I want to kiss my own ass. I want to kiss my own ass. I want to suck my own dick.
This is the best episode of Rick Glassman. It's the best podcast episode I think ever made, actually.
Like my asshole and I flush it. Fuck them.
Joe Rogan's Cat Williams one is up there too.
Fuck the drummer, the bassist, and Gene Simmons. Fuck all the dude with the tongue out like they got a throat culture in the back and then culture up, wait 24 hours. I ain't sick. I ain't like Benjamin Bowers, big black. Oh, wait a minute. Whoa, nah. Small black, small cat, small rat, ma and My friend, 3 cap, 1 cap, 2 pack, 3 pack, 4. You cap, I pack, close up, door. Now when I think about the rhythm, I think about the giving. I'm thinking about my black girl givings. You ain't stealing? No, you robbing. Robbing gives you nothing but you flying with your arms being tired, wired. I'm ludicrous. Think about him. Booty kiss, booty Chris Brown, booty kiss, upside down, smile, frown, yeah. Kiss band, that ain't something that we've been on. The over kiss that we bumped is the Prince song. Y'all know we rep the mic, can we get it done? Yeah, buy the membership, don't let the ad run. Damn, I'll probably get this company more sales. Post this up, we won't fail. Oh shit, beat switch while I keep the heat lit. Every time I rhyme, man, I drop a Dr. Thesis. H-Mac back again to rap for them. He said, can you do actions? They've been asking him. Yo, kids, we don't put you on the turntable. If you come to the pod, it could turn fatal. Yeah, we're not down with the fake stuff. Look at their faces. That ain't something I could make up. Yeah, and the songs need more edits. Yo, they need to hook it up with more cosmetics. This is the official Kiss Diss.
And we will not dismiss everything that he said is like Christmas. Everything that he did was like a gift. Yeah, he keep giving us gifts. He keep dropping off jewels. He keep giving us bars and tools. He keep fixing shit. Every time we drop it, he pick it up. He pick it up to the sky. And I know why. Because he's that damn fly. He's that guy. And I'm not. Yeah, and neither are you, dude. But guess what? 1 and 1 is 2. I think our powers combined. We are Captain Planet. We can body him if we try. Yeah, and
So good, jerk off. Take it to the bank and you blank it off, jerked off. You know you can bank it, and I don't mean it smallly, not a blanket statement. Blanket wank it. Blanket wank it. Let me wank it. Damn. But you know what? You know what's happening?
What?
I'm not being present.
Yeah. You gotta be present. Let me put you in the zone. Let me put you in the mood. Let me get you on your own. Yeah, you're in the room by yourself. Your health is good. Everything's good with your health. Everything's good with your wealth. Yeah, you are the man. Rick, you're present now. Yeah, go ahead. Begin. What's the beat? What's the beat?
I want to tell you guys something, and I'm like actually really embarrassed to say this.
I'm really embarrassed to say this. You might want to make fun of me.
Do me a favor.
I have a huge cock.
It's fine, laugh. If you think it's pathetic, roll your eyes. Just do me a favor. Don't make a lot of fun of me, all right? My dick's too big. For real.
My dick's too big.
That's what I've heard.
I'm not lying. Girls complain that my dick's too big. For real. I'm saying, listen, my dick's too big. Hear me out for a second. My dick's too big. I can't fit it in. Every time I try, I gotta go soft, friend. Like when I was little and I got a toilet paper roll. I put it in soft and got a boner. I couldn't put my dick in a toilet roll because it was too thick, so I put it in soft. Read a Victoria's Secret magazine. Blew the thing off. Not joking. Couldn't get it off.
Break glass man fucks toilet paper rolls. Toilet paper rolls.
Toilet paper rolls. Toilet paper rolls. Toilet paper rolls. Toilet paper rolls. I met a girl once. She was shit. Turned me on. Got my dick hard. Thought a toilet paper roll real far, real long, real calm, real long, real long, real song, real long, real long, real long, real song, real long, real long, real long, real calm, real calm, long, dick's too big, must be a hard life. Damn, Rick, I hope you're right. Yeah, I know the dick size is major, so much so he needs a custom tailor to make all the pants just so it can fit. Damn, that's why his suit is legit. Need a panoramic just to show you a picture, comparable to a boa constrictor. Every time I rhyme, you know I fill him up with fright and fear. Look, you can see it right here. Well, can't really see it because it stretches light years. Yeah, it's much more than a light beer. It's more like half a bottle of Jack Daniels. Yo, the dick size is too much to handle. Damn, y'all know when he's got a hard dick, it's a passes the length of the yardstick. Yo, this here is a good song. It's a subway, more than a foot long. Damn, yo, you seen it, it's lethal. When he uses it, it injures people. Try to put it inside the toilet paper tube. Yo, it spoiled his major move. Yeah, he was breaking out the cardboard easily. Believe you me, this is something to see. Damn, Rick, I didn't know you had that issue. I would never make fun, go out of my way to diss you. I mean, that sounds difficult. That situation seems miserable. Yo, I break it down in a hype flow. Think of it this way, least it's not the micro, which is a situation that you could have. Yo, Lamar, what you think? Grab the mic and rap.
Yeah, I got the mic and rap because I know the deal. Micro penis, man, that shit is real. Well, only when I'm soft, but when I get hard, I'm back to the man of steel. Yeah, you can call me a
The bedroom bully.
I get up in there and I do my duty. Yeah, I've been to smack that booty. I don't have a micro penis, but it's my favorite. And that's actually all I really like to talk about is penis. I drop penis bars all the time.
Me too. Me too.
And what then? It's like that drill music. I mean, yeah.
I love to talk about penises.
Jock in the car. Yeah, y'all gotta watch. We can rock. 2 dicks in the same spot. Yeah, we gonna get it done. This is serious. It's not for fun. Cause when the 2 dicks start docking, both dicks they turn into one. Yeah, this is about to be fly. What was previous to penile now becomes singular penis. To operate this is
Are you listening to this? This is genius.
Bring them together. We can move through all the nasty weather. Y'all know we clever. We beyond this. Not the penis and ever. Yeah.
Is it my turn now? Is it my turn now? Docking, I say like wow. Yeah. That's just cool. That's just cool. I used to do that shit. 1 + 1 is 2. We don't come together. No matter the weather. I like to work with sweater. It don't really matter. As long as I'm doing it better than him. Better than your man. Come here, girl. No, I'm the man. The sound is so good with that voice.
Yeah, that was perfect, dude.
It really sounds
That was
good.
amazing.
I definitely feel the same way. When I'm out there, man, and I'm just like running the crowd, right? No jack, none. No jack, none. I can put the low jack on my run. So I will always find you. Look left, look right. Bitch, I'm behind you.
Woo!
Surprise, I'm inside you. Wait, no. That didn't sound great. Rewind the track. Let me go ahead and do a reverse and play it back. Shout out Harry Mack. All the things he's good at are the things I lack. Even though he's white and I am black, he can rap, and I cannot.
But you can crush those hooks. Yeah, and leave the whole track shook. A beautiful natural fade out to silence. Track so hype, we got the whole game wild.
Okay, so a couple things has happened.
Well,
that's fair. Denzel, I always wanted to hear you rap, and since you won't let Lamorne rap as you,
Come on. This Denzel is so good,
You
dude.
don't like people doing
Close your
impressions
eyes.
of you?
It is identical to Denzel. Haughty Denzel, too, with the sexy
You
voice.
want me to spit lyrics? Huh? You want me to put my thoughts and my feelings in the form of song? Wow. Huh? You understand? In the form of song. The reason I don't like people doing impressions of me
It's because it's wrong.
Huh? My vowels are enunciated.
And sometimes long.
Ain't got shit on me, shout out King Kong. Huh? I ain't got the long song. I've been in Hollywood for so long. Sometimes I get high up on the wall. Chestnut checkers.
This is Chestnut Checkers.
Shout out to the freckle face. Shout out to the freckle face hoes. You know I love them.
You know I love them.
From the hip to top, the head to the toes, from the kneecaps, from the butt cracks, all the way down from the flippity flaps. Shout out to Labius.
Shout outs to Labius.
Yes, I love them.
I love them.
Yeah, Denzel pulling off the mental. Yeah, this here has been well. Indeed, I got the intel. Y'all know I'm dropping them a lesson. Denzel doesn't like the impressions because he finds them cumbersome. You can't do it justice because he's 1-to-1. Yeah, he takes offense to it. No one can do it. Yeah, every other actor in the game is suited. Yo, we can't pursue it. We gotta keep it true. Every time I rhyme, my lyrics spread like the flu. Hey, yo, Denzel, can I get a cameo in my legal bars? That'd be off the handle, bro. Maybe I can fly you out. I will buy your ticket. We can hop online on Zoom and we can kick it. When I'm done with this Rick Glassman interview, which could be now if you want to do it now, dude, I would leave in this very minute just to do a collab, because that shit would truly be mad. Yeah, Denzel Washington, just let me know. If you threw me the words, they would sweat the flow. And I'ma let this go off to my homie named Rick so you can hear him kick flows that are certified sick. Let's go.
Denzel, big fan. Washington, love him. Thank you. Washington Wizards, same as the birthday is Jordan. I'm loving. It's 2/17 today. 2/17 is right. 2/17 today. 2/17 birthday.
Every day is my birthday. Blow out the candles on my cake. I need to have the cake my way. Sugar free, please. No way. Shout out to Die, yeah, me days. I don't want that any time of day. My favorite day is Sunday, because that's when Jesus Christ comes to my life. Huh?
I'll tell you, it makes it even harder to because when we're doing it normally,
I'm just thinking to myself, this is going to be so stupid. No, dude. And the Shannon Sharp show to drop ether. Yeah. Snitch, sell out his ether. Yeah. Cat Williams, one of the greatest ever. Greatest of all time. He might be my top 5, but yeah, he dropped rhymes.
Rhymes, sublime. I love it. Killing, stuffing, killing, nothing. He is nothing without his groove. His baby got it back. Baby got his groove back. Stella, baby got his groove back. Stella, Stella got a groove cap. Put the Stella on the groove tab. Foam, 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 roam, dome, sloam, dome, gnome, comb, roam, gnome, stone, boom, gnome, bang, bang, gang, gong, gang, gong, down, gang, gong, yeah.
The polyrhythmic shit, listen quick, I'ma start to spit the shit, flip it quick, off the tip of this ridiculous skill set. Ain't a beat in existence on the planet of Earth. I haven't killed yet. I press a real threat, hit the ground, then I bounce back like basketball. Rappers whack, I laugh at y'all. H-Mac, the master, y'all earn the black belt with the 9 degrees. I don't have to write it, I just rhyme with these. Align with these lyrics, take your shoes off at the door. We on the podcast, the territory we explore. What was I supposed to be rapping about? Yo, Rick, I'm about to ask him about, oh, that's right, the cat interview. Yes, he's always been a threat. He leaked all the secrets and he killed the whole internet. Y'all know this the type of attention we want. I didn't even watch it, but I saw everyone's response. I was like, he's fucking up the game while he's doing this. I got a response from Ice Cube, also Ludacris. Everyone was coming out from everywhere, the woodworks, to saying what you said about me. Yo, it did hurt. You got me in my feelings, 1 in a million. To blow the whole internet up, you must be brilliant. How many views does the pod have? Hey, yo, guys, I think for this to get more views, we should make people mad. What can we say? Who can we diss?
We can diss anybody. Let's start with the band Kiss. I never liked them at all. I think they're trash. I listen to their music and I want to kiss my own ass. I want to kiss my own ass. I want to suck my own dick when I hear they shit, because it ain't shit. All it is shit. I put it in the toilet, wipe my asshole, and I flush it.
Fuck them. Fuck them all the way down to the rhythm. Fuck the drummer, the bassist, and Gene Simmons. Fuck all they do with the tongue out like they got a throat culture in the back and then culture up, wait 24 hours. I ain't sick. I ain't like Benjamin Powers, big black. Oh, wait a minute.
Whoa, nah.
Small black, small cat, small rap, my am, my friend, 3 cap, 1 cap, 2 pop, 3 pop, 4, you cap, iPad, close up, door. Now when I think about the rhythm, I think about the giving, I'm thinking about my black girl givens. You ain't stealing? No, you robbing. Robbing gets nothing but you flying with your arms being tired, wired, I'm ludicrous. Think about him. Booty kiss. Booty Chris Brown, booty kiss, upside down, smile, frown, yeah.
Kiss band, that ain't something that we've been on. The only kiss that we bump is the Prince song. Y'all know we grip the mic and we get it done. Yeah, buy the membership, don't let the ad run. Damn, I'll probably get this company more sales. Post this up, we won't fail. Oh shit, beat switch while I keep the heat lit. Every time I rhyme, man, I drop a Dr. Thesis. H-Mac back again to rap for them. He said, can you do accents? They've been asking him. Yo, kids, we don't put you on the
And if you're wondering how am I feeling, I'm feeling like I'm downstairs and I know 100% that there is one man and one woman who are directly above my head that are going to prison for the rest of their lives. And their desperation is frightening because they're both about to be more
He said it's like Christmas. Everything that he did was like a gift. Yeah, he keep giving us gifts. He keep dropping off jewels. He keep giving us bars and tools. He keep fixing shit. Every time we drop it, he pick it up. He pick it up to the sky. And I know why. Because he's that damn fly. He's that guy. And I'm not. Yeah, and neither are you, dude. But guess what? 1 and 1 is 2. I think our powers combined. We are Captain Planet. We can body him if we try. Yeah, and
so good. I jerked off. Take it to the bank and you blanket off jerked off. You know you can bank it, and I don't mean it smallly, not a blanket statement. Blanket wank it. Blanket wank it. Let me wank it. Damn. But you know what? You know what's happening?
What?
I'm not being present.
Yeah. You gotta be present. Let me put you in the zone. Let me put you in the mood. Let me get you on your own. Yeah, you're in the room by yourself. Your health has been good. Everything's good with your health. Everything's good with your wealth. Yeah, you are the man. Rick, you're present now. Yeah, go ahead. Begin. Switch the beat on. Watch the beat.
I want to tell you guys something, and I'm like actually really embarrassed to say this.
Yeah.
I might edit this out. I might
You can
not.
call me the
Do me a
bedroom
favor,
bully.
If you think it's funny, that's fine. Laugh. If you think it's pathetic, roll your eyes. Just do me a favor. Don't make a lot of fun of me, all right? My dick's too big. For real. My dick's too big.
That's what I've heard.
I'm not lying.
Yeah.
Girls complain that my dick's too big. For real. I'm saying, listen, my dick's too big. Hear me out for a second. My dick's too big. I can't fit it in. Every time I try, I gotta go soft, friend. Like when I was little, and I got a toilet paper roll. I put it in soft, watch, and got a boner. I couldn't put my dick in the toilet roll because it was too thick, so I put it in soft. Read a Victoria's Secret magazine. Blew the thing off. Not joking. Couldn't get it off. Couldn't get off. Couldn't get it soft. Had to pull it off. Then I realized I thought toilet paper rolls. Toilet paper rolls. Toilet paper rolls. Yeah, toilet paper rolls. I met a girl once, she was shit. Turned me on, got my dick hard. Thought a toilet paper roll real far, real long, 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 real long.
Dick's too big, must be a hard life. Damn, Rick, I hope you're right. Yeah, I know the dick size is major, so much so he needs a custom tailor to make all the pants just so it can fit. Damn, that's why his suit is legit. Need a panoramic just to show you a picture, comparable to a boa constrictor. Every time I rhyme it, you know I fill him up with fright and fear. Look, you can see it right here. Well, can't really see it because it stretches light years. Yeah, it's much more than a light beer. It's more like half a bottle of Jack Daniels. Yo, the dick size is too much to handle. Damn, y'all know when he's got a hard dick, it's a passes the length of the yardstick. Yo, this here is a good song. It's a subway, more than a foot long. Damn, yo, you seen it, it's lethal. When he uses it, it injures people. He tried to put it inside the toilet paper tube. Yo, it spoiled his major mood. Yeah, he was breaking out the cardboard easily. Believe you me, this is something to see. Damn, Rick, I didn't know you had that issue. I would never make fun, go out of my way to miss you. I mean, that sounds difficult. That situation seems miserable. Yo, I break it down in a hype flow. Think of it this way, at least it's not the micro, which is a situation that you could have. Yo, Lamar, what you think? Grab the mic and rap.
Yeah, I just got the mic and rap because I know the deal. Micro penis, man, that shit is real. Well, only when I'm soft, but when I get hard, I'm back to the man of steel. Yeah, you can call me a bedroom bully. I get up in there and I
handle my duty.
Yeah, I've been up and smack that booty. I don't have a micro penis, but it's my favorite. And that's actually all I really like to talk about is penis. I drop penis bars all the time. And what then? It's like that drill music. I mean,
Yeah. Doc in the cop. Yeah, y'all gotta watch. We can rock. Two dicks in the same spot. Yeah, we gon' get it done. This is serious. It's not for fun. Cause when the two dicks start docking, both dicks they turn into one. Yeah, this is about to be fly. What was three gets the penile. Now become singular penis. To operate, this is a genius needed. We about to bring them together. We remove through all the nasty weapons.
Just to be clear, I did just say there's a man and a woman that I know upstairs are going to prison for the rest of their lives. And they are going to be more mad at me. Not just today, but in the days ahead. And I want to let you know that you can blame the Bureau. You can blame me. You can blame the sheriffs. But you should be blaming Godzilla. And don't take my enjoying this podcast as me taunting you.
Weather, y'all know we clever. We beyond this, nothing penis and ever. Yeah.
Is it my turn now? Is it my turn now? Docking, I say like, wow. Yeah. That's just cool. That's just cool. I used to do that shit. 1 + 1 is 2. We get through together. No matter the weather. I like to work a sweater. It don't really matter. As long as I'm doing it better than him. Better than your man. Come here, girl. No, I'm the man. Man. It sounded so good with that voice.
Yeah, that was perfect, dude.
It really sounded
That was
good.
amazing.
I definitely feel the same way. When I'm out there, man, I'm just like running the crowd, right?
You're closer to it.
Oh, you're saying that he has a higher ceiling in fitness and he doesn't singing.
Perhaps.
What's another way to say that?
Yo. I be deep in my feelings, assessing where you have the highest ceiling. Man, I'm looking and I'm trying to assess in which category would you truly be best. With the highest ceiling for the most potential growth. I think in the gym you could do the most. Yeah, lifting weights to a higher degree. At that point, the flyest is what you'll be. Your arms are already pulsing, bulging. Yo, up is the gym, he truly goes in. Ultimate performance, he's out here to scorch it. Yeah, when it comes to singing, don't forfeit. Because right now your skills were understanding. When they are applied to the national anthem, you will blow our minds in a major way. When you have the hype, skills, of flavor flame, all will combine, you'll leave the world shook. This right here, it is one for the books. Yeah, this thing is halfway crooks. Yo, Lamar, go ahead and sing that hook. Yeah. Come on. Yeah. Okay, there you heard it. Yeah, with auto-tune, it's perfect. Once we have it down in post, more really doing the most. Yeah, you took that song in a whole new direction. Where were you inspired with those inflections? Yeah, no, I be
Look at my erection. I'm telling you, man, it points in each one direction. One direction, two direction, three direction, four. One Pac, two Pac, no Pac, no more. Yeah, his name is Clarence. He went to a public school, psych private school. You drooling, you fooling, you messing up, you cooling. Retooling, yeah.
You on it, it's a lifesaver, and that's how I breathe through my esophagus. Yeah. I'm sorry, you want me to spit lyric, huh? You want me to put my thoughts and my feelings in the form of song. Wow. Huh? Understand? In the form of song. The reason I don't like people doing impressions of me is
you're wrong.
Huh? My vowels are enunciated and sometimes long. Ain't got shit on me, shout out King Kong. Huh? I ain't got the long song. I've been in Hollywood for so long. Sometimes I get high up on a ball. Chestnut checkers.
This is Chestnut Checkers.
Shout out to the freckle face. Shout out to the freckle face. Oh, you know I love them. You know I love them. From the hip tips up the head to the toes. From the kneecaps, from the butt cracks, all the way down from the flippity flaps. Shout out to labias. Yeah, I love them.
Yeah, Denzel pulling off the mental. Yeah, this here has been well. Indeed, I got the intel. Y'all know I'm dropping them a lesson. Denzel doesn't like the impressions because he finds them cumbersome. You can't do it justice because he's one-to-one. Yeah, he takes offense to it. No one can do it. Yeah, every other actor in the game is suited. Yo, we can't pursue it. We gotta keep it true. Every time I rhyme, my lyrics spread like the flu. Hey, yo, Denzel, can I get a cameo in my legal bars? That be off the handle, bro. Maybe I can fly you out. I will buy your ticket. We can hop online on Zoom and we can kick it. When I'm done with this Rick Glassman interview, which could be now if you want to do it now, dude, I would leave in this very minute just to do a collab, because that shit would truly be mad. Yeah, Denzel Washington, just let me know. If you threw me the words, they would sweat the flow. And I'm gonna let this go off to my homie named Rick so you can hear him kick flows that are certified sick. Let's go.
Denzel, big fan. Yeah. Washington, love him. Thank you. Washington Wizards, same as the birthday is Jordan, I'm loving. It's 2/17 today. 2/17, yes right. 2/17 today. 2/17 birthday.
Every day is my birthday. Blow out the candles on my cake. I need to have the cake my way. Sugar free, please, no way. Shout out to Die, yeah, me days. I don't want that any time of day. My favorite day is Sunday, cause that's when Jesus Christ comes to my life.
It's another level when you're here. I'll tell you, it makes it even harder to. Yeah. Because when we're doing it normally,
I'm just thinking to myself, this is going to be so stupid.
No, dude. And people watching like, we just want to hear it. So no, you know the
When
cat.
people come in the room, heads go down. When I walk in the room, everybody they know I don't put on a dress.
Harvey Weinstein tried to suck my penis in front of all my.
Did you watch the interview?
I did.
I didn't yet. I watched.
I haven't seen
Oh,
it.
You see clips, though, right?
Yeah.
You know you're doing it right if you've got haters. Look at my hair and try and tell me it's not luxurious.
Just saying, live your motherfucking life. You got to get your motherfucking hustle. Understand niggas is going to hate you regardless. Get that out of your head, that fantasy world where niggas ain't hating on you. You got to be grateful. You need haters. What the fuck is you complaining about? What the fuck do you think a hater's job is? To fucking hate. So let them motherfuckers do their goddamn job. What the fuck is you complaining about? Ladies, if you got 14 women hating on you, you need to figure out how the fuck to get to 16 before the summer get here. What the fuck is you mad about? Fellas, if you got 20 haters, you need 40 of them motherfuckers. What is you complaining about? If there's any haters in here right now that don't have nobody to hate on, feel free to hate on me. Sit back there and say my hair ain't luxurious when you know it is, bitch.
Oh, it's so good because it applies to everyone that
Live
blew
your
the
motherfucking
whistle.
life. You got to get your motherfucking hustle.
All the
Understand
whistleblowers,
niggas
this
gonna
applies
hate
to you.
regardless.
Let them hate
Get that out of
you.
your head,
The
that
more they
fantasy
hate
world
you,
where
the more
niggas
you're getting
ain't
paid.
hating on you. You got to be grateful. You need haters. What
Be
the fuck is
grateful.
you complaining about? What the fuck do you think a hater's job is? To fucking hate. So let them motherfuckers do their goddamn job. What the fuck is you complaining about? Ladies, if you got 14 women hating on you, you need to figure out how the fuck to get to 16 before the summer get here.
Amen.
What is you mad about? Fellas, if you got 20 haters, you need 40 of them motherfuckers. What is you complaining about? If there's any haters in here right now that don't have nobody to hate on, feel free to hate on me. Sit back there and say my hair ain't luxurious when you're saying live your motherfucking life. You got to get your motherfucking hustle. Understand niggas is going to hate you regardless. Get that out of your head, that fantasy world where niggas ain't hating on you. You got to be grateful. You need haters. What the fuck is you complaining about? What the fuck do you think a hater's job is? To fucking hate. So let them motherfuckers do their goddamn job. What the fuck is you complaining about? Ladies, if you got 14 women hating on you, you need to figure out how the fuck to get to 16 before the summer get here. The fuck is you mad about? Fellas, if you got 20 haters, you need 40 of them motherfuckers. What is you complaining about? If there's any haters in here right now that don't have nobody to hate on, feel free to hate on me. Sit back there and say my hair ain't luxurious when you know it is, bitch.
What is fine? Hell no. All about being together all the day. Ooh.
Once again, we have the Tony Baker FBI video. There's the Puget Sound FBI Orcapod. And there's the whistleblowers. This is what they did.
Hey, everybody, come on in.
The water's fine.
Hell no, y'all are not about to eat me together all the day. Ooh.
Remember, I selected this and said that they were the FBI bureau, and that was the whistleblowers before I even knew about the Google Jacuzzi, but the FBI did know. And for them, that made my selection of this video extra humorous.
Hey, everybody, come on in. The water's fine.
Hell no, y'all are not about to eat me together all the day. Ooh.
Look, it's the Google Jacuzzi of the Everett Police Department.
Come on in. The water's fine.
Hell no, y'all are not about to eat me together all the day. Ooh.
Hey, everybody, come on in. The water's fine.
Hell no, y'all are not about to eat me together all the day.
To put it another way, there are 2 people that are refusing to get out of the jacuzzi upstairs, and the rest of us have dried off because somebody took a poo-poo in the jacuzzi. There's some poo-poo in the jacuzzi. We don't know why. You guys are still in the jacuzzi playing with the poo-poo.
Hey, everybody, come on in. The water's fine.
Hell no.
Y'all are not about to eat me together all the day.
Ew, it's poo.
Hey, everybody, come on in. The water's fine.
Hell no, y'all are not about to eat me together all the day. Ooh.
All of Tony Baker's videos where he's got seals singing seals are the funniest. Seals singing seals. I don't know why it's so funny to me, but it's just extra comical. And it always will be. It will always be extra hilarious.
The vocals out. Ooh, I like songs in the
Just
night.
slide on out of here.
Yeah.
Hey, man, hush the hell up, man. Cut the vocals out.
Ooh,
I like songs in the
just
night.
slide on out of here.
Yeah.
Hey, man, hush the hell up, man. Cut the vocals out.
Ooh,
I like songs in the
just
night.
slide on out of here.
Now that your rose is in bloom.
Stop singing for it, man. What you looking at? I think it's somebody over there. Somebody over there watching. Over where? Like who? Ain't nobody over there. Oh hell no, man. Somebody's over there. I think it's a human. Oh man, hey, if it's a human, man, we gotta get the hell out of here. They be sneaky with it. What are you talking about? They be sneaky with it. What do you mean? Oh, humans are the most sneaky, crafty bastards of all time, man. You can't trust them.
They over there with a shotgun on us right now, man. I'd rather deal with a puma or mountain lion. Nobody's out here, Martin. Come on, you're being paranoid. Paranoid deer stay alive. Man. What's going on, guys? Why y'all look so choking over here? You got you back, Petey, man. Let's get the hell out of here, man. I got some pep in my step. That'll be all together. Let's get the hell out of here before these humans start shooting at us, man. Don't trust me. Hey, share this video.
Golden Eagles, man. Crazy. Golden Eagles.
Jumbo jet. You know what I'm saying? He just took that. The dash reason hemoglobin is going on here. This dude just sent a bird the size of a Delta Airlines flight to Atlanta to go get a deer. First of all, how big is this bird? This bird took down a deer. You got to be a pterodactyl. You got to be a jumbo jet. You know what I'm saying? He just took down a deer, man. And what kind of villain sets this up? I'm training these birds to take these deers down. That's a cold-hearted, diabolical, treacherous villain. And then look how he rolled up for the assist after the bird did all the work. Look at him coming in to scoop up and tackle down to reap the benefits, man. This is diabolical out here.
Right here, foot boy, look what we got here. Hey, you want to drive, huh? Come on. Yeah, telephone pole? We'll take you there. Yeah, we can take you.
The guy upstairs was afraid that I wouldn't sign back into my YouTube account on this laptop, which should have stayed signed in anyway after I removed the partition. So he was playing around with the taskbar over here with his Linux machine, trying to turn it off because I guess he missed the instructions that have been repeated over and over and over again. So let's go over them one more time. Even when you think the camera's disabled or that there's no internet, the FBI is watching you, everything you do, every keystroke you've made. If you didn't blow the whistle, it's almost too late. It's 6:25 today, 6:25 today. This is Chestnut Checkers. And I also want to remind you, although there are more than 2 individuals upstairs, there are only 2 individuals still in the Google Jacuzzi with pee-poo and poo-poo. Everyone else has left the Google Jacuzzi. You think they're in the Google Jacuzzi. They're not.
Hey, how y'all doing, man? My name is Perry C. Pigeon, and I work at an accounting firm downtown. Yeah, I can easily fly to work, but I'm in the corporate world now, so I can leave just like everybody else, man. I'm going to grab a coffee from my favorite spot and head right on to work, man. Y'all be good, man. Praise God. Has anybody seen my cabinet? I could have sworn I left it in the usual little box. I don't even remember. Oh, what the? I never knew. Anyway, guys, listen. You ready for this massage? Wait, hold on. Do that smell. Wait. That's the smell of the Catnip Enforcement Agency, the CEA. They busted me back in 2014 for possession of illegal catnip. Natalie, you working for the feds? Oh, you laughing at me? I remember like it was yesterday. They had me busted for 12 days in the kennel with dogs. With dogs, Natalie. Hey now, bitch. Hey man, let's get in on these rabbits, George, man, let's do this, man. Hey, I love you, little guy, man, let's do this, man. I trust you, man. You working with the fans, man. I don't know who to trust, man. You got you cornered down, Faustino. No, you got nothing to say? Oh, he's quiet now. He was spilling his guts the other day. Look at him standing out there all pompous. You know, he slide out of these shadows and get under the paw of humility, man. I feel like a piece of this paw.
The paw of humility.
As we look at the tape, I was in that cabinet waiting for about 4 hours, just stewing and plotting on how I was going to get this dude. And luckily, he matched up perfectly with the opening of the cabinet. It was perfect. No pun intended. Okay. Now, mind you, this dude is just pompous all day, every day, in the windowsill, on the arm of the couch, looking down on everybody like he's better than us. So my paw was forged in the fires of Mount Pettit. Okay. So I had to line up the paw perfectly with his entitled eyeball and then just deliver the strike of destiny. Like Kirkpatrick! It was perfect. And then I just descended back into the shadows of pettiness from which I emerged. The utmost satisfaction. That is why I prefer the human toilet over the litter box. Look at your boozy ass. Look at your ass now, Mr. Boots. And you two grab me from the backside. You don't grab me and hold me from the front. I'm going to grab and hold his whiskey. What up, you not run away here? You got us messed up. Oh, Jesus. You see all that, man? They want to jump me just because I came to holler at Christine? Man, that's all I came to do, man. You think it again before you come in here and holler at me. You got to grab him and hold him for your ass, man. Look at over there. Look at his boys. Boy, let me tell you something. I learned a valuable lesson here today. Now, put the camera on me, man. Look, I learned a valuable lesson. Never underestimate these chickens. The hen house is the trap house.
The hen house is the trap house.
Top notch. I can find the tree anyway. You see, of course I found it. You know, because how do I say goodbye to what I could have had? Dogs. Oh, not so fast, big boy. Come on. Collect yourself, baby. Going in hot. Come on. Jesus got back up. If the horses unmatched, you could. Jesus, I'm all right. All right, people. Now, as we look at the tape, man, I was putting together a little frolic documentary. And as I approached the fence, I was going to stop, but then I was like, let me keep going. By that time, the momentum just carried me over. My front legs couldn't get over, and my neck, man. When I landed on my neck, I'm surprised it didn't snap, crackle, and pop like some breakfast cereal, man. But I tell you what hurt the most was my pride. I got up, with mad humility, and to get up. And I've seen horses turn to glue for less, okay? I just felt really bad, and I had to go on with the documentary. Now, let's get it now. Look at the can see. Down, step on the street. Now, let's get it now. Look at the can see. Down, step on the street. Come on now. Look at what we can see. Down, step on the street. Now, let's get it now. Look at what we can see. Down, Jesus. Sophia, did you step on the kids again? Ain't nobody stepping on these kids, Howard. Now, Cody was supposed to come in with the bow when we step on the street, though. I heard a little I heard it. I heard it. You said the Lord Jesus for the confirmation. Look, I didn't step on these kids, Howard. Look, Cody, did I step on you? Yeah, you stepped right on my business apple. First of all, it's Adam's apple, little boy. And secondly, well, I stepped on him one time. Y'all don't know me. Hey, is that lunch? Hey, wait, listen. That rat is artificially flavored, meaning as artificial as fake, meaning I can't eat it, okay? Let me look again. Yeah, it's fake. It's fake as hell. I can't eat fake rats. You got anything organic in there? Is that organic growing? Okay. This is fake, too. Bye, I'm going to step on the street. Now, let's get it now. Look at what you came and say. Down and step on the street. Come on, look at who we came to see. Down and step on the street. Now let's do it now. Look at who we came.
Get down here to the feet. Hey, what's up, y'all?
I say skip that diddly dee. Now what in the haberdasheries and hemoglobin is going on here? Now a swarm of dragonflies is crazy, but this is the kind of swarm I can take. Dragonflies to me have always been unproblematic, man. They never annoy me. You know what I'm saying? I've never had a dragonfly land on me. I've never had them try to land on my sandwich, my drinks. They respect our boundaries, and I always respected that about dragonflies. And these are the OG bugs. You know what I'm saying? Every time they talk about 70 million years ago, Earth, they show you dragonflies and dinosaurs. Now, they are intimidating. They are big as hell, but they just mind their business and stay in their lane. I love them for that. This is a swarm I would be absolutely calm in. And dragonflies eat mosquitoes. All these dragonflies, them mosquitoes is running for the goddamn hills, man. The mosquitoes is like, oh man, we can't get to their legs today, man. The dragonflies is out, man. Grab your beaks, let's get the hell out of here. Any enemy of a mosquito is a friend of mine. Surprise, God, come here. You know, oh, your hand. Ooh, it's stronger than I anticipated. What you doing with that spray can? Ah, they're crisping my edges. Nadine, they're crying. Nadine, wake up now. You ain't sleep. I need morsels in my bowl, henceforth and forthwith. Now get up now. Fist. We're done.
Good. It's like when I touch a woman, you guys' body are more firm, more soft.
Yeah. Yo, my man Andrew Caldwell was like, yeah, women is more firm, more soft. Well, which one is it? Is it firm or soft? Or is it soft? Or is it firm? Big confused out here. It's more masculine, more feminine. It's more good. It's more evil. It's more old. It's more young. It's more tight. It's more loose. It's more fast. It's more slow. It's more rough. It's more smooth. It's more boring. It's more fun. It's more slow. It's more quick. It's more thick. It's more thin. It's more sturdy. It's more flimsy. It's more raggedy. It's more bougie. It's more dingy. It's more tidy. It's more coochie. It's more dilk. We standing on the business news, fella. Let me get my foot placement going. Come on, by. Yeah, sign me up for this liberty, man. Ain't ready for me, you know, talk about you feel me. Sign me up. Now, peeps, what we have here is a female praying mantis giving that devour to a male praying mantis after mating. Now, what this says clearly, without a doubt, he didn't provide the quality pumps. Now, see, if he would have put that work in, man, she would have been too tired to devour, man. She'd have been like, but I had plans. Let me just take a nap real quick. He was a two-pump chump, clearly. If he put that work in, that smash down, she'd be like, I'll get you later, sugar. Hold on. Listen, if you're going to risk your life for the pumps, man, you got to put the work in, man. You got to pump for your life. Imagine that this was our reality, fellas. Like, if you didn't put in adequate work with a woman, she could devour you after the smash. Do you know I'm trying to deliver every time, because I've been a two-pump chump, man. My virginity loss, I would have gotten eaten alive immediately. Now, there have been sessions in my life where I probably would have been on the platter right after, you know what I'm saying, finger licking good, you know what I'm saying, since I didn't provide the pumps. Now I'm just, Tony was trash, but he was seasoned. Tony had crispy edges. But I tell you what, though, it'll make us more selective on who we smash. We got to make sure we on the up and up, man. You be sitting there looking at him and be like, man, I don't know if I'm ready to die for this. I'm going to just go ahead and go home and play Call of Duty. Let's just be friends at a distance, girl. I'm never coming to your house. Now, what in the haberdasheries and hemoglobin is going on? See, I want to get to this level of wealth. I want to be paying top dollar for stupid shit like this. Right now, no disrespect to the dinosaur community. I myself was obsessed with dinosaurs when I was a kid. As a lot of us were. You know what I'm saying? I was obsessed with dinosaurs. The T-Rex, the Triceratops was my favorite. Brontosaurus, Stegosaurus, man, the pterodactyl. And then when Jurassic Park came out, the raptors went crazy in the streets. And the Stegosaurus was always dope to me because it had those dope spikes on the back, and then it had that spiky tail for the runner. But $45 million for field museum decorations, man, come on, man. Now, Ken Griffin is worth $37.6 billion. So 45 million is light work to this man right here. And you only got to dip into the 0.6 to get the Stegosaurus up in the crib. Now, where he putting the Stegosaurus, though? You know what I'm saying? You gonna put him in the den, the foyer? You want people to see the Stegosaurus as soon as they come up in your crib? Is it gonna be on the outside, little patio piece? Where do you put the Stegosaurus within the crib? And if I'm paying $45 million, I'm gonna need some skin on that thing. I'm gonna need some skin on my Stegosaurus. Matter of fact, I need him to be able to move around, man. I want the Stegosaurus roaming around the crib like a goddamn German Shepherd. I want him in the mix on game now. Oh, y'all playing Uno? Oh, okay. Now, what in the haberdasheries and hemoglobin is going on here? Get this man some Midol. He is statewide and national champion with these cramps. His legs curled up like some old white K-Swiss. His legs looking like genie shoes. Curled up like those cartel boots those twins wore on Breaking Bad. Legs looking like Chiquita bananas. Straight up rocking chair leg body. He got bow and arrow legs. Look at the indentation in his knees, man. Claude have mercy. This ain't no Charlie horse. This is a Charlie Wilson style. Straight up Charlie Sheen Clydesdale. You better hydrate and stretch next time. Cramp the soul. His legs is in crambles. His legs look like Judge Doom's legs after he got steamrolled and Who Framed Roger Rabbit. What the hell is going on, Shorty? Hold on. The Bear is a comedy? Nah. This is an anxiety-inducing drama with some jokes sprinkled in. Now the other nominees in the category, Abbott Elementary. Home improvements. Now, what in the haberdasheries and hemoglobin and hemotest?
This is what just happened upstairs when I went back in on the HP Chromebook to the manage other people section and disabled what was already disabled that they changed. Once again, removed guest browsing and show usernames and photos on the sign-in screen and limited who can sign in to Indigo James Garcia. And I disabled verified access or whatever. And this is what just happened upstairs.
Now, what in the haberdasheries and hemoglobin?
Let's rewind it back. This is what just happened upstairs. And I also reset it up to go to Google DNS, not the Everett Police Department's going to prison for the rest of their lives DNS. And this is what just happened upstairs.
Home improvements. Now, what in the haberdasheries and hemoglobin and emotip is going on here?
I once again disabled the enable verified access. I once again switched to select my DNS provider as Google. I once again turned off guest browsing and usernames and limited who could sign in on this device.
Money returns and the king of the kingdom.
And then look to the right over here, you see Tony Baker, and this is what just happened upstairs.
Now, what in the haberdasheries and hemoglobin and emotip is going on here? Look at this sandstorm.
Wait. Dude.
Now, what in the haberdasheries and hemoglobin and emotip is going on here? Look at this sandstorm in Egypt. Hell no. Hell no. Coming in like some hot-ass breath on a Thursday morning. Wasn't the mummy and the mummy returns and the king of the kingdom doom and the goddamn scorpion king and the Rick O'Connell and Evelyn is going on out here. They out here on these boats making eye contact with this monster, man. This is crazy. Anox to the moon. Anox to the moon. Side note, Anox to the moon was a cold piece, man. He came back from the grave for her, and she ran off. Remember at the end of the Mummy Returns, he was hanging on for dear life, and he was like, "Enough to the moon, help me, man, help me." And she looked, and she was like, "I'm out of here." And he was like, "Enough to the moon." And he just fell off the cliff, man. Man, them women from the BC era was trifling, heifers.
BC era.
No longer will I be shackled to the backyard. And what is this? Huh? It's right where you say. This feels right. Front and center. No more will I be hidden in shame in the backyard. You shall see me first. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, no. Where are they at? Where they at? So I can never go. Oh, no. Those are hornets, y'all. It'd be one thing if those were bees. But these are aggressive, big face ass hornets where you can see their whole facial expression. No. Oh, no. See, hornets are big enough to remove your outfit. They will take your little protective suit off like a strip club. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Who's the camera person? Who's in there recording this? Oh, no. Can you imagine accidentally stumbling upon this when you're walking through the woods? You was having a nice little camping experience and then, no. Listen, y'all. I know bugs are scary. I know we panic, we scramble, we do all of this. But when you become a parent, you have to put your child first. When
Dude, this lady needs her baby taken away. Are you fucking kidding me?
That you have.
What mom would let go of the stroller like that?
Ask yourself,
I think that's
can I rise to the occasion and be fearless in this moment to protect my child? And you got to go through the training. You got to take the steps to become a better parent here. You know what I mean? And I know fear can be crippling. You know what I'm saying? If you're scared of heights, you just scared of heights. You know what I'm saying? But you can avoid the heights with your kids. But bugs, you really can't avoid them. They out here, they everywhere, and they gonna continue to be out here and everywhere. You never know where they at. You never
Come
know
on
when they
in, the
in.
water's
They just
fine.
gonna be a part of the day to day. So you can prepare yourself, man.
I told you there's doo-doo in the Google
This
Jacuzzi.
baby could have died. This baby could have went to the big heaven because you were scared of some bugs and wasn't even trying to kill you. I can see if bugs was trying to kill us in the day to day. They not even trying to kill us. That baby could have went to the upper room, and moms didn't even realize the baby done rolled off into the community until the other child was like, "The baby!" So, oh shit, the baby. When I became a father, I made it a point to eradicate my fear of spiders. When I tell y'all that fear of spiders I had was robust. But I was like, man, I can't crumble and just become a shell of myself in case, face to face with a spider around my kids. So I was like, let me study these cats. Let me get involved. Let me just study them down. And now here I am catching them all the time, holding tarantulas. So I had to do that for the babies. Hey, what's that in your hand, Mario? Hey, man, keep that contraption away from me, man. If we got these square one-on-one, hand to hand, you know what? Come here. You ain't so tough. Come here. You ain't so tough, man. Let me put my spider web on your mustache. You can't see me, What? You can't see me, What can't see what? Because I don't have no balls here. What do you mean you have no balls? Is there supposed to be balls in here? There's balls in your sack. Fine. They don't go away. There's no in here. What is those? Zoe, knock it off, dude. What are you talking about? I don't need to see them. Do you know there's no balls? There's no the thingies? What thingies? The round thingies? Yes, that's your balls. Yeah, but it's gone. Where did they go? I don't know. Go in the bathroom. I did. Check. I'm sure they're there, right? Man, I'm disappointed in Pops in that video, man. You could have told little man that temperature.
It's actually not funny, guys. There is a medical condition that some children do suffer from where the boys' testicles go inside of their body. It's an emergency. So let's hope that video was actually funny. I'm done with this Tony Maker video. Because if that kid was telling the truth, his dad just gets a hard F. Hard F. All right, now this sounds like an interesting fucking movie. Internet Archive. All the Kind Strangers. Here's the description. 1974, so the runtime is under an hour and 20 minutes. A couple traveling through a backwoods area are held by a group of orphans who want them to become their parents. Unfortunately, the kids have a habit of killing adults who refuse that particular honor. Woo!
Looks like you got quite a load there. Would you like a lift?
I ain't got far to go.
How far are you going?
There's a dirt road. About a mile I've spent.
Wow, that's a long way. Come on, I'll give you a ride.
Okay.
Hey, I'll give you a hand. Boy, that thing sure is heavy. What are you driving there?
Well, just small stuff. Things like that.
Here we go. Go ahead. It's all right. Where'd you get those groceries out there in the middle of nowhere?
Ensboro.
Ensboro? Is that town I came through a ways back?
Yes, sir.
Must be 5 miles. You mean you carry that stuff all that way?
It ain't so far.
How old are you?
7.
When I was 7, I wasn't even allowed to cross the street.
You're not. What's your name?
James Wheeler. Everybody calls me Jimmy.
I got a brother named James. We call James James.
My mother used to call me James.
That's good. It's a brother, you know. James. Nobody calls him Jimmy.
What do they call you?
Gilbert. Gilbert Cannon.
Gilbert?
Hey, what's this?
That's a camera. Be careful. Don't put your finger on the lens.
Are all these things cameras?
Uh-huh.
What you doing?
I take pictures. That's my job. I take pictures and then I write stories to go along with them. That's what they call a photojournalist.
Hey, there it is. Right up there. On the right. Thanks a lot, Mr. Miller. I sure wish you could come and take some pictures of me and my folks sometime.
Wait a minute. Okay, smash. There you go.
What's this?
Just keep watching. How far down that road do you live?
I'm not more than a mile.
So do you think you're going to catch a ride with a neighbor or something like that?
Ain't got no neighbors. Hey, what's happening?
Just keep watching it. I'll take you home.
You want my advice? Those of you that are still requesting to go to prison upstairs. For the final time. Blow the whistle before you look pretty in my video.
I thought you said it was a mile, Gilbert.
I said so. Hey, look at this. It's me, Peter Pan. Well, Peter's this.
It's going to be dark pretty soon, Gilbert. I'm surprised your folks would let you come all this way by yourself. Come over 2 miles, Gilbert. There's not even a road anymore.
I take some shortcuts.
I don't think I can drive much further. Your mother's going to be worried sick about you.
Ain't got no more.
I'm sorry.
Doing another piece of bread and
Road
butter.
ain't much further now. He's my big brother. He doesn't go stop.
Right. If there's a warning, we have to get the top up.
Not needed. Just go straight ahead.
Yeah. Is that what I think it is?
That's the creek.
Gilbert, nobody puts a road through the middle of a creek.
Maybe the road was there first. It's only a few inches deep.
Are you sure it's inches, not feet?
It only gets high after rain. All creeks do that. Come on, let's go. Go to the left.
Dear Godzilla, thanks for decreasing my stress today. And the food. Amen.
Look at her go. It's sure as fun automobile, Mr. Wheeler.
Was for that last mile. Come on, get in. There we are, Gilbert. So do me a favor, after you want to come out here and show me the other road back?
Just for a little while. Well, I'd rather sure like it.
I'd like to, I really would, but I'm afraid I can't. I gotta be on my way.
Dan's probably out running in the house. You don't want to show each other for supper. Come on. There's Mr. Wheeler. This ain't no brother James, Mr. Wheeler. I told you about him. He's a legend.
Hello, James.
So, greetings, Wheeler.
How do you do?
John's been to you. That's Martha. She can't talk.
Nice to meet you, Martha. Nice to meet Ollie.
You see all this? Baby? You see his baby?
My dad was here this morning, so he didn't get no other name.
Baby?
Gilbert? You go bring Peter.
He seen us coming.
He said go get him.
Well, that's all right, John. I saw him go in.
There's Mr. Wheeler, Peter.
John, you want to tend to the livestock? Come on, you know what to do. It was nice to meet you, Peter. Listen, I was wondering if you could show me the road out of here. Martha, tend the baby's nose. You know he's catching a cold. Pretty nice having you join us for supper, Mr. Miller. Well, I'd like to. I really would, but I'm afraid
Chestnut checkers.
Watch to have you stay. Driving Gilbert home and all. Well,
You were trying to come in
If
sideways.
you just show me the road out of here, that'll be thanks enough. Well, if you really gotta go. All right, I'll show you. So long, kids. Be good. Nice to meet you. Bye, guys.
Thanks for the ride, Mr.
You betcha.
Again, I repeat. The HP Chromebook has once again been restored to the settings it had that I gave it that Unit 207 changed. The enable verified access is once again off. unlike the Lenovo ThinkPad, when you log in to it and it's manually set to be on and there's no way for me to change it. The DNS provider was changed away from the Everett Police Department Unit 2007's domestic terrorist organization and back to Google Public DNS. And under Manage Other People, I once again disabled guest browsing and show usernames and photos on the sign-in screen and selected limit who can sign in. Again, the same way that I said it originally, that those who are requesting to go to prison for the rest of their lives that are about to have their wish granted keep somehow fucking changing. And doing this in the last 30 minutes has very much pissed off a man and a woman upstairs who spent the last 10 hours plotting and scheming how to terminate all of the live streams on the Lenovo ThinkPad, which, remember, is logged in as a guest user, because when I try and log in as Indigos, even when I manually have removed all of those Android applications that they've been utilizing to terminate the live streams on top of their Linux machine and whatnot, see, in the taskbar. Even when doing that. So I logged into that one as a guest user earlier and it didn't pop up. Now, Unit 207 still has some control over that device. For instance, as I was talking just in the last 60 seconds, the screen dimmed greatly. And Mr. No Nuts, No Dick, child abusing, stalker, thieving, fraudster in the living room upstairs is very much on the list of individuals going to prison for the rest of their lives. But he's not the only man upstairs.
Going all the way to California. License plate saying New York.
Well, my job takes me a lot of different places. Anywhere there's an interesting story.
If you're a man who believes that your behavior has been acceptable with what you've done to me, you don't have nuts or testicles. You don't even have a penis as far as I'm concerned. You've castrated yourself and are unworthy to be a man.
It's very exciting. Big carnival.
Just like those dirty vaginas up there that have abused my sons, endangered my sons, kidnapped them, slandered me, aided in extortion, and terrorized me while getting paid for years, are not women. No, no, no. They're going to reincarnate as dogs and coffee tables.
I'd sure like to meet your father.
Symbolically speaking.
How's the way? He took some hogs to market. Back on Sunday, actually.
Remember, when you go extinct, Godzilla turns you into architecture and household furnishings. Sometimes animals. You forfeited your right to an eternal life, but you're a damn comfy chair. A nice mahogany coffee table. A cedar armoire.
This is Janet.
You don't want to settle now, Mama. Baby's getting fat.
You can't be the mother of this child.
They just call me that. I don't mind really. It makes it easier for the little one.
Stepmom, are you married to their father?
I'm really happy that you can stay for supper, Mr. Wheeler. I'm not much of a cook, really, but I'm learning. Well, Mother, what a recipe.
Windows are nailed shut. And what's the fault with the door on the wrong side?
I don't like the children under my feet when I'm cooking. The children say that you're very nice. They like you.
Peter, don't make it simple this week, no?
Everything's ready. Let's tell the girls to dish up.
Well, it's not really that late, boys. I mean, it's just the time of year. And then there's the rain. But I guess it's early to bed and early to rise in the farm, isn't it? Lots of chores to do, especially with your father being away.
It ain't so bad.
It's a lot of fun sometimes, too.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. Particularly when you're young. And you know, Peter doesn't seem to be enjoying it too much. Well, I guess he'll be going away soon.
Oh, no. It says the family sticks together. Like in the Bible.
Peter told me to show you the supper table. Now. Great. Food is good. And we thank him for the food. By his hand we must be fed to the sword of the breath. Amen. Gilbert, Nature.
It's my turn. It's your turn tomorrow night.
Peter, you lost your turn because you hit James last week. Now, do you want to go to your room? Go.
God is great, God is good, and we thank him for our food. By his hand we must be fed, give us for our daily bread.
Amen. I don't want no fat.
I ain't got no potatoes.
Hey, you want that corn? Get fish, James there.
James.
Not too big a penis.
I kind of like carrots.
But they're good for you, haven't you? I like blackberry jelly. I ain't got no blackberry jelly, Mom. Because you went fishing yesterday instead of collecting the berries. Tomorrow, if the rain lets up, I'll expect 2 full boxes of big dingleberries.
And quite like, and Mr. Will would like to go with you. You can kind of show him around a bit.
Hey, that'd be great. I know a patch where they're so big they're dragging the ground.
Thanks anyway, but I'll be leaving tomorrow as soon as I get a tow truck out here. I figure I can catch a ride in Finsboro in the morning.
Don't you just open me up, son?
Peter?
Looks good last fall.
I bet you weighed in at over 800.
You got down on a 5. You like the mashed potatoes, too. We get fresh milk every morning. Sure. Yeah, nice fluff in the oven.
What, man? I'm going to turn just this morning.
Yeah, but you put them biscuits back.
I just
Yeah, I know what you wanted. Now, how many times I gotta tell you, them dogs don't get nothing but meat.
But that wild biscuit's better than anything.
So they can get fat and soft and lazy. So when you're around here, it's time to know what kind of house.
They know about we. They do anything we tell
And we're gonna keep them that way. Dogs hunting biscuits ain't no good for nothing. Now, you drink your milk.
Peter, when's your brother coming home?
Why don't you just suffer, Paul?
Both of their parents died 5 years ago.
5 years ago.
My dad was a baby. Pa drank 5 gallons of his own makings and fell off the roof.
5 years ago? What about the neighbors, people in town?
Come on, everybody finish up. It's getting on bedtime.
Wait a minute, I just can't believe this. I mean, somebody must have known something.
Well, I don't understand. Nobody came around much. It was a good shot, Paul. I'm just like it. Right, Peter? You're good here.
What do you do for money? How do you pay the gas bills? And what about your schooling?
Their mother was a qualified school teacher and she left instructions for their schooling. natural gas on the property and the company gives it to them free for as long as they...
We got plenty of money, too. I used to sell whiskey.
You're gonna get a switching deal with butting in like that. And I told you to drink your milk.
I'm sorry, Peter.
All right, Peter, look, I want to get something straight right now. As soon as that tow truck gets out here tomorrow, I'm leaving. I don't know what this mama and papa stuff is about, but I don't like games. She's not your mother. Just who are you?
My name's Caroline Henderson, and well, it ain't a game, really. I'm the mama, and Peter, please tell him.
I wish somebody would tell me something to make
Carol, I
sense.
need to help us out, that's all. I was figuring maybe you'd like to help out too. Don't even need grown-ups, somebody to teach them, to tell them what to do, punish them when they need it. If you don't want to,
Where's my bag, my camera equipment?
I'll put it all in your room set. Upstairs, I know that.
I see that room.
There's the
Till morning. Then you can take your funny farm and... Good night. Mama. Wait a minute, what are you doing? Well, that's all right. I'm only going to be staying to... I don't know what's going on here, and I don't care, but I'm leaving.
but you said you'd stay till morning.
That was before I got locked in my room. Now, do you want to stay in this menagerie or do you want to go?
Oh, we can't go now. They must have seen you come in here.
Downstairs singing.
Well, Martha can't sing. She's like a catch. She sees and hears everything.
They're just a bunch of weird kids with some crazy ideas their father pounded into them. I don't know, maybe he wanted to protect his bootlegging business. How did you get mixed up in this?
I picked up Gilbert just the same way as you did.
Oh my goodness. I pooed. It's amazing, man.
There's a bunch of clothes in my
Broccoli,
room,
asparagus,
different sizes,
bread, butter.
things with different initials on them.
You're not the first.
A bowel movement.
No, man. One morning he was
People upstairs that are starting to recognize that they are indeed going to prison for the rest of their lives.
And the car just disappeared.
Finally, just a mile and a half from the highway. The rain has slacked off. We are leaving right now.
We can't go.
It's not too late to blow the whistle.
They're just a
The smartest thing that you could do, in fact, at this point in time, is still to do that.
And the dogs, you heard them, they're trained.
A pair of hound dogs. Put it on.
My goodness. I still feel stuffed. I don't even know why I just ate bread and butter and 2 things of pudding. I fucking hate pudding too. I just ate 2 things of pudding. Land where my let freedom ring.
We can't get 10 feet from this house.
Better get some sleep. In the daylight, things will be open. Good night.
To the man and the woman upstairs that are going to prison. Contrary to what you think when you look at other people's faces around you, you too are the only ones upstairs that are going to prison. The others did the right thing and are going to be compensated for it. I highly advise you to halt whatever you have planned next to try, and that you take time to go and talk to the FBI. If you forgot, before it became 2025, they said the most secure place for you to do that is for you to drive to a dead-end road that is in that direction near the railroad tracks, because there's some sort of federal mechanism in place down there on that dead-end road. that assures that the Everett Police Department isn't going to know you're tattling.
Take that thing with you.
Something to do with the fact that the train's tracks are right there. You might even bump into a car full of FBI agents.
No more bombs in the house. Now go big. Bomb.
On this side of the river, on this side of the river.
No. There are secrets to every story and two sides to every side. Wish I didn't have to worry about doing what is right. I promise to stay with you, but now I want to leave. And maybe some kind of stranger will keep you company. If I'm here in the morning, my mind will be on the sea. When the sun sets in the evening, there's no telling where I'll be. I promise to stay with you, but now I have to leave. And maybe some kind of stranger will keep you company. Colorado said the day would come when the family will neighbors one, and all kind of strangers will keep us company.
Caroline? Gilbert? Peter? Anybody?
Jimmy. Sure, sleep late. It's almost 8 o'clock.
Well, I've been known to sleep as late as 8:30, 9 o'clock, especially after a night like last night. Caroline, my car is gone.
I've got chores. Everyone's had breakfast. I can heat up some biscuits and ham.
No thanks. I'm sorry, but I don't eat before noon. When my almost brand new $7,000 car just disappears, after failing to start, I just might lose my appetite altogether.
Well, the boys are going to fix it. They're very handy with machinery. Jimmy, please.
It's all right. Just do your chores. Sorry, I'm not feeling very gentlemanly this morning. All right, John. Where's my car?
Well, man, you better get some breakfast in your car. I'm here for you to clear some brush today.
John, where is my car? Don't call me Paul. No worries.
Easy. You better tell me this, Mr. Reed. Just say something nice and long.
Oh, boys. Take it easy now.
John, I want you to tell me where my car is, or I'm going to give you a wallet and you are not going to forget, and that is only the beginning.
Never try and punish us. I found the dog's there.
That is Peter, John. Look, it's not right to steal other people's property. Now, look, just tell me where Peter is, and I'll talk to him, and after that, I'll decide whether or not you need a whipping.
Oh, what are you doing to swimming hole? I can't go till I finish old Beth yet. She's a great old milking cow. Good for a full bucket, too.
Which way to the swimming hole?
Around the barn. Through the cornfield, past some trees. Oh, it's over here where you're here. After morning chore, I did the whooping holler time right here.
All right. Everybody out. Right now. Now, I want to know what you've done with my car. And I'm going to be very upset if you fool around with that motor.
We never touched the motor, sir.
Peter?
Can you swim, sir? The water's nice and warm.
Peter, I don't have time to waste swimming. I just want you to take me to my car, that's all.
Yes, sir. James, give me a hand with the boat.
You didn't drag it across the river, did you? Peter, listen, if you've got water in that gas tank, will this thing float?
Get in.
Oh, Peter, look at this thing. Looks like a sieve. Wait, those $60 shoes, all the units, 5 now. Any scratches, I'm going to report you to my insurance company as a vandal. Whatever machine, as your name is going to be on that report meter. This is the deepest part here, sir. You keep John back now. It's dangerous out here.
Jimmy? Jimmy, you all right?
My car. My car's at the bottom of the creek. What happened?
John upset the boat. He did it as a prank. The other children pulled you out. They will swim like fish.
I know what they swim like. I must have hit my head.
Stay right down.
They ran my new car right down to the bottom of the creek. And there was a red one down there, and a blue one, and a green one.
Jimmy, they're going to vote.
Vote?
On us. Whether they keep us as parents or not.
They're going to vote on us? This is like a bad dream. It was like a joke.
If they vote no...
Look, you said there were others. They must have voted on them. That explains those cars at the bottom of the creek.
They like us. I know they do, and they'll vote yes. If they do, that'll give us the time to think of a way to get out of here.
Caroline, I am not going to wait around to go on trial by a bunch of crazy kids. Would you mind getting me a pair of pants? I'm sure my size is in that closet. Where are they now?
They're eating. Peter went to cut a willow switch for you to use on John for tipping the boat up.
Oh, willow switch.
They want punishment.
Well, I don't. I've had enough. I'm getting out of here.
Jimmy.
Look, I think my way to Pennsboro and I'll get help.
You don't understand. They won't let you go. They'll kill you.
Caroline, look. I've survived Vietnam, a rotten marriage. I'm indestructible. Now, would you please get me some pants? I'm not going to punish you for spilling the milk, John. I think you know that. That business with the boat was something else. Somebody could have got hurt. You have to learn some jokes like that.
Well, I was just funning, sir.
There's nothing wrong with that as long as everybody knows you're playing. But that's not the way it happened. Peter, you're going to have to take the dogs off somewhere.
We won't make no fuss. I'll see you.
Now look, I don't want everybody standing around. You wouldn't want it that way if it was your turn. This is just between a father and a son.
They could all use a switch. They come near the deep water when I told them not to.
We had to help Pop, Peter.
I'd have took care of that.
Peter, there was cars on it. I'd been on it.
That was junk metal, just like I told you. Pop threw it in there years back. If I catch you swimming in there again, you're going to get something you've never had before.
Nobody's going to go swimming. It's too dangerous. Somebody might get a foot caught in that old junk metal. Peter, you're going to have to take the dogs off. Caroline, you and the girls take care of the iron.
We're still hunting, Peter. Down there, we'll go run the long time.
Peter, if you want to, you could help pull those stumps off. And after you finish, maybe we could go hunting in a couple of days.
Come on, Peter. I want to dig up no.
All right.
Come on.
Look up on the back of the ranch.
ahead, John. I want you to go inside that shed, and I want you to think about what you did. Try and figure out why it was wrong.
Then you're gonna switch me?
I want you to think, John. Sometimes thinking's worse than a switch. Go on.
Colonel comes soon.
I said, put your food down. I'm not playing games anymore. I've decided to stay. Caroline's free to go.
You want to, Mom?
If you stay, Jimmy, you know
Nobody's forcing you to stay. If I'm taking over this family, that's the way it's going to be. There'll be no more loud orders. Is that understood, Peter? Peter?
Yes, sir.
You've got your parents now. You can finish your sentence.
Ma, we cleaned up the subdivision. Good night.
Good night, Peter.
Good night, Pa.
Good night, Peter.
told you when the shit came. No way I don't matter. I should have let a couple dogs. I'm gonna go tonight. They really want to go. I'll be timing up tomorrow. I didn't lock the doors tonight. And they try to go by themselves. That dog. Remember that big red rooster we had? I could scratch the person's eyes out. But what happened when we put that rooster in the hen house instead of keeping him in the farm? He got fat and sassy and nice as pie. Let's just take another look at our rooster in the morning. Peter, I don't recollect Paul throwing no junk at you. Just too young to remember. Yeah, but it looked like cars. We've all stayed together, ain't we? On Paul Slope. But I told you it'd be your turn soon. To shoot and all. There was something else. When you're old enough. Peter. We both know on these two tomorrow. It'll be time enough to tell you. Tell me what, Peter? Good night, John. I didn't lock the doors. But you couldn't make it in the daylight. I panicked and sounded like the dogs were everywhere. It's gonna be worse tonight. Got an idea. Come on. You got any more to say? All right. Dogs.
No. Just keep moving. Keep your eyes open and take your time. Come on. Wait a minute. Listen. We'll head for the creek. Before the morning. Yes, you can. We got you. It wasn't right, Kernal, what you did. You lied just like him. That ain't no good way for parents to be.
You wanted to get help, Peter. For all of you.
We don't need no help. Unless we stay together. You ain't gonna give us no more trouble.
She's okay, Amy. She didn't mean nothing bad.
Oh, it's fine. Got him tied up really good. All right. We vote now.
Please, Peter, not yet. Let me talk to him. He won't try and run away again.
I said we vote now. Yes, he stays. He's our pa. We do like he says. No? He goes, just like the others. James?
He keeps trying to run away. I vote no.
Rita?
I like him. I think Caroline's right. I vote yes.
It's one yes and one no. Gilbert?
I think you make a fine father. I picked him. I vote yes.
Two yes and one no. Baby?
Baby can't vote. He doesn't understand.
His family. We voted yes on you, remember? We all did.
Baby, do you want Mr. Wheeler to stay or go?
No.
It's 2 and 2. John? Don't matter much to me, Pierre. Whatever you say.
John, you like him. You know you do. He didn't take the switch to you. He made you think. He gave you the chance to figure out right from wrong.
Now, this is family, Caroline. I want you to hear it. You gotta know where I'm talking.
You voted yes on me. You voted me your mother.
Yeah, but that's all different now. For what you've done. You see, you're with him. You showed us that. So however the road goes for him. All right, John's holding back his work. Martha?
Yes, Martha. Don't let Peter take it away.
Caroline. All right. It's 3 years and 2 months. Since John's going along with however I go, it's 4 now. 3 years. In the morning, you both home.
Cut me loose. Listen to me. Peter does not care what happens to you and your family. He wants to leave. He wants you and John to stay behind and take his place. The children don't even know. But you know. You know what happened. You know how those cars got to the bottom of the creek. You want to be responsible for that? Martha, cut me loose. Cut me loose.
Martha? It was a fair vote. Go and get some sleep. You better get some sleep, too. You'll be leaving in the morning. Now, Mr. Wheeler. Okay?
Where are they? I don't know. Let's get out of here.
Goodbye, Mr. Wheeler. Caroline.
It's all over, Peter.
All you had to do was stay. You know, folks, wouldn't have been so bad. Like all the others. Nobody cares. I can't let you go, Mr. Wheeler.
It's not like the others, Peter. Not this time. We're brothers and sisters. They'll know.
They'll believe what they're told, like always.
You're wrong, Peter.
I told you to go to the swimming hole. Now go. All of you.
It ain't right, Peter.
Succinct as a motherfucker.
Nobody wanted to hurt nobody. Look at somebody else like we always done.
If they left, they'd send somebody to break us up. I'm only doing it for you, don't you see?
No, you're not, Peter. You're doing it for yourself.
No.
How else are you going to get out of here? How are you going to keep from being stuck with those kids all the rest of your life? See all those places you've been dreaming about? California, New Orleans, Mardi Gras?
It ain't true.
Yes, it is true, Peter. Whether you like it or not, it is true.
You're trying to confuse me.
I'm trying to help you.
I love those kids.
Do you? Put that gun down.
Put it down, Peter. Please.
People stop to fucking help. They're fair. People should help other people. Peter done wrong. He didn't mean it, Mr. Wheeler.
I know that, John. Peter, there are people, special people, who can help you. They understand. You will too after a while.
Will he ever be a family again?
That's up to Peter.
Hey, maybe we ought to take a walk and hang the girl, Mr. Wheeler.
Don't let nobody hurt Mr. Wheeler.
Don't worry, Gilbert. I won't.
We love you, Peter.
Me and my dad, we used to ride like we could live alone perfectly. But if you're lonely, it stays with you, even in deep serenity.
I'm tired of dying lonely. I'm gonna get what I need. And maybe some kind stranger will keep me company. Cause the mama said the day will come when the family will buy the one that all kind strangers will keep us company. There are simple to every story and two sides to every story. Oh, I promise to stay with you. Now I have to leave. I hope that some kind stranger will keep you company.
Kashana was saying upstairs at just before 2:23 a.m. that she found a way to terminate it, see, but it's still recording. Kiss, Han, yeah, Kashanya. And also, correction, 2 other dudes upstairs seemingly not participating. Good on them. And on that note, I'm going to put on another movie on archive.org on the HP Chromebook, End of the World from 1977. This one, interesting sounding story. Dig this, dig this. It's curious little blurb here. A scientist discovers signals from space that appear to carry information concerning a series of seemingly unrelated natural disasters occurring across the globe. Hoping to discover the source of these signals and who's behind them, the scientist and his wife set out on a trek to locate the intended recipient of the signals. Here's where it gets good. What the couple eventually discovers is a small, remote convent with occupants who are not really who they appear to be. Alien nuns, dude? Alien nuns? What? I don't think anything's going to top the winner of today, though. Voyage to the Prehistoric Woman Planet, or whatever the fuck that one was from the 60s. They're all real excited upstairs. They believe they found the keys. Got some people typing away in the living room. They're going to do this. They're going to shut down the live stream. They found another in. And the FBI is going to let them in the event that even one of them, and I already know for a fact that at least 2 of them, are on the Make-A-Wish list. Remember, everyone that's been wishing for prison for the rest of their lives without parole is going to have that granted.
Call the police. I thought it's too late.
As soon as possible. As soon as possible. We were all expecting it would already be done. So here's hoping.
It's all right, Pilot. Sorry, me. The sheriff's a good friend of mine. I take care of all your trouble. Need help. Help. All of us. Make your call, Father. I'll go fix the car.
I also think it's pertinent to note that according to the Bureau, vast majority of the women that frequent Unit 207, and of course others, are on the Make-A-Wish list. Per the FBI, disproportionate amount of women going to prison for the rest of their lives. Substantially more. Disproportionate, that's what that word means, and that's the word they used. A disproportionate amount of women are going to prison for the rest of their lives. Translation, very few female whistleblowers. And it's funny, honey, because everyone's overlooking the HP Chromebook. That light's still on, baby. The light is still on. But I am curious to find out who's correct. Astrologically, remember, some of those named federal felons on the going to prison list, their mood and atmosphere of the next few days should be very happy and smug. But according to the Bureau, I'm wrong. They're pissed off today, tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and for 2 fucking weeks thereafter, starting on Monday.
Oh, Commander.
So I'm curious to see who's right. Mood and landscape astrologically, or the Bureau?
Are well consistent, as though they're trying to form words or sentences. Do you pick up anything similar? No, I wish I could tell you more. It's just a feeling I have. Okay, thanks anyway. It's quite pretty, Professor. And you are a guest of honor at that banquet this evening. Yeah, thanks, Larry.
Ending this live stream at 2:35 a.m. A new one should initiate in 90 seconds or less unless Kishana is correct.